participants this afternoon.
Hi there, welcome to the Layman channel. We are proud to bring you exclusive in-depth technical
I'll tell you what, race 9 throws up a good one here in Wind of Dubai. This is his trial, Scott. 60.12 he ran home here into second placing. Now, 2 wins towards the end of 2021. He steps up into here, not only up in grade, but also into the first up run for the year. I think he's ticking over nicely, though, to hopefully put in a forward showing here this afternoon.
Oh, I think he will. He looks to be in good order. Look, James Peters having a good year, albeit he hasn't got a big stable of numbers in work, but the bloodstock that he's got in the stable, he's just placing them well. And at the moment, I've mentioned this many times over weeks gone by, Pat, how good are fresh legs in a time like this? A lot of horses have had a lot of runs under their belts. Some are probably getting a little bit over racing and coming, you know, looking for a break. He's going to come in here with 2 winning races at the end of last prep, a nice trial, and he's in a yard that's doing a good job this season.
They certainly are. Looking forward to chatting to James Peters in the next couple of weeks. I really think we do get him on Track Talk because he is really flying at the moment, basically getting a winner at meeting at this point in time. Let's go and have a look at our next runner of mention, that is Strong and Best, who has really turned it on in the last 4 starts since the blinkers were applied. And I think that seems to be the gear change that has changed it all for this horse here, Scott. He gets in today 53 kilograms. Johnson Dradis retains the ride for CT Qua.
Oh, it's a great chance here for him to go back-to-back wins. A very nice ride by Johnson Dradis at his previous. 53 kilos. He only goes up a kilo and a half off that last win. He's got to mix it with a couple of these horses that are proven, but he did beat some of them on this occasion. So he lines up in similar conditions. He's drawn well. You think he's going to get a same sort of tractable run in the race. I think the money's going to come for him. Me personally, I've actually lent the other way with Tangible to turn the tables on him a bit, but I think it's going to be, I'll predict half a length margin.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tight one. That race has thrown up so many different avenues as well. You can throw and you hand in with the polytrack horses. Ricardo Lagrange seems to have a great 2-pronged attack with both Leatherhead and Pennywise as well. So, look, Strong and Best is probably, this is his toughest contest to date, but as we did mention, he does get in well at the weight, so we'll see if he can continue the run. Let's go and have a look at our final runner of mention, and we do head to race number 11 on the program this afternoon and have a look into Romantic. His last run here, Scotty halved in quote in the last 5 minutes of betting, and I thought Last Samurai dropping in distance was going to be the one, but he flew home late and nabbed him on the line.
Oh, he's just racing in such consistent form over the last 12 months. Look, obviously, before last start, his 2 runs before that were just fair, but he wasn't disgraced by any means. He was only beaten about 5 and 6 lengths on each occasion. But he really bounced back to winning ways here under a really nice, strong ride. And he beat a pretty capable field on that occasion. And I just think when he finds that right frank of form, he usually tends to keep it going for another few more runs.
As we said, he's a really good horse. He's a good money spinner for connections. Rarely does he go round where he doesn't pull out a paycheck for the connection. So definitely one that you'd love to own, and hopefully the consistency can continue. And we find him very much in the mix here today. Scott, looking forward to the first. We're not too far away from them heading into the mounting yard. We're about 5 minutes away from seeing them there. Let's get our best bets here for today's card.
Thank you, Pat. We'll join you again very shortly. I like race 10, number 3, Tangible. I found it a very hard meeting to try and find a best bet, so I'll go with him. Pat, you like race 3, number 4, First Bowl. Larry Foley from Kranji Racing, our leading tipster on the tally, has liked race 7, number 4, Porashiri. Brave grounds there from Larry Foley. And our Chinese broadcast team, we have at the top of the order, we have Li Ting, who likes race 10, number 8, Strong and Best. And then moving down to Raymond Yong, race 9, number 7, Wind of Dubai. And Colin Fan likes race 10, number 6, Lim's Best Breaker. So a good spread of best bets throughout the day. I think it's going to be an open card. And good luck if you're having a bit of a play today and watching wherever you are tuning in. Race 1 is 21 minutes away. We'll be back on the end of this break with the parade ring coverage. It's a Class 5, 1,200 metres. Love peeling out wide Holy Eleanor to get into the middle of it straight and mesmerising under hard riding there from Geraldine Siao at the rear. So as they come into the last 250 metres, the Bullet just starting to get a shake-up now. On the inside fence, Kassab travelling well. Coming into it is Crystal Dragon in the Rainbow Silks, and Night Love just not too far away behind them. But coming into the last 50 metres on the inside fence, it's Kassab and Crystal Dragon. High Water to Grey's just been caught wide, even wider. Ben Wade starting to come into it, and under a bit of riding from Nunes. Back on the inside is Limbs Unique looking for a run, Decreto, and then back to Supermax, and even wider out on the track, Happy Friday. He's looking to come into it from a missed start. High Water starting to take over as they come into the last 200 metres. He goes past Golden Dash. Ben Wade looks to be going to one spot, and Sunstep on the inside, but as they come into the line, it's going to be High Water. Tigress at the rear and Legacy Warrior back on the inside fence. Swinging for home and 400 metres left to go. Conan starts to get a bit of a wriggle on. Limbs Pride's in a good spot. Out wide there is Samurai Express. Coming into it though is Northern Sun. He's under hard riding and looking for Despacito in the blue cap. He's under some niggle from Nunez and he's starting to make up some ground as well. But Northern Sun starts to go past Limbs Pride into the last 100 metres. Northern Sun drawing away and he'll take out race 4 in good style. Limbs Pride. And Resurgence still last of all as they turn for home. Gamely starting to get a bit of a niggle on in front. Broadway Success, the stablemate, giving chase. Zygarde back to the rail. Limbs Unique looks to be under a really nice hold come into it. As to his Purring Crown starting to creep up through him. Looking to beat the light, not really making up much ground at the moment. As to his Sia going on the one spot. They come into the last 200 metres. It's Purring Crown taking over, giving chase. Beer Garden out wide and Beat the Light runs onto it as they come into the line. On the inside, Purring Crown gets it over.
With the support of Singapore Pools, we were able to add more than 20 locations in our distribution efforts, making it easier and more convenient for our residents. The volunteers were tirelessly manning the booths while also responding to queries from residents on the mouth gargles use and effectiveness against germs, and guiding them through questions on registration and collection. The time and energy that they gave are certainly for a good cause, and I hope that they do find their experience meaningful.
One of the interesting encounters we faced was actually elderly residents are not very tech savvy.
That's why we are here to help the residents to do their registration via their mobile phone.
This is my first time volunteering for such event, so I think it's a great opportunity for me to actually work together with external organizations like Singapore Pools so that we can work together and make new friends to do good together.
Giving back to the community has always been part of the Pools DNA. I'm glad to see that many of our colleagues have brought together their family members and friends as well, proving once again that doing good can be a family affair too. Singapore Pools is thankful for the support of our partners and this collective effort to distribute mouth gargles to help the community stay safe and well. A big thank you to the volunteers from MOF HQ, AGD, IRAS, RSVP Singapore, Singapore Customs, SPC and Tote Board who volunteered alongside us.
Winning Workouts is now available in dual sound. Select English or Mandarin by pressing the audio button on StarHub Remote Control. Catch the track work highlights in your preferred language. Only available on horse racing channels.
Welcome to race day. We're not too far away from the first of 12 runners into the mounting yard for race 1. It is a Class 5 Division 1 poly track affair over the 1200 metres, racing for $30,000. Here's your field. The 1 Crystal Dragon, Manuel Nunez from 2 run Minda Binda Run, Shafiq Rizwan from 3. Conflagrance is the 3 for Oscar Chavez in 6, and the 4 is Golden Dash for Jake Bayliss, barrier number 4. 5 is Zygarde, Simon Cock in 7. 6 Crown Gift, Benny Woodworth from 9. The 7 is Despacito for Mark Lerner. Draws the ace, and the 8 is Purring Crown. Last start winner for TH Co, barrier number 8. Over the page, Tigeress for Jimmy Wong wraps up the field of 9. It draws at barrier number 5.
Thank you, Pat. So a field of 9 and pretty much all of them out and about, stretching their legs ahead of race number 1 on a 12-race card. We will get to the claims and overweights a little later on before they head out to the track. Cameraman's just found the first runner for us, and that is number 1 in Crystal Dragon for Manuel Nunez and Jason Lim. The mailman likes him early on the card, Pat. He's drawn well in 2 at $17.
I think patience will be rewarded here this afternoon with Crystal Dragon. Scott Bailey, they have taken their time with him. Hasn't had a start since July last year, stepping down here to Class 5 for the first time. He's had 3 really nice trials to tick over and get himself right for today. And I think that they are pulling the trigger at the right time with a nice race here in race 1.
So he's up 10 kilograms from that last start. Looks really well in condition as well. Really glowing the chestnut coat here this afternoon. Then we move on to number 2 in Run Minda Binder Run for Shafiq Rizwan and Stephen Gray. $54 a win, 11 to place from barrier 3.
Well, look, he was really good. Shafiq Rizwan obviously has a really good association with Run Minda Binder Run, so good to see him booked on once again. He's a 3-time winner here in Singapore. He's had a win 3 starts ago, and he was just narrowly denied by Snip that following start. He's in a good patch of form. He stays at Class 5 over the 1,200 metres, draws inside again. You could entertain him here as an each-way play.
So nice gloomy conditions here in the afternoon. Nice cool little bit of a breeze out there as well. As we move to number 3, Conflagrants, Oscar Chavez and David Koch. Gets the blinkers back on for today's assignment. $73 a win, 23 to place.
He's had some severe lameness his last couple of starts and has had excuses in those runs. Blinkers go on this time. He, as we mentioned, has had excuses since coming back to Class 5 those previous 2 runs. Drops back in distance to the 1,200 metres here for this weekend. Blinkers go on. I assume the drop in distance, they're just putting them on to hopefully sharpen him up a little bit. He is a 1-time winner from 14 starts here in Singapore on the all-weather surface.
Number 4 is Golden Dash for the combination of Jake Bayless and Ricardo Lagrange. Up 10 kilograms from that last run. Similar conditions to Crystal Dragon. $15 a win, $6 a place. He must be in contention.
Oh, for sure. And gets a great barrier draw as well. He was from barrier 10 last time out. Had to do a lot of work to find the spot outside of high water up in front. I do see this horse being the leader in the race. He'll be the one that they're chasing at the turn when the whips start cracking. He has got a great resume in his previous couple of starts to suggest that he is a deserved favourite here. And, yeah, look, I think you'll definitely be seeing him in the finish. The market very much gravitating towards this 4-time winner.
As we move on to number 6, next in the order, and that is Crown Gift for Benny Woodworth and KY Young. $142 a win, 26th a place, and he is the roughie of the field.
Yeah, he's a hard one to line up, Scott. Crown Gift, as we mentioned last time out, he came down with one of his stablemates last start, down from Class 4. He was facing Class 5 for the first time. He was down the track. He just never made an impression. I need to see something at Class 5 before I can entertain him here, and I think the market is very representative of that as well. The last start was a little bit disappointing.
Number 7 next on parade, and that is Despacito for Mark Lerner and Tim Fitzsimmons. $22 a win, 7 to place. He's got the European look, Pat, no breastplate on.
Yeah, look, he's got Mark Lerner coming back on here as well, who's had 2 runs on this horse for a second placing, and both of those runs were quite recently towards the end of last year. They went down to Captain Singapore by 0.8 of a length. That was back on the 4th of September. Mark knows the horse well, definitely in the mix here as a definite player. I think from the inside draw, he maps well to find a spot in behind these leaders. And if he can obtain enough cover through the run, he should have a kick in the locker late and could be a threat.
Here is number 8, Purring Crown, just getting a little bit sweaty around the back end, and that is for TH Co and Jason Ong. $62 a win, 14 the place.
He went onto the turf last start to get that victory. His form is identical across both the turf and the all-weather track. He's won on both of them, and he's had 5 minor placings on either track, on both of those tracks as well. So, look, you can take him with a bit of confidence each way in the fact that he's coming off the confidence of a win. That's a big plus. And at the same time, he really did have to work for that victory last time out. Biergarten issued a challenge, and he kicked back up on the inside to go on and score. Happy to give that run respect. TH Co stays on board. He does go up 2.5 kilos from his last start.
And here is number 9, and that is Tigerus for Jimmy Wong and Jerome Tan. $54 a win, 13 the place. Blinkers on for today.
He closed off well last time out, this Son of Dragon Pulse. He probably just has to do a little bit more on race day to get a selection from me. However, the blinkers do come back on this horse for this start. He hasn't worn them for the last 2. I will be interested to see how he goes here. The market very much keeping him safe, but I thought there was a few in front of him today.
So I think we've still got one out of the aircon just waiting to come out. And the rest are going to already make their way up the tunnel, I think. And one's just heading out now, and he's going to follow to Clark at a course. So we might get here some footage of him just before he gets out onto the track. Pat will get back into him as he makes his way at the end of a tunnel. But good scenes out here this afternoon. A couple of owners making their way down to the parade ring. Yeah, great to see there are people allowed back on course here at the moment. Good to see that the Turf Club is taking a very progressive system at doing so. We will slowly increase more and more as we get on through the weeks, but I think we've got about 200 to 300 owners and guests of the stables this afternoon who have made their way out, and I'm sure that there'll be quite a few people out here quite excited to be able to see their horses going around this afternoon, because it has been a long time between drinks. I'm getting a good view. A popular resident of the Stephen Gray stable, Sam Buck, he's broken out in a sweat. It's his first up running back at the races, and I think he's going to need the run. Look, he's a very well-known man across Singapore racing, Sam Buck. I'm sure that he'll be very excited to be back out here as well. Hopefully him and plenty of people who are out here this afternoon will enjoy their afternoon. It's good to have them back. All right, claims and overweights. Number 5, Zygarde, Simon Cock, -1. Number 8, Purring Crown, TH Co, -1 kilo. So just the 2 claims here. I'm starting to get a look on Zygarde as he makes his way out following the pony, and we can touch upon him now, Pat, as he takes a leisurely stroll away from the field, and he is $94 a win, 24 to place for Simon Cock and KS Tan. Yeah, he's an interesting horse here, Scott. A horse that obviously has done his better work on the turf of late, especially in recent times. He is a winner on the poly track down in grade. I think that was a while ago, though. He's also got those minor placings to his name as well. But again, did go home to score in his second run back in Class 5. That was 2 starts ago back in mid to late February, beating home Galaxy Star, who we'll also see at the races today. It wouldn't shock me to see him in the finish here, but again, much like Tigerus and the likes of, Crown Gift, I'm going to have to see something from them again at Class 5 before I can entertain them. All right, so that is the field for race number 1. The remaining runners just doing a few more laps here in the parade ring. If you're following us on social media throughout the afternoon, the way of the world these days, Facebook, Singapore Turf Club, Instagram at Singapore Turf Club, YouTube channel Singapore Turf Club, plenty of videos and viewing pleasure there. And then we can go to Twitter at SG Turf Club, and don't forget to drop the hashtag SG Racing. And also plenty of news and updates throughout the afternoon as the afternoon. And many winners throughout as well, plenty highlighting any stories throughout the afternoon. Pat, do you want to lead the way for selections ahead of race number 1? Thank you very much there, Scott. Yes, I will lead the way if that's okay with you. I'm going here 1, 4, 3 and 7. Going with Crystal Dragon on top, as we mentioned, making his
Class 5 debut. I just think that I know he's carrying the 59, but they've just been very patient with this horse to get him to the races. He's obviously coming off a bit of a break, hasn't run since July, but the booking of Manuel Nunez here intrigues me greatly as well. They think that obviously this horse is ready to go, and looking forward to seeing him step out. I've got him on top here to beat Golden Dash, who I think is going to be in the right part of the track. He'll be up in front, making his own luck. He's the horse that they're going to have to get past, so keeping him very safe in the numbers. Throwing Conflagrants in at a bit of an each-way price. I think he is a horse who has had excuses the last couple. I think that the blinkers applied might sharpen him up a little bit here as well. Hopefully we can see a bit more of a forward showing from him. And Despacito draws to the inside. He's a horse that predominantly gets back of midfield, but I think that with the draw, it wouldn't surprise me to see him boot up from the inside and be sort of maybe a few pairs off the leaders on the inside fence. So hopefully the run transpires and at the turn, and he can make his run there. And if he does get enough cover and a pretty cushy run in the race, it wouldn't surprise me to see him fighting it out in the finish as well. My numbers here for race number 1, Scott. I've gone 1, 4, 3 and 7.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, I'm going the same way as you in terms of my top selection. There he is on screen, Crystal Dragon. Makes his Class 5 debut. I really like the way he paraded. I had a few good looks at him as he was doing some laps here in the parade ring. He's put on 10 kilograms. He looks well in the coat. He looks healthy. He's got the leading jockey in the saddle. A lot of things line up for this galloper. I think the 59 kilos won't be a hassle because the spread of the race, it's only 59 kilos, and the next best is light 57. So there's not many big claimers in the race apart from TH Co and Simon Cock, both taking off 1 kilogram. So it's a very, very level event for a class for Division 1. And I just think Nunez is going to get him out, get him running. He can show speed. He has done it in the past over 1,400 metres. And his one win in Singapore has come on the poly track. Fresh legs, a lot to like about him. We haven't seen him for 258 days. And as I mentioned before at the start of the broadcast, I think fresh legs is a very, very positive thing to have in these sort of times. So he goes ahead on top for me, ahead of number 4, Golden Dash, for Jake Bayliss and Ricardo Lagrange. He's got speed. I think he'll be leading. If he doesn't lead Crystal Dragon, there won't be much between the two of them. They look to be the ones that are just going to get out, get running, and that first 200 metres, let's see who takes up the leading position. I'm sure there'll be a few look-arounds over the shoulders between both jockeys to see who wants to hand up and who wants to try and take the lead. But his last 2 starts have been very good. He was good beating Wednesday. He goes up to 1,200 metres where his career best record is at. 3 of his 4 wins have come at this distance. And the Ricardo Lagrange stable going very, very strongly in this early part of 2022. He was just getting a little bit on his toes in the parade ring as the bell rang for riders to get mounted. But once Jake got in the saddle, he looked ready to go and game face on. In for third, I'll go number 2, Run Minder Binder Run, who represents a little bit of value at $12 a place. I think at his best, he's able to figure in the finish here. He was a winner over this course and distance 3 starts ago, beating Star Empire. He gets Shafiq Rizwan, who ran second on him and also won on him in his 2 out of his 2 rides. So he's got a nice record aboard, and Stephen Gray will have him very well placed in this race. In for fourth, 8 Perrin Crown to round out the multiple numbers. He just gets in on a lightweight. He was a nice winner last start over to turf. He is a winner on the poly track as well, so he's not a one-trick pony. And if he gets a nice run in transit, he's going to have to get a bit of luck from a wide draw. But if he's going to be finishing off, I think he might just be one to add to the multiples. My numbers for race 1, 1, 4, 2 and 8, as they're making their way to the start. These seasoned veteran horses here, Pat. Looks to be a bit of a speedy affair. I think Crystal Dragon and Golden Dash look to be the standout speed runners.
I agree with you, Scott. I think that Golden Dash is probably the horse that will take up the lead. I don't see Manuel Nunez having to go up and pressure him. As long as he's within a length or 2, that should be okay. But it wouldn't surprise me to go up and just see him park up on his girth in second and just travel along there comfortably. Let Golden Dash do all the legwork there. But in saying that, outside of that, who comes up to join them? And this is what we were discussing on Track Talk earlier on in the week, was whether or not there will be a couple who do take the initiative from where they've drawn, maybe to go up and pressure and keep the 2 up in the front a little bit more honest. Did you see any horses heading up into the mix here and potentially going forward to contest these 2, or do you think they'll run their own race?
Well, the more I run my eyes through the race, there's not a whole lot of speed in it, horses that have shown that toe, but if I was in a position of, say, TH Co on Per and Crown, he's got a light, or not a lightweight, but he's on that bottom end spectrum of the weight scale in this race. He beat Beergarden and was making up ground. He's not going to want to get caught 3 or 4 wide the entire. I might just see him being nice and positive in that first early stages. And if those two draw away, he could just either get up there and put a bit more pressure on him, or he just tucks in and runs 3rd, 4th and gets a run of the race. But I'm going to be curious to see what he does in that first 100 or so metres.
Despacito's an interesting one as well in this affair. Inside draw. I thought potentially, as I mentioned before, that they actually might go a little bit, a couple of pairs closer here. Do you think that will utilise the inside draw, or do you see them potentially just dropping out the back?
Hard to say what the instructions were. You know, with speed in the race between Golden Dash and possibly Chris, if Tim's just said, just ride him quiet, and if the speed's hot, he might just be finishing over the top of him. We see it a lot on these poly-track races, Pat, where they go really hard early on in the race, and they sort of string out so nothing gets caught wide, and it just gives them a chance to sucker into the race, get out in the middle of a track. And we know Despacito can do it. He can run good sectional times. Look, he hasn't won for some time. It's been 1,056 days. I've tipped him quite a few times, and I know I'm sure the Buffalo stable were getting sick of me tipping him all the time. So I've stayed away from him today, and I wouldn't be shocked if I saw him running over the top of him.
Yeah, it's just an interesting one as well, because that barrier 1 makes it very tricky. You want to be up in the mix here and potentially be finding a spot on the rail, because if you do drop out cold, then you're going to have to come around them here. And that's where I just think from a map perspective, it wouldn't surprise me to see it 2 or 3 back the fence and just cruising along. And hopefully when they do fan at the turn, he does have a bit of luck in running. But an interesting race to kick us off here, Scott. Can we have a look through the market?
Yeah, it's one sort of horse at the moment, and it's Crystal Dragon, who headlines the betting at $15. Next best Golden Dash. They were always going to be your market supporters. Not really many moves from a roughie's perspective. Horse number 6, and I speak of Crown Gift. He's just now into 92, and also horse number 8, Per and Crown's met with support 62 into 44. He looks to be a nice each-way player as they load away for the first of 12 here this afternoon at Kranji. Let's take you to the man behind the mic. It's Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Scott. Runners loading away nice and quickly here for the first race of the day. Class 5, Division 1, 1,200 metres. Here's Tigress coming up for Jimmy Wong. Blinkers back on here for today's start. And we're almost complete here. Crown Gift coming up into the outside stall. So Crown Gift loads away. The line cleared for race number 1. Flag raised. Stand by, we're off. Nice dispatch to start the day. Golden Dash pressing forward in the early part as expected, going up there with Crystal Dragon, who's going to hold him off in a moment. They're 5 rests. Zygarde also pressing up with Per and Crown, and even wider was Crown Gift. Now settling just worse than midfield is Tigress from Run Min to Binder Run. Second to last was Despacito, and last of all was Conflagrance. Per and Crown takes it over and goes up to serve Crystal Dragon, who's on his inside, holding him off the fence for the time being. Crown Gift stunted wide the entire way and has done it pretty tough to its inside Zygarde from Golden Dash, who's now just shuffled back to 5th. Himself into a bit of an awkward position. Jake Bayliss asking for an effort, but getting absolutely zero. To the inside, Run Min to Binder Run from Tigress. Conflagrance last of all was Despacito. Per and Crown takes over from Zygarde. Crystal Dragon's going to want to lift. Down the outside was Tigress from Golden Dash. Run Min to Binder Run, that's your race. Per and Crown and Zygarde past the 150. Going stride for stride. Per and Crown looking for 2 on the bounce. TH Co, he's going to get it. Per and Crown's going to draw away here and score. Per and Crown by 2 lengths beats Zygarde. Into 3rd was Tigress, a gap back to Conflagrance. He's taken 4th. They lined up there for 4th. Despacito tired with Golden Dash. He was very disappointing this afternoon. Run Min to Binder Run. Crystal Dragon also back there and doing it wide all the way was Crown Gift. He's finished back with the cab catchers. Per and Crown. I'll tell you what, TH Co, he took initiative, went forward. And as Crystal Dragon went up to the inside of Golden Dash, who didn't show as much toe as I initially thought he would. Per and Crown's also gone up there and served it up to it. And, well, Momentum's won the race there. Zygarde, a good run. Tigress was actually one of the horses making ground. The blinkers have helped him there. Coming back on for the first time in 3 starts. But Per and Crown, a pretty strong winner here. And opens up Jason Ong's account for the day. the LHL stable, your winning connections aboard Perrin Crown. The 6-year-old by Perrin Canto out of TikTok Time. And that is win number 3 at start 27 here in the Lion City. Good race, Scott. As you mentioned earlier on, TH Co, was he going to take initiative? He certainly did, and it's won him the race.
Yeah, very, very smart ride there by TH Co. He began well. He just was in that sort of spot where he was able to come and cross and just get that nice run of the race. He was met with betting support too, Pat. I made a mention just as I was loading away. He was back $60 into 40, and also good to see Jason Ong get yet another winner here in 2022. He's absolutely low flying this year, and he's got a good team of horses. He's just walking by me now, giving me the thumbs up, and he's a busy man, straight into saddle in the next ones. But we saw some owners and connections in the parade ring earlier. I'm sure they're going to be absolutely chuffed to be back at the races and seeing a winner firsthand.
Yeah, well done to them. The LHL stable victorious here in race number 1, formerly known as Foggy Little, Perrin Crown. It has been a very profitable horse these last few weeks. Back-to-back victories here. As they return back to scale here, and TH Co gets his first win of the day. He's been getting at least 1 or 2 winners, going very well this season. Is this young rider. 8, 5, 9 and 3, those numbers. 8, 5, 9 and 3. $40 and $12. As Scott mentioned, backed in, had some late support. $40 and $12 beats home the 5 in Zygarde at 24 the place, and the 9 in Tigress at 13 the place. Numbers 8, 5, 9 and 3. Unofficial margins 1 3/4 by a neck. The time 1:11.96. As we go back and watch the replay of race number 1. Flag raised. Stand by. We're off. Nice dispatch to start the Golden Dash, pressing forward in the early part as expected, going up there with Crystal Dragon, who's going to hold him off the fence at the moment. They're 5 abreast. Zygarde also pressing up with Perrin Crown, and even wider was Crown Gift. Dropping back into 6 now, settling just worse than midfield is Tigress from Run Minda Binda Run. Second to last was Despacito, and last of all was Conflagrance. Perrin Crown takes it over and goes up to serve Crystal Dragon, who's on his inside, holding him off the fence for the time being. Crown Gift's done it wide the entire way and has done it pretty tough to its inside Zygarde from Golden Dash, who's now just shuffled back to 5th, getting himself into a bit of an awkward position. Jake Bayliss asking for an effort, but getting absolutely zero. To the inside, Run Minda Binda Run from Tigress. Conflagrance last of all was Despacito. Perrin Crown takes over from Zygarde. Crystal Dragon's going to want a lift. Down the outside was Tigress from Golden Dash. Run Minda Binda Run. Your race, Perrin Crown and Zygarde past the 150, going stride for stride. Perrin Crown looking for 2 on the bounce. TH Co, he's going to get it. Perrin Crown's going to draw away here and score. Perrin Crown by 2 lengths beats Zygarde. Into 3rd was Tigress, a gap back to Conflagrance. He's taken 4th. They lined up there for 4th. Despacito tired with Golden Dash. He was very disappointing this afternoon. Run Minda Binda Run. Crystal Dragon also back there and doing it wide all the way was Crown Gift. He's finished back with the cab catchers.
So race number 1 goes the way of horse 8 Perrin Crown for Jason Ong and TH Co. Jason getting his 13th winner of the season to move him up into 4th position on the trainer's log. And TH Co, he slingshots his way up into 7th on the premiership, and right after riding his 7th winner of the season. Backed into $40 and 12 to place, and a big run from number 5 Zygarde at 24 to place in for 2nd. 8, 5, 9 and 3. Your winner is a 6-year-old gelding by Perrin Canto out of TikTok Time for the LHL stable. All clear coming up very shortly after this. And the all clear is through. Form all clear forward to pay out. 8 Perrin Crown, TH Co and Jason Ong, $40 a win, 12 to place. 5 Zygarde at 2nd, 24 to place. 9 Tigress, Jimmy Wong, Jerome Tan, 13 to place. And 3 Conflagrance was 4th. Forecast 5 and 8, $159. Place forecast 5 and 8, $60. 8 and 9, $17. 5 and 9, $41. TSA 859, $2,273. Trio 5, 8, 9, $307. No winner on the quartet for 8, 5, 9 and 3. So 22,233 will be carried forward to the next race. Margins 1 3/4 by a neck, by 5 lengths, by in a time of 1:11.96. As we look at the run on, Despacito was catching the eye late over Golden Dash, Run Minda Binda Run, Crown Gift, and Crystal Dragon was a disappointing last of all. Race 2, Restricted Maiden, coming up in 20 minutes' time. Who's going to break that maiden status? We'll find out with the parade ring very shortly.
Because God is now 5-6 lengths clear of his next best horse in Eagle Eye. They were followed by Tigeress. Making late ground down the outside was Allegro with one-way ticket and Anyway. Silent is Gold having a quiet time of it in the final half furlong. Still the leader from on the outside, Allegro and Eagle Eye. Silent is Gold will do enough. Silent is Gold beats the stablemate.
As they come back, Livestream looking to come into it. The boldy face of water. He teals out to the middle of the track. Bingo Master just going up and down on the one spot, as is Livestream. And Yalami not really coming into it as they come into the last 200 metres on the inside fence. Dixer Dominus, Deception going past him now. Coming out in the middle of the track, Istataba under hard riding. Street of Dreams looks to be blocking off. But as they come into the last 100 metres, outside Istataba gets there on the outside just...
Links back to Ace Sovereign, who's having a quiet time of it out the back with Dragon Tycoon. It's Surrey Hills who leads them into the straight. Past the 250, out clear by 3 or 4 lengths on Wind of Dubai, who now comes into second. They were followed by Spirit of the Wind, Healthy Baby, Best of the Rest. It's Surrey Hills in the final part who's going to go on and take it out from Wind of Dubai, who gets within about... with on the outside the Star. So it's Kinabalu Prince and the Star going neck and neck down the straight. Into a clear third was Outfit, and Generation M has run his trial. The Star takes over from Kinabalu Prince under a little bit of a niggle here from Manuel Nunez. Kinabalu Prince, a very quiet ride, and on the outside was the Outfit, but down to the line the Star was going to take it out by 3.
Here's the one we've been waiting for, the $1 million Kranji Mile. Off and racing, away they go in the Kranji Mile. It's Liv's Lightning Minister over the top. Liv's Lightning Minister. Oh, it's close. Minister has gone up to land the Kranji Mile ahead of Liv's Lightning, who's run a super race.
Welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Race Day as well. $75,000 over the 1,100 metres on the poly track. Number 1, Water Eve, Shafrazal Salih in 5, 2, Livestream for Mark Lerner in 3. Take out number 3, Mr. Pacino is scratched. For Silent is Gold, Jimmy Wong from barrier number 2. Number 5, Dixit Dominus, Louis Beaudolon in the saddle in 4. 6, Healthy Baby, Hakim Cameroonian in 9. He makes his comeback. 7, Kinabalu Prince for Benny Woodworth in 1. 8, Outfit, Shafiq Rizwan in barrier number 7. Number 9, Romance Love All for Simon Cock in 8. 10, Surrey Hills, Oscar Chavez in barrier 10. And 11, The Star for Manu Nunez, jumps from barrier number 6.
Thank you very much, Scott. Up for grabs here in race number 2 for our restricted maidens for the 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds. Here's your claims with 1, Watery, Shafrazal Salih, -1, 2, 6, Healthy Baby, Hakim Cameroon, good to see him back here riding this afternoon, -1, the 9, Romance Love All, Simon Cock, -1 kilogram. Cameraman's found the 2 here, Scott, in Livestream. Mark Lerner to do the riding here in race number 2 for Stephen Gray.
He was a touch disappointed in his first start. I'm not too sure about the breed, to be honest, Pat. I've had a good look at him when he started his trials here, and Stephen Gray, he said he's going to take a little bit of time, this horse. So I think it looks like he's going to be as well. He's got that long-rangey look about him. I think he's going to be better when we see him, possibly maybe 1,400 metres to a mile. That's just the sort of guide I get about him. I'm going to keep an eye on him to see what he does today. If he's catching the line and hitting the line strongly, I'll put a tick next to his name and just look for him another day. But I just think he might find this a little bit too sharp.
So that is Liebstrom, the 2. We did have a scratching of the 3, Mr. Pacino. He's come out, so we go to the 4 now, and that is Silent is Gold. Currently sits in the market here at $20, second favourite in the market. Scott, a horse that looked like it was going to be in the mix. And look, it did run an okay race, but got very hot and bothered before the start last time out, and that probably put a bit of a dampener on its performance. Yeah, it can usually cook these horses at their first outing here in Singapore, and he was okay in that run. I thought he hit the line strongly. I like the way he's parading today. I just had a look at him before, and so far he's actually he's ticked my list for one of the better looking ones in this race, in the parade ring terms anyway. He's got 2 handlers, 1 on each side. He looks calm. He's not sweating up. Big show from him if he jumps well. I think they're going to go up there in the first couple. There's a few speedy runners in this race, so he's going to have to do everything right to figure here. So it is Silent is Gold. Here's the 5 in Dixit Dominus, also very much in the market. Winkers go on first time. Shadow Roll comes off. Louis Beaudolon replaces Manuel Nunez here, $25. He's been met with a lot of betting support at a couple of his runs. 2 starts ago, he was backed into $12 favourite. He ran 5th, beaten 5 lengths on that occasion and was stopping quite quickly. And then you go to last start, he was $60 into 45, and he wasn't too bad. He actually jumped and led. He likes to do that in all of his races. Can he do it here today? He can go forward. I don't think he'll be leading, but maybe taking a sit, we might see a better horse on him. So that's Dixit Dominus. He's definitely the one with the most exposed form here in the race, having his 3 starts now. Next one we have a look at is Healthy Baby. As we mentioned before, good to see Hakim Cameroon back riding here at the Turf Club. Scott Bailey, Jason Ong looking for an early double. Yeah, last year's champion jockey and champion apprentice, taking out both titles, and he'll be hungry to get a winner straight back into it. $70.18 the place. I think it's a pretty reasonable price for a horse that we've seen a bit of in the trials. He ran second to Rahu two trials ago, and last start behind his stablemate in Surrey Hills was beaten a decent 10 lengths on that occasion. Just keep an eye on the market. Jason's got 2 very good representatives in this race, and I think the market will decide which one they're going to be more positive on. So that is Healthy Baby. Here is Kinabalu Prince for Benny Woodworth, $83. And we mentioned this horse earlier in the week, Scott. 7 trials in preparation for its debut. He's not shy of a trial, is he? And, you know, he's obviously had a good look. He's a 3-year-old, and I made mention that on Track Talk. It's not like he's been tipped away for, 6 months due to issues or immaturity or whatever. He's just continued to go around. I'd be interested to chat to David Cock, and should this horse win, it'll be great to have a chat to him afterwards and just find out as to why he's had so many trials. But he's been okay, knows. He hasn't been disgraced by any means. If he hasn't been too far away, he's only 4 or 5 lengths away from the winner of the trial, and he looks on his toes. He looks ready to go, and yeah, keen to see what he can do this afternoon. Here's the 8 in outfit. It'll be spotting the club colours. Shafiq Rizwan for Shane Barchiger. Currently $95 for this horse who steps out here on debut.
Yeah, he's by New Zealand sire in Turn Me Loose. You probably know a little bit more about the breeding side of that side of the world, Pat. But 2 trials here in Singapore. Second to Surrey Hills, but Surrey Hills won it by a very, very big margin on that occasion. And he wasn't extended when he ran behind the Star at his previous one. Gets Shafiq Rizwan in the saddle. Drawn a little bit wide, so I'll be curious to see if they just sort of try and slot him in and give him a bit of an education run here today.
It's been a great sire so far, kicking off for his first 2 seasons. His progeny have been already winning some group races over in New Zealand. He was actually formerly owned by George Simon, bred by George Simon, the former Singapore Turf Club race caller. The first caller at the Kranji complex, and yeah, good to see that Turn Me Loose is now doing well as a sire. Great horse, and yeah, great horse for New Zealand as well. Here's Romance Love All, $156, Simon Cock for Richard Lim.
Yeah, he's well on his toes. He's carting his 2 handlers around. I like to see that in these young horses, especially when they're having their first start. You know, they're just ready to race. They're not getting too worked up. He's just having a little bit of a jig jog. And the 2 attendants are keeping him nice and calm. In terms of his breeding, he's by Love Conquers All. He was a $50,000 purchase as a yearling. He's trialled in New Zealand, in Queensland, my mistake, in Deagon and Murwillumbah, and also in Ballina. So he's very well travelled, isn't he? And now he makes his way to Singapore. So let's see what he can do.
Oscar Chavez jumps aboard Surrey Hills for Jason Ong, a horse that, look, out of the 2 that Jason saddles up here today, probably has made more of a forward impression at the trials, stepping out here, but does draw barrier number 10.
Yeah, I think if he drew barrier 2 or 3, he's probably a massive live chance. I still think he is. I don't have him in my numbers, but by saying that, I just think he's going to get caught on a bit of a limb if they go pretty quick and a few of these horses look to show a bit of speed. His trials are good. He looks well on parade. He's 504 kilograms. That's a nice level weight for a horse of his age. I don't know too much about the sire, to be honest, Pat. It's a name we don't see too often up here, and he's just going to have to show very, very quick speed and come across. And if he gets across without much hassle, I think he's the one they might have to catch if he gets luck early.
Yeah, by Swain S. They're definitely about Swain S, the former Godolphin runner. He won about four races in his career. He was a pretty good sire over the journey. Won a couple of Group 2s and Group 3s.
He beat Kermadec and First Seal and horses like that. Yeah, he was a pretty handy galloper.
Here's Watery, the 1, $70. Shafrizal Salih riding very well at the moment. The second of Shane's runners here for race number 2.
Yeah, the stable's got a few first starters, so some new bloodstock coming through. And this guy's, I was watching him before in the parade ring. He's got that wide eye and, you know, that real chestnut look about him. Sometimes they can have a bit of cheek about him. But from what I've seen so far, he looks to be a sort of progressive showcasing, Pat. They usually can take a little bit of time to get going. Just going to get a better guide on him today. I don't have him in my numbers, but I'm going to see possibly he might be looking for 1,200 metres or further.
So that's Watery for the Tornado stable. Final horse we have a look at here is the Star, also in the market here, currently sitting as 3rd favourite at $23. And he steps out for his first run here in Singapore, coming off a trial win back on the 31st of March. But he's a horse that could show a bit of promise.
Oh, very much so. $23, and look, he's going to have that Nunez market support. That's without a doubt. He's by Hallowed Crown, and I mentioned on Track Talk, well, Hallowed Crown's already a proven sire up here. He's sired a Singapore Gold Cup winner in Big Hearted, and he was actually quite a handy 3-year-old in his own right. So, you know, they're going to go at this age. He's got Nunez on. His trials have been good. Buffalo Stable are flying. Tim Fitzsimmons is flying, and the jockeys are on fire. So there's a lot to like about him, and you've got to respect from the leading camp.
Certainly do. And as you can see there, the winkers are on here for his first time out to the races. Interesting race ahead of us here, Scott. Good to see these $75,000 races up for grabs most weeks in these restricted maidens, and what a great incentive it is for those buying bloodstock and bringing it here to Singapore to hopefully get that $50,000 paycheck for first, and knock a bit of the price off that you paid for the horse.
Oh, it's great money, especially, you know, when you spend a little bit of money on a horse and you want it to be an early runner, and if, you know, if you think it's got ability, then absolutely have a dip at these $75,000 maidens. And you know, now we're going to start to expand and get people here at the races, and they're going to be able to enjoy it firsthand.
So runners are beginning to make their way through the race. Here's Watery, the first one coming out for the second. Scott Bailey, we'll get your selections here for race 2.
Thank you, Pat. I'm going the way of number 11, The Star, from the Tim Fitzsimmons stable. I think he represents a little bit of value at $23. I think he'll be positive out in the machines. If not, he won't be just too far off the speed, and he'll have him in a position ready to pounce in that last 200 metres. I'll have him on top. I just like the way I like the way he's trialled. I've got to respect the Nunes factor. I would have liked him to maybe draw maybe 3 or 4, but let's see what the leading jockey can get out of him from the start. Ahead of number 8, Outfit. Now he's 78 and 28. I've just thrown him in for a little bit of value from the Shane Birchiger stable. I think if they go pretty quick at a decent clip, and he might just be running on, he might be one that just sort of adds a little bit of value. He looked well on parade. There he is there, and he's got a little bit of size about him. But he looks ready to run a race. But I'm just simply looking for a little bit of value in this maiden. And number 4, Silent is Gold. He's drawn well. He should get a lovely run. He behaved himself a lot better, actually. If I could have changed my selections, I would have, just because of the way he's behaved as opposed to his previous start. So I think he must be respected, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the market support come for him. And also the Donna Logan stable and Jimmy Wong riding extremely well in the last few months. And in for 4th, I will go to way of number 7, Kinabalu Prince, who we made mention about on multiple times. Paddy's had plenty of trials coming into this, and he just might be one that's rock hard fit and looks ready to go as the jockey got on in the parade ring. I think he could run a very nice race for David Koch, and we're going to get a nice guide on this race after this on where some of these horses could end up in terms of grade-wise and wins-wise here at Kranji. But my numbers for race 2, 11, 8, 4 and 7, Pat. I'm going to take a wander out the front, and I'm going to watch this one from the front of the grandstand.
Enjoy, Scott. I'll be chatting to you after the race. Having a look into the selections here for race number 2. I'm in the corner here of the 4 in Silent is Gold, and I totally agree with you, Scott, in what you were mentioning earlier on about his temperament this afternoon. He is a horse that, and I do think that the conditions are assisting that as well. As we mentioned, the rain hit this morning here in Singapore, and it has just dampened the conditions here a little bit and made it a little bit cooler this afternoon for these runners. And as you can see there on screen, he's going out, and despite being a little bit on his toes, he seems to be not sweating up too much, which is a positive sign here for Silent is Gold. Hopefully that race day experience has done plenty for him. So I've got him on top. I think I'm happy to stick with him once again. I'm really like the way that he's paraded and his behaviour heading out to the track here now. On top from Surrey Hills, who has drawn out wide, but I think there's enough speed here for him to be able to potentially sit off a hot speed and be chiming in here late. It is his debut performance, so the question mark is whether or not $16 is a fair price for this horse that we, yes, have seen win 2 trials, but don't know if we've got a full guide on him yet. We're not going to really see that until we do see him at the races. In for 3rd is The Star, another one very similar to Surrey Hills, has done well at the trials, steps out here today. Manuel Nunes jumps aboard after riding him at the trials. He had probably the choice here between The Star and Dixodominus. He's been riding both of them the last couple of starts, and he has stuck with The Star here for Peter Lee and the Buffalo stable. So we'll see if The Star can make an impression here. I've got him on a top 3 line, and I've thrown him in over Dixodominus, who has got the proven form out here. Drops back to 1,100 metres, which is going to be interesting. But hey, look, he was 1.7 off Istataba last time out. He was very much thereabouts. Loses no favours with Louis Beauzalon jumping into the saddle. And I think that this 3-year-old son of Dissident, with his 3 race starts to date, definitely going out here more prepared than most of these. But it'll all come down to these final couple of minutes when we see these horses get to the gates. Hopefully, all of them A-OK heading into race number 2. My numbers here, 4, 10, 11 and 5. 4, 10, 11 and 5. We'll just take a brief break and we'll get a market update in a very, very short time. Welcome back to race day. We're not too far away from a start, and we are beginning to load up here for race number 2. Scott Bailey, any final comments ahead of the second event?
No, just what I could see as they were walking out, they all look to be behaving themselves in good order. The money's still very solid here with number 10, Surrey Hills. He looks to be pretty well backed at $16. And from what I can see, a bit of money too, Silent is Gold. He was $22 when I left the parade ring, and he's hovering at around $19. But there looks to be a pretty open, restricted maiden here for race number 2. And we've got the starters up, signal Pat, and they're loading away.
Thank you very much, Scott. Only about 3 runners to come up. Here's Watery loading forward. $59 at the moment. First of one of 2 runners here for Shane Barchiger in race 2. Surrey Hills will be the one of the last to load away to his outside gate of 10. Mr. Pacino is scratching here from the field. $16 about Surrey Hills, now 14. Some good support here for Jason Ong to notch up an early double on the program. Silent is Gold holding strong at $19. 27 there about the Star as well, kept very safe. A very interesting restricted maiden for $75,000. This could go a number of ways as Surrey Hills comes forward. Loads away in the Ong Stable Silks. For Oscar Chavez. We're set now. Stand by, away. Oh, Healthy Baby has reared in the gates and thrown the jockey out the back. He is out of contention here, Healthy Baby. Taking over proceedings with Surrey Hills. He burns across with speed to go up and lead from Dixit Dominus in second. Romance Love all pressing forward. They're really clapping the pace on here. That gives the Star a back to follow wide from Outfit and Blue Prince on the inside. Silent Gold. Next in the field, Livestream. Watery second to last, and Healthy Baby, well, it hasn't started. It's thrown the jockey out the back at the beginning. Taking over now is Surrey Hills. Surrey Hills leads half a length now to on the outside the Star. Kinabalu Prince has been creeping up on the inside. Gets a run up the inside for Woodworth. Behind him was Silent is Gold, who gets some room from Dixit Dominus Outfit. Next was Romance Love. Oh, he's going back through the field. Watery and Livestream back with him. Surrey Hills burns away. Surrey Hills past the 200 here. He's done plenty of work to burn across. Surrey Hills from Dixit Dominus and the Star, but Surrey Hills coming down to the line. That is as easy as you like. Ong gets 2, and Chavez on the board this afternoon. 2.5 lengths to the Star. Dixit Dominus. Watery was third. A gap back to Silent is Gold. He never ran on with Livestream. Kinabalu Prince third to last from Outfit, and last of all to Romance Ball, but hold your tickets there with Healthy Baby. He reared up and the jockey was thrown out the back of the stalls. Hopefully A-OK with Hakam Cameroon having his first run and first. Surrey Hills, some good support for him late into $14. And he negated barrier number 10 by just putting about 2 lengths on them in the early stages, and he has burnt clear, gone forward, and he's had some nice sectionals there through the early part of the race too, setting up a good tempo. And didn't he give a kick at the 300? He put 3 lengths on them very, very quickly. Dixit Dominus, another good run from him making chase. The Star showed that he will be winning a race very soon. And a good run by Watery, who runs into 4th. Jason Ong down there to have a chat after the win of Surrey Hills.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Well done, Jason. 2 winners in the first 2 races on the card, and a lot of stables low flying. But obviously a horse that's shown you a lot of promise in the trials. And just tell us a little bit about where you sourced him from.
I bought it over from a trial from a real good friend of mine, Tim Carter, and I like the way he trialed, and you know, I thought, you know, he's going to be quite a straightforward.
Placing continuing across the line first.
Yeah, of course, and obviously with them coming to the races today, that just add a little bit of a special moment for us, that they can come down and, you know, have a look at to take a photo of take a winning photo. So that's all good, and all credits to Singapore Turf Club.
Stable's going well, mate. Hopefully many more winners throughout the day, and I'll let you go and check up on him.
All right.
Chavez when he comes back in.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Yeah, good support there for Surrey Hill. He just gave a really, really good kick. He's got plenty of speed, this horse, and he showed it there. He made a mess of this maiden field, and I'll be interested to see once he heads up into Class 4 whether or not he'll be able to continue on going there. But Oscar Chavez returns to scale here with the winner, Surrey Hills. As we mentioned, a 3-year-old by Swain S out there for our winner. The 5 runs into second, Dixit Dominus at $10, and the 11, the Star, into third at $10. Watery takes fourth, numbers 10, 5, 11 and 1 unofficially, 10, 5, 11 and 1, and the margins 2 3/4 lengths by a nose. Very tight on the line there between Dixit Dominus and the Star, only a nose separating those two. So they run 106.11, so they have gone about 0.9 of a second outside of standard time in race number 2. But Oscar Chavez just weighing in here ahead of the second event. He'll be down to join Scott at Surrey Hills. Well, Scott Bailey, you've got Oscar Chavez here in the getting ready to have a chat with us. Tell us, I'm really looking forward to seeing him. He certainly had plenty of speed, and I'm sure he was a pleasure to ride. Didn't see another horse the entire way.
Yeah, he was very quick out of the machines, Oscar, and he looks to be a horse with a fair bit of upside, and Jason's got a bit of an opinion of him.
Well, you know, we always have high opinion of him, but, you know, he has a little issue still, big green looking here and there. And when the barrier draw come out, barrier 11, it was a bit of a concern. But him being so quick out of the gate, they give us a little bit of relax on him, because when the gate opened, he just pinned the gate. He just went right through where we wanted him to be.
And he had a little bit in hand, hitting the line?
Exactly, but still shying away, looking around, because he's a horse that he likes to follow other horses. But when he finds himself alone in front, he will wander around, and I think he did very well compared to being first out green, and I think he was good enough.
You're having a good season so far, and it's going to continue to be a very fruitful one for you.
Well, thanks anyway. Just carry on doing our best, is it?
The Panamanian Prince gets another winner, Pat, and he's riding up a storm this year.
He's a force to be reckoned with, Scott. 10, 5, 11 and 1 our numbers as we go back and have a look at the replay of race 2 taken out by Surrey Hills. Set now. Stand by, away. Oh, Healthy Baby has reared in the gates and thrown the jockey out the back. He is out of contention. Healthy Baby. Over proceedings with Surrey Hills. He burns across with speed to go up and lead from Dixit Dominus in second. Romance Love all pressing forward. They're really clapping the pace on here. That gives the Star a back to follow wide from Outfit and Kinabalu Prince on the inside. Silent is Gold third to last from next in the field Liebstrom. Watery second to last, and Healthy Baby, well, it hasn't started. It's thrown the jockey out the back at the beginning. Taking over now is Surrey Hills. Surrey Hills leads half a length now to on the outside the Star. Kinabalu Prince has been creeping up on the inside, gets a run up the inside for Woodworth. Behind him was Silent is Gold, who gets some room from Dixit Dominus Outfit. Next there was Romance Love. Oh, he's going back through the field. Watery and Liebstrom back with him. Surrey Hills burns away. Surrey Hills past the 200 here. He's done plenty of work early to burn across. Surrey Hills from Dixit Dominus and the Star, but Surrey Hills coming down to the line. That is as easy as you like. Ong gets 2, and Chavez on the board this afternoon. 2.5 lengths to the Star. Dixit Dominus. Watery was third. A gap back to Silent is Gold. He never ran on with Liebstrom. Kinabalu Prince third to last from Outfit. And last of all to finish was Romance Love All. But hold your tickets there with Healthy Baby. He reared up and the jockey was thrown out the back of the stalls. Hopefully A-OK with Hackham. So that wraps up race number 2. 10, 5, 11 and 1. 10, 5, 11 and 1. $12 and 5.10. The price there for our winner. Stand by for correct weight, race number 2. So we've got all clear at Singapore, race number 2, Surrey Hills. Oscar Chavez, Jason Ong, $12 and 5.10. Beats home Dixit Dominus at $10 the place. The Star for Manuel Nunez at $10 the place. And fourth goes to Watery. Forecast 5 and 10, $19. Place forecast 5 and 10, $9. 10 and 11, $7. 5 and 11, $13. TSA 10, 5 and 11, $86. Trio 5, 10 and 11, $20. Quartet 10, 5, 11, 1, $998. Margins 2 3/4 lengths by a nose by half a length, and the time was 106.11. They have run about 0.9 of a second outside of standard time. Here's your tight result there for second and third. Dixit Dominus just nudges out the Star by a nose for second in race number 2. Going to be heading across now to race number 3, which is for $50,000, class 4 level, poly track over the 1,200 metres. The 1 is limited edition, Oscar Chavez in 8, 2 the August, Mizuki Akmarzani in 4, 3 Water Rocket, Harry Kassam in 9, 4 First Bowl, Danny Beasley in barrier number 5. 5 is Eagle Eye for Hakim Kamarudin in 7. 6, Chivalric Knight, Manuel Nunez in 2. 7 is Heavenly Dancer for Jimmy Wong in 3. And the 8 is Sesson for Simon Koch in barrier number 1. 9 is Nate's Champion for Osman Iskander, barrier number 6. He wraps up the field.
So a bit of a delay with regards to the previous race, but we're on track now to head for the third event, and connections and Trainer's just giving the instructions as the cameraman finds our first runner of mention. And it looks to be horse number 1 at the top of the order. And we're going to take a look at limited edition for Oscar Chavez. Jason Ong looking for an early treble at $90.27.
He's an interesting horse, Scott, because he does head back here to the 1,200 metres, which is obviously going to be a plus. I think the 1,600 was just a bit too far for him last. You look at his runs before that. He was half a length winner over Universal Empire, beating his stablemate. And then he was 4.6 off Crystal Warrior. He was one of the only ones really making any ground whatsoever on Crystal Warrior, who burned away to go on and score there by a decent amount. Oscar Chavez has ridden both Chivalric Knight and Limited Edition. He does stay aboard Limited Edition here. And we'll see if Jason Ong can continue his winning run for this three-time winner here in Singapore.
Stable's absolutely low flying, and usually when that happens, it can continue for the rest of the day. As we go to number 2, the August, Akmazani and Jerome Tan, $26 a win, 7 the place, up 6 kilograms from his last start.
He is. He's been beaten 1.1 lengths there as well by Big Tiger. Does get 54.5, so does get down on a really nice weight once again. Since coming down to Class 4, he's had those 4 runs so far, and he's run in the money on 3 of those occasions. He has been thereabouts. On consistency, you do have to entertain him, and the market is doing that exactly. $26 here for the August.
As we move on to our next runner, and that'll be number 3. And I speak of Water Rocket for Harry Chasm and Ricardo Lagrange. $36 a win, 14 the place. First up from a bleed last prep.
$36 here, and as you mentioned, Scott, bleeders first up. It's a rule that has not only been around for many years, but at the same time, how many bleeders have we seen return first up in the Singapore season so far and get the win? It'd have to be around 2 or 3 so far. So if that trend is to continue, Water Rocket will be your horse, and his trials have suggested that he's going well, and we could expect a forward showing here.
So the bell rings for riders to get up and aboard as we go to number 4, First Bowl. Danny Beasley and Dan Marr, $31 a win, 10 the place. I know you're quite fancied about him.
Yeah, I just think the blinkers going back on is a big plus. We know this horse is a seasoned Class 4 horse. He's had multiple wins at the grade, especially towards the end of last year. And then he did go up to Class 3, and it just was a little bit too much for him. Drops back here into Class 4. He's been down here for the last 3 starts, but this is the first time that they put the blinkers back on. He draws well, and yeah, I just think that we're going to see, hopefully, the first bowl of old here this afternoon, because it's been quite a few starts since we've seen him in the winner's circle.
Moving on to horse number 5, and that is Eagle Eye for Hakim Kamarudian and Donna Logan after a little mishap in the gates at the previous race.
Yeah, he's earned some luck here, that's for sure, in this next race with Eagle Eye. And this is a horse who he had a good association with towards the end of last year. Back-to-back victories on board him. Does go onto the poly track here, which is obviously the slight concern. He has won 3 races on the poly, but those races there, he does get right back in the field and was motoring home late with light weights. So that's over 1,400 metres too. I think he's a horse that you've got to entertain here as a potential threat. The only question mark I had with him, obviously, is that the lack of distance, and probably we won't see the best of him for at least maybe 1 or 2 more runs.
As we go to number 6, Chivalric Knight for Manuel Nunez and Desmond Coe, $18 a win, 7 the place, held safe in betting.
He is. Manuel Nunez on board is a plus. He's had some good form. He's been beaten 1.2 lengths by Alcantur. He obviously was an open maiden winner 3 starts ago, and since then he's had a 3rd placing in a novice, and he's ran 5th behind Harry Dream in a pretty hot race last time out. He gets an opportunity here. The only question mark I had about this $18 shot was the lack of polytrack form with Chivalric Knight here. He's only had the 1 go on this surface, but obviously does a lot of track work on it, so that could not be too much of an issue. But if you had to give the $18 shot a knock, that would probably be it.
Number 7 is Heavenly Dancer. Jimmy Wong and Stephen Gray team up in the Copperbelt Silks. $52 a win, 11 to place from a nice barrier in 3.
So he's won 2 from 13, Heavenly Dancer. Jimmy Wong jumps on, hasn't ridden this horse before. Going back into his form, he's had the couple of starts on the turf. 3.5 lengths off Special Ops. That was a piece of form that I didn't mind the last time that we saw him on an all-weather track over this distance and grade. Happy to entertain as an each-way shot here, but again, this is one of those races that goes quite deep here. It's a very level playing field.
Number 8 is Sesson. Simon Cock for Stephen Burridge. $54 a win, 14 the place. Not without a top 4 show.
Oh, for sure. Looking 52 kilos here with Simon Cock engaged to ride. Draws the ace. Is going to have a good position, get opportunity to get a nice position in running. He's had the 6 goes on the poly. No, my apologies. I'm looking at the wrong horse here. He's had the 11 goes on the poly track. He's had the 2 wins and the 3 minors. Again, he's a horse that's been in good form. He's been thereabouts. Simon Cock obviously jumping on here. Oscar Chavez has ridden this horse his last few starts, but loses no admirers with Simon jumping on. He gets in at a nice lightweight, and he's another one very much like Heavenly Dancer that you could entertain at each way odds.
Here is number 9. And that is Nate's Champion. Rosman Iskander and Tim Fitzsimmons gets in on a lightweight, up 7 kilograms from that last start.
Yeah, 49.5 kilograms here for this runner with Rosman jumping on. Nice lightweight rider, so he will be able to claim his full 2. He does get up into class 4, so as you mentioned, the big weight swing. I'm interested to see how he goes. His last start win was okay. The form wasn't franked with the Wednesday not going too flash its following start when it probably had its race to win. So we'll see if the form stacks up, but he does, as you mentioned, get in on a very lightweight here. Could surprise.
So that is the field heading out for race number 3 as we bring up the claims and overweights for this event. It is a class 4, 1,200 metres. And number 2, the August, Akmazani -4, 5, Eagle Eye, Hakim -1, 8, Sesson, Simon Cock -1, and 9, Nate's Champion, Rosman Iskander -2. So gets around with 49.5 kilograms, Nate's Champion, Cock's plate weights, like carrying very light weights we don't see too often back where we're from, Pat, but very common for up here.
Yes, that's for sure, Scott. Look, I'm very surprised at how this race is going to unfold, because having a look into this race, you could go... How many ways do you think you could probably go looking at this with an honest eye?
Oh, it was very hard to map this race in my mind.
I think I could honestly have 6 of these horses on top.
Yeah, it's a very level class. That's why we said today was a very, very hard program. There's a lot of horses that meet at similar levels, similar weights, and have pretty similar records as well over the courses and distances. So this will be one of the better, I think, entertaining races of the day.
For sure. Looking forward to it. Scott, we'll get your selections here for race number 3. I am very intrigued to see how you played them here.
Yeah, so I've gone the way of Water Rocket first up, simply because I'm a bit of a believer in the bleeders first up, and he looked to trial in very good order when he's made his comeback return. Ricardo Lagrange will have him absolutely cherry ripe first up, and he's got a strong first up record as well. 5 starts for 2 wins and a second. I just think he's going to have to get a bit of luck from a wide draw, but he will be up there pressing up in a forward position, maybe with the likes of Sesson, but he's definitely one of those leading speed runners. So I'll put him on top ahead of number 4, First Bowl, and he gets the blinkers back on for today. Danny Beasley back in the saddle. He'll be up there nice and prominent. It's only a small field of 9, so I can see him sitting maybe midfield thereabouts. But if he gets a nice run in transit, he could just be one that really runs an honest race. He's a 4-time winner in 32 starts, and you've got to give him some sort of respect, and especially from the strong Daniel Maher stable. In for 3rd, I'll go number 2, the August. He gets in on a nice light claim with Akmazani taking 4 kilograms off its back. He's drawn well. He should be there handy, probably in the first 4 or 5 at that forward division of the field. And with the light weight of 54.5, at his best, I think he can be finishing very strongly in this. And for 4th, I'll put number 8, the Sesson. He's pretty well performed this season. He hasn't been too far away from the winners when he hasn't won, and that just holds really good form. He's good on turf and poly track, so that's enough for me to say that you can be confident tipping him in a race like this. My numbers for race 3, Pat, 3, 4, 2 and 8. Very, very tricky race.
Very tricky race, Scott, but yeah, very surprising. I almost surprised myself when I decided to make my top selection here my best bet of the day. I just felt that this could go a number of ways. It just struck me that this horse on screen right here in First Bowl gets the blinkers back on for the first time. It's where we've seen him do his best work in Class 4 is with the shades on. Danny Beasley knows this horse very well. On a side note as well, he was the winner of the first race I ever called here at the Turf Club, so I've got a little bit of a soft spot for him as well. But I think that he really represents some value here in this race at $34. I think that he's a horse that is going to find himself in the map in a really good position from the draw, and I'm happy to I'm happy to put him on the line here and say that he will be potentially in the finish here and could go a very cheeky race. To beat Eagle Eye, I think Hakim Kamarudin back on is a plus. Doesn't have too much form on the poly track, but I think this horse is improving each start to get back to where he once was, so happy to keep him very safe here in this race. Limited edition I put in for third at $73. Getting back to the 1200 is going to be a plus for him, and I've thrown the August in on consistency alone with the 54.5 thanks to Akmarzani to run a potential top 4 placing. 4, 5, 1 and 2 for me here, Scott. 4, 5, 1 and 2, and I'm going with First Bowl as my good thing of the day.
So horses making their way to the start. We're about 1 minute away from starters up orders. The August just getting a nice little trot around behind the gates to keep him on his toes. So too is Nate's Champion. Gets in on a nice lightweight of 49.5 kilos. Favourite is number 6, and that is Chivalric Knight for Manu Nunez and Desmond Coe. Strong partnership in the since Manuel's return. 13 rides for 5 wins and 6 placings. So in the top 3, they're well over 50% strike rate. And you've got to take notice when Desmond Coe pulls out the phone and asks Nunez to jump on one on race day. And there he is, just giving him a little tap to get him on his toes. A lot of these experienced gallopers in this race. And
he's back on Wawasan a little bit later on in the day as well. That could be a sneaky one. He's got Manuel for a couple this afternoon.
Yeah, look, he's a go-to jockey, isn't he? The phone rings hot on a Monday when those fields come out, and I'm sure he's got his rides well booked in weeks in advance.
Interesting race here from a speed perspective, Scott. Did you see anything in particular going forward? Water Rocket, obviously a notorious front runner. Do you see him first up here, just going up and basically being the lamplighter here?
Yep, I think he jumps. He comes across. Harry will be positive in those first few strides. He'll give him a click and a dig out of the gates and just get him out, get him running. Look for Harry to clear and just find that white rail and guide him home.
Oh, saw Surrey Hills do exactly that in the previous race. Seemed to be a winning factor here. Being on speed, momentum, a big thing this afternoon. And that's what we've seen in these first couple of races. Scott, as we get the starters up signal for race 3.
Yeah, not many big moves in the market. Favourites rock solid at $17 in Chivalric Knight. And then a touch of support from a roughie's perspective in number 9, Nate's Champion, but not real much to knock this favourite off at a perch. As they load away for race number 3, a very level contest for Class 4 gallopers. Let's take it to Pat Comerford for the call.
Thank you, Scott. Loading away nice and quickly. Heavenly Dancer comes forward. Water Rocket returning from a bleed. He loads away. Up comes the August. And it'll be First Bowl for Dan Maher and Danny Beasley, who is the last to load away into the middle of the line. Race number 3, Class 4. 1,200 metres away. Now, Chivalric Knight just a little hardy out there, urged along by Nunez to stay intact. Eagle Eye back in that clump with Limited Edition, who's wide on the improve. He's got Nate's Champions back. Taking over the lead was Water Rocket. Water Rocket leads First Bowl, who's clapping on the pressure wide. Next was the August, who settles about 3 lengths off the speed in third. Sesson to its inside, Chivalric Knight. Nate's Champion 4 deep at this point in time, giving Limited Edition some cover, who's second to last. He's joined by... And last of all was Eagle Eye. First Bowl takes over. First Bowl leads them down the side past the 450, up by 2.5 lengths on Water Rocket. Just looking for room now, Harry Chasm. Going to stay to the inside or outside. He's making the choice. Chivalric Knight was next from the August. Sesson was following them from next in the field. Nate's Champion, First Bowl. First Bowl with the shades on today. He's going to try and burn away here, but here's the August late on the scene with the 54.5. The August levels up with First Bowl. The August goes on by, and it's going to be the August down to the line from Eagle Eye, who's flashing at him late. Misses the August by a half. Beats Eagle Eye. Big run from him. Looking forward to seeing him over 1,400. First Bowl third. From next in the field there, Chivalric Knight. A gap back to the Heavenly Dancer. Nate's Champion never ran on with the 49.5. limited edition crossed over at the back with Sesson and Water Rocket. A little bit of a disappointing first up run, but he'll take plenty from that very early into the preparation. Mizuki Akmarzani, win number 2 for the season. 4 kilo claim here. He had consistency on his side. Last 4 runs, 3 runs in the money for the August. And I'll tell you what, came in play there late. First bowl setting up a real nice lead, but it was the August and also Eagle Eye who was last at the 400 coming down the outside for Hakam Kamarudin to make it very interesting, but he's got a big performance in him, I'd say, once we get back to the turf over 1,400 metres, but a good start from him second up. He's definitely taken improvement from that run. So it'll be the August to beat Eagle Eye first bowl, and fourth will go to Chivalric Knight. Numbers across the line there were 2, 5, followed by the 4 and 6 in race number 3. Scott Bailey, the August, Mizuki Akmarzani, a great ride for the apprentice, and those 4 kilo claim, that 4 kilo claim really came into play.
Oh, it's a massive plus, and they don't have it for 2 when they start. It can go very quickly, but the race really changed complexion, didn't it? Look, Harry was positive out on Water Rocket, then Beasley just whipped around and wasn't happy with the tempo. I thought he was just going to skip away first bowl, and it just really set it up for horses to finish off. But the run of the race, no doubt. Look for that horse on the widest part of a track in Eagle Eye. He was absolutely scrubbing him at the 600-700 metre mark to get him into the race. Once he did switch on and got running, he was just absolutely low flying. I can't wait to see the sectional times that he's run.
Yeah, he very closed off very well, and I can't see him up over to 1,400 metres. He'll be a very good thing when he gets up into distance. But Mizuki Akmarzani returns here. He'll be happy as Larry with that. His second win in season 2022, and also his second win here at the Singapore Turf Club. $18 the price for our winner in the August, $18 and $7 the place. Beats home the 5 in Eagle Eye at $14 and the 4 in first bowl at $11. 2, 5, 4 and 6 your numbers as we head back and have a look at the replay of race 3. 100 metres away. Chivalric Knight just a little tardy out there, urged along by Nunez to stay intact. Limited, who's wide on the imp. Water Rocket leads first bowl, who's clapping on the pressure wide. Next was the August, who settles about 3 lengths the third. Inside, Chivalric Knight. Nate's champion 4 deep at this point in time, giving limited edition some cover, who's second to last. He's joined by Heavenly Dancer, and last of all was Eagle Eye. First bowl takes over. First bowl leads them down the side past the 450, out by 2.5 lengths on Water Rocket. Just looking for some room now, Harry Chasm. Going to stay to the inside or outside. He's making the choice. Chivalric Knight was next from the August. Sesson was following them from next in the field. Nate's champion, first bowl. First bowl with the shades on today. He's going to try and burn away here, but here's the August late on the scene with the 54.5. The August levels up with first bowl. The August goes on by, and it's going to be the August down to the line from Eagle Eye, who's flashing at him late, misses the August by a half. Beats Eagle Eye, big run from him. Looking forward to seeing him over 1,400. First bowl third. From next in the field there, Chivalric Knight. A gap back to the Heavenly Dancer. Nate's champion never ran on with the 49.5. Limited edition crossed over at the back with Sesson and Water Rocket. A little bit of a disappointing first up run, but he'll take plenty from that very early into the preparation.
So the 4 kilogram claiming apprentice, Mizuki Akmarzani gets another win on his tally. And the August will return $18 and $7 the place. The Eye Catcher 5, Eagle Eye in second, 14 the place. And 4 was third. And that was first bowl for Danny Beasley and Dan Maher. 2, 5, 4 and 6 are your numbers as we await the all clear for race number 3, where they ran 112.29 with the standard time 111.63. As we await the all clear from officials to pay out. And the all clear is given for 2 the August, $18 a win, 7 the place, 5 Eagle Eye in second, 14 the place, 4 first bowl was third, 11 the place, and 6 Chivalric Knight was fourth. Forecast 2 and 5, $39, place forecast 2 and 5, $13, 2 and 4, $9, 4 and 5, $20. TSA 254, 406. Trio 245 returns 85. And the Quartet 254 and 6, 2,184. Margins half a length by 3/4 in 112.29 for the time. As we look at the run-on, in fifth was Nate's Champions, a Heavenly Dancer, limited edition Sesson, and Water Rocket, after leading the way early, knocked off to run last. That is race number 3 done, and we are race 4 is coming up in 22 minutes' time. It is a maiden over to 1,600 metres with an $11 favourite. We'll see you after this short pause for the parade ring coverage.
Malibu Beach on its outside. Yet to be popped the question by rider Danny Beasley. Ducking up the inside for a run is Glory Shine, who gets plenty of room. Don Della Vega's just got caught flat-footed there for a second. Hasn't responded to the riding of Nunez. On the outside was Bright Future running into it from footsteps on the car. Last of all, King's Speech. Malibu Beach going better than the most. And Malibu Beach draws away the grey. Sun Ace still boxing on with Don Della Vega. Malibu Beach will hold him. Malibu Beach goes on to win a well-deserved victory.
To it. Quasi getting a bit of a shake-up from Nunez. He's peeling out to clear ground now. Black Type and his stablemate out wider, as well as Geelin top form and Kingpin out in the middle of a track. They reach the 250 metre mark. City Hall takes over. Quasi starting to give chase now for Nunez. He's asking an effort. Out wide, Geelin top form and poking through to middle. Black Taipan. Footsteps on the car in the red caps, gaining up ground on the inside fence too. Footsteps on the car, overtakes him and gets the win.
Well, the big race is very shortly upon us. The Group 2 Stewards Cup here this afternoon is the feature race of the programme. It's worth $150,000. Here he is, Scott, just hacking down. Harry Kassam on board him. They're off. Away and racing in the feature here this afternoon. The Stewards Cup and Senior John to bouncing company with Charisma. To go. It is Mr. Malik, the outside of Charisma. Senor John, Big Harding, the Gold Cup winners running on, but it's Mr. Malik Stewards Cup, and Mr. Malik will win it for Steve Burridge and Harry Kassam. Let's have a look at horse number 8 now. Is this the horse that's going to propel himself onto the scene? Hard to think. Mark Lerner and Stephen Gray. The Singapore Derby field are locked and loaded. They're off. Away and racing in the Singapore Derby for 2021 and getting away very quickly. It is Senor John who leads the way for Jimmy Wong. Teller's now being niggled along. It is hard to think who is outstaying the Gold Cup winner. It is hard to think in front from Big Hearted in second. Will win the Derby for Stephen Gray. Hard to think good outstays the Gold Cup winner. outset. They're off. Away and racing in the Raffles Cup, and he got him in a good level dispatch as well. Limbs Lightning pulling clear from top 9 and second. Big Hardy for wins the Raffles Cup. A big win for Dan Marr and Danny Beasley.
Welcome back to race day. Race number 4, a maiden over to 1,600 metres. $20,000 up for grabs to jump at 1:30 p.m. 1 A Sovereign for Manuel Nunez in 9. 2 Limbs Dreamwalker is scratched. 3 Anara for Bozalon in 6. 4 Chipmunks Shafiq Rizwan in barrier number 5. Number 5 Golden Tiger Benny Woodworth in 2. 6 Heng Zing is scratched. 7 Gigi Austin Jake Bayless in 4. 8 Bright Future Jimmy Wong from barrier number 1. 9 is Flaming Kiran in for Chavez in 8. 10 Top Form by Fuden in 10. 11 City Hall Harry Chasm in 3. 12 Winning Power for Apprentice K Faiz in barrier number 7.
Thank you very much, Scott. So riders and trainers and owning connections make their way out to the centre of the mountain yard. First horse we do have a look at here is Ace Sovereign. Manuel Nunez for Tim Fitzsimmons, who does the riding. Manuel doing the riding here aboard this 16-start maidener.
He's a very costly horse if you're a bit of a favourite backers in months gone by. He continues to be met with support, and he's still waiting to crack that maiden tag after 16 wins. I just personally think $11 is too short for him, Pat. He could possibly win, but I've put him on top too many times, and I think he's a definite top 3 player, but in terms of winning wise, he's just very costly.
So that is Ace Sovereign, the 1. Next horse to have a look at here is the 3 in Anara for Louis Bozalon, who steps up to the mile here for the first time. He's at the 4 starts to date for a third, currently $109.
Yeah, look, he's only lightly raced. Obviously, he's looking to get over a little bit more ground, so we're going to get a better guide of him at the 1,600 metres. His starts to date have been only okay. He's not beaten big margins, so you know that he's boxing on at those speedy distances, but stable, I've obviously seen that he's just looking for a little bit further, and I'm going to see if he can just finish off, maybe hit the line. I've got him on a 4th line of selections, but I'll be happy to see him hitting the line and running some sort of times as he does that.
$110 at the moment there for Anara. Here is the 4, and that is Chipmunks for Shafiq Rizwan. Jerome Tan trains, $159.
Yeah, I've actually got him at a bigger price in the notes next to my horses, Pat. He just hasn't done a whole lot at his first few starts. Maybe 1,600 metres is a positive for him, but he's a nice looking horse. He's put together properly, and he's just failing to really catch my eye in his runs. Even though he ran 4 1/4 lengths at his previous start, he just looked to be batting away on the line. There was no sort of oomph in the finish.
Here's the 5 in Golden Tiger for Benny Woodworth, doing the riding here for Desmond Coe. 12 starts to date for a third. He's $91.
Gets a nice draw. He's got speed, so I think you're going to see him at a positive position in the race. Benny will have him out and get him up there free rolling. Can he finish in the top 4? I think he can. I don't have him in my numbers, but judging by what I've seen at at a few of his runs to date, he's probably not out of it. But I just feel he's better performed on the turf, Pat. His polytrack record isn't that flash.
Special bid on for the first time here as well with the 5 in Golden Tiger. Here's the 7 in Chigi Austin. Jake Bayless to do the riding here for Donna Logan. It draws barrier number 4 and is currently $57.
Yeah, I really quite fancy his chances in this. Still a maidener after 13 starts. Draws a nice barrier, so it's going to get a lovely run in transit. Was checked at a pretty sort of pivotal point at the 100-metre mark at his last start. Didn't really hinder him from running into a place in it all, but I just feel with a nice run in transit at a good, decent clip, we might just see something out of his galloper here today. So keep an eye on the market. 57 and 12, I think, represents very good each-way value if you're one of those sort of punters.
3 minor placings from its 13 starts to date. As you mentioned, that inside gate looks a plus. Next horse we have a look at is the 8 in Bright Future. Jimmy Wong does the riding for Hideyuki Takaoka. $36 at the moment. A horse coming out of a pretty strong race. It's had a couple of horses in front of him on that turf race come to victory in recent weeks.
I tell you, he looks $1 million on parade, Pat. He's turned out in great order, the son of Ocean Park. He's 55 days between runs, and he's actually up 1 kilogram from that, so I think he's trained on really well. He's parading nicely. He gets the services of Jimmy Wong, an inside barrier, but he does get back. That's my only query. If he was a horse that can sort of sit third or fourth, he'd probably make use of that inside gate, but he just drifts a bit far back. He's going to need a hot tempo on early to come over the top of him. But he did run the quickest sectional time last start, so
he did,
if there is good speed on, you'll be seeing the Big Valley stable colours flying.
He's got that inside gate. We'll just probably see him fall out of that and head straight to the back of the field. Here's the 9 in Flaming Kirin. Oscar Chavez rides for Shane Barchiger, and this horse has probably had more placings than most. It has had 28 starts, but it's got those 6 seconds and 2/3 to date. He's $47.
Yeah, how many times have we seen him just really flash home and look the winner at some point, but just to get nabbed on the line? They've taken the blinkers off for today, obviously because as he gets up over a trip, Pat, he's a horse that can pull quite a bit in his races. You can see there he's sporting the Norton bit on. He gets Oscar Chavez on, some of the best hands in the business, and he's ridden this horse before. He's placed on him on all 2 occasions he's ridden him. So definitely one you have to respect, but has been costly.
Blinkers go off here for this weekend. A couple more to have a look through, 3 to be exact. And one of those horses to be ridden here by Saifuddin is Chilin Top Form, who flashed home to run second in behind Footsteps on the Car in a maiden last time out. He's $41.
Yeah, it was a nice run on that occasion. I'm not too sure if that form's going to hold up in regards to Footsteps on the Car, because when she won, it was a big career without chalking up that win. So if Barrier 11 is going to make it a little bit tricky, but if Connections are confident, then I think we might see a little bit of a market move in regards to him.
$41, kept safe after that minor placing last time out, but does mix his form. Here's the 11 in City Hall. Harry Chasm jumps aboard once again. He's a horse that's had a bit of money for him in previous starts in maiden company, but hasn't been able to break through yet. 22 starts. He's got a second and 2/3 placings. He's $27. He's in the mix.
Oh, he is, and you've got to put him in this sort of category. This isn't an overly strong maiden, Pat. He's got 22 starts to his name. He's placed on 3 occasions, and he is placed over this distance. So he's drawn well. He'll be up there in the fine position, and if Harry just keeps him out of trouble, he could definitely be there in the top 4.
Right in the mix is City Hall, according to the market. We do have one more to have a look at, and that is Winning Power for K-Fay. He's still looking to open the account for season 2022. He rides this one for CT Qua. It's our outsider at $302.
Oh, yeah, he's still waiting to crack that maiden win, isn't he? $302. This is going to be pretty hard for him to do it on this galloper. I tell you, he'll be nice and a happy boy when he does get it. He's had a few rides now, and hopefully it comes around soon. But I can't have him today on this galloper. His form's just not there, but he looks nice and relaxed. He's getting around like a 12-year-old gentleman.
So there we go, Winning Power. That wraps up our field here for this event. The runners are doing one more little half lap before they will make their way through the tunnel. Here's your claims. 9 Flaming Kirin, Oscar Chavez. He's going to ride this 1.5 over the 28 start maiden. 10 Chilin Top Form for Saifuddin is upper half. And the 12 Winning Power for K-Fay. He's only using a 0.5 kilogram of his allocated 4. That's our claims and overweights for race 4. Scott Bailey, as they come through the tunnel, we'll get your selections here for the 4th.
Thank you, Pat. Just looking for a little bit of value in this race, and I've happened to side with the way of number 7 in Gigi Austin from the Donna Logan stable. I think from the draw, there's going to be a little bit of speed inside and out of him, so he should be able to just fall out and get a nice position coming towards that first turn. Is placed over to 1,600 metres before, when third to Hossaliao. Now, Hossaliao goes around later on in the day, and I'm actually a little bit bullish about his chances. So I think if he can run up to par on that sort of run in Class 5 grade, he can step up here in maiden level against what I think is a very, very level field. We've only got a $10 favourite who I don't believe should be actually around $10. I think you're getting massive unders in regards to him, but I'm going to look for value here, so I'm sticking the way of Gigi Austin. To win over, I'll put the favourite in for second. He can run a lot of places, six placings from 16 starts, and he's just drawn a little bit awkward. He's going to need all the luck in the world, but he does have the champion jockey in his saddle. And I just think he's going to need a lot of luck to figure here, but definitely have to respect him for second. And I'll go number 8, Bright Future, from the Takaoka stable for third, the son of Ocean Park, who ran the quickest sectional time behind Malibu Beach when he was drifted out to a massive price at $226. That was on the turf. He comes here on the poly track, but in 11 starts, he's yet to finish in the top 3 on all of those. So he needs to get a wiggle on to try and earn a bit of prize money and cover that $110,000 yearling price tag that he had here in the race book. But if off that last run, if he can run home strongly, I think he'll be finishing into the multiples. And I'll put number 3, Anara, in for fourth for Louis Beauzalon and Michael Clements, a 3-year-old Argentinian-bred gelding who's just probably looking for a little bit further, and he hasn't been too far away from runners at previous races. My numbers for race 4, 7, 1, 8 and 3, and I've got my value bet of the day in Gigi Austin.
Yeah, good luck with him there, Scott. Looking forward to seeing him step out here. I've gone with Anara here, who's actually a little bit of value. Currently sitting at $102, and look, he's around that price. I can understand why he's around that price. I just feel that, as you mentioned, he's looking for more ground. He gets 1,600 here today, so hopefully we can see an improved performance from him. Louis Beauzalon jumps on once again. He's just running around in those 1,000-metre, 1,200-metre races. He did well. Remember, he ran over in that open maiden. He was beaten 2.3 lengths there by Dancing Tycoon, so that form's been franked. I think stepping out to 1,600 is going to be a big plus for him. So looking forward to seeing Anara here. I think he's an each-way go there at the $101 quote. To beat Ace Sovereign, who's been around about the mark in Class 5. He's had his opportunities, though, so that's a slight concern. Hopefully he can put it all together sooner rather than later, because he's been a pretty expensive horse for those who have followed him over the journey. Going in for third, I've gone with Bright Future. I think he gets back onto the all-weather here. He's had a couple of really nice starts, including that last start performance in behind Malibu Beach. Don De La Vega was in that race, just beating him home, and he has come out and since won as well. So looking forward to seeing him come out here. I think he can put in a nice run. Obviously his performance is going to be tempo-related. He'll need a bit of early speed there, but the way they've been riding the races today, he should get it. They seem to have been rolling along this afternoon. And in for fourth, I'm throwing into the mix here Gigi Austin, your value play of the day, Scott. Throwing it in here for fourth. I think, again, as you mentioned, has been mixing it in Class 5 with some okay company. Gets back here to non-winners for the first time since October last year. So keep him very safe here for Donna Logan and Jake Bayliss. Numbers here for race number 4. I'm going 3, 1, 8 and 7, Scott, in the maiden over the mile.
All right, been a pretty mixed bag of winners in the first few races. Jason Ong's dominated with a double early on in the card, and then we saw the August take out race number 3. There is Gigi Austin having a nice little warm-up, as to is City Hall for Harry Chasm. They're all going to be vying for a position coming to this first turn, Pat. You would think a horse like Golden Tiger and maybe that horse there that we just saw in City Hall will be making use of those good barriers.
Yeah, look, City Hall's obviously been a horse that has gone up and been up in the mix in its previous starts to date. I'm very amazed. I knew that it would probably be respected in the market. I thought maybe $40 or $50. I can't believe, to be honest, that it's currently sitting around $29. So there's been some good support here for City Hall, and look, he's been a horse that's promised to win, I'd say, for the last sort of 3 to 4 months. Just hasn't been able to get the job done. So there are a few, though, in these types of races, though, that have had plenty of opportunities. But it's a horse race, Scott, and one of them does have to win. So we'll see if the right horse, or one that has been a bit overdue for a win, can break maiden status today.
Do you see Ace Sovereign pushing up from a wide draw? Nunez will sort of be positive out coming towards that first corner?
Look, I think the way that the racing has gone here in the last few weeks, we've found, and I think it's obviously always been the case here, Scott, you've been here a lot longer than I have. Well, it doesn't really matter where you're racing in the world, three wide with no cover, or 3 wide with a back to follow, especially in these tight turning polytrack races. It can be an absolute nightmare of a position to be in. So I think Manuel will be making the decision on whether or not to press to the lead, or maybe just sitting off the speed. But I think the aim and first thing will be when they work off the front there to try and not be 3 wide punching the breeze.
So just doing a little bit of gear change here on Jilin Top Form. The saddle obviously just rolling around a little bit in the warm-up on the way to the start. Favourite still Ace Sovereign here, horse number 1 at $10. He's held that quote very solidly. Support for number 7 in Gigi Austin, 55 into 41. And also number 3 in Anara from the Michael Clemens stable, 109 into 84. On the drift is number 4, Chipmunks. No support there. He's out to 167, as to with number 12 in Winning Power from the CT Choir stable, 308 out to 332. So a $10 favourite here, and Manu Nunez looking to get his first winner of the day as he sits aboard the top of the premiership in the jockeys table, and he's on 32 wins ahead of Danny Beasley on 18. So we should have the starters up order very shortly. John Pepe's done his gear change, and he's just doing his head count now. And we should get the flashing lights to load this field up here over to 1,600 metres on the poly track. So Bright Future at horse number 8 at $43. There he is on screen. He's drawn comfortably in 1. And Louis Beauzelon's going to bring free. The money continuing to come for Anara. Halving his quote, 109 into 58. He's going to be your best backed runner for this race. And he's one of the first ones loaded away. Louis Beauzelon just sitting on the petition in the barriers, keeping the weight off his back and keeping that gelding nice and calm. As we take you to Pat Comerford for the call of this maiden over to 1,600 metres.
Thank you very much, Scott. Chipmunks and Chilin Austin about to come up. Gigi Austin loads up, and here is Chipmunks. As you mentioned, good support here for Anara. He's off the map here at $56. It was around $105, $110. So he's halved in quote, but our favourite will be Ace Sovereign for Nunez and Fitzsimmons at $10. Field faces started John Pepe for the 4th. Cleared from the back, and we're off. Ace Sovereign ridden with vigour by Nunez to go forward with Anara. They're on the press wide. City Hall's going forward. He's going to try and hold that inside position, Harry Chasm. As they work off the front, Chipmunks is into 4th, followed by Gigi Austin. Golden Tiger was 6th back up on the fence from Flaming Kirin, who's 3 wide on the move. Winning Pounds from Bright Future. And Chilin Top Form, he's about 8 to 10 lengths off the leader and currently and racing in isolation at the end. Taking is Anara and Ace Sovereign. These two go along the back. It's Ace Sovereign from Anara, Flaming Kirin 3rd from Chipmunks and City Hall. Now, Winning Powers going forward for phase with the lightweight. He's about 6th and now about 4 lengths off the leader from Gigi Austin, Golden Tiger, Bright Future, and Chilin Top Form seen them the entire way. First 400, 26.24. And as you can see here, Manuel Nunez tries to slacken the field, and the rest of them follow suit here. Oscar Chavez has just parked up, and he's slackened as well wide of Flaming Kirin. Chipmunks is the meat sandwich there from Anara, who probably hasn't enjoyed the slow up as much as possible here. He's now off the bit, and Louis Beauzelon really getting into the pick again. Chi Austin follows from Winning Power. City Hall back up on the inside from Golden Tiger. And back at the end was Chilin Top Form. He's out of the race. Ace Sovereign kicks into the straight and he comes past the 250 out clear by 3 lengths. Making chase was Bright Future. On its inside there was Flaming Kirin and also Chipmunks. It's Ace Sovereign. Could today be the day? Ace Sovereign, $10 favourite. Bright Future coming at it late, but today's the day. Start 17. Ace Sovereign gets home. Nunez gets his first for the day. Wins by a length and a half to Bright Future and Chi Austin. He flew home late into third. They were followed there by Golden Tiger and Chipmunks. City Hall was next from Winning Power. And Nara really didn't like that mid-race tempo drop and unfortunately couldn't pick the bit up once again for Bozalon, and it finishes at the end with Chilin Form. Ace Sovereign. He's been promising to win and he finally gets the job done today. The 4-year-old by Darcy Brahma, Kiwi bred out of Miss Seneca Rock, a USA mare, and the Sovereign stable breakthrough today with a victory. 59 kilos he had to carry, but it was a tactical ride from Nunez from barrier number 10 to really press the button early and find a position up in front. And the rest of the riders just followed suit there when he got to the 1,000-metre mark and he pulled the handbrake. Not only him, but Oscar Chavez didn't want to lead on Flaming Kirin. He slackened too, and the rest of them followed suit. And well, when they picked up again, you wanted to be up in the front of the pack, and that's exactly where he was. Scott Bailey, a very tactical ride by our Premiership and leading rider in the Premiership, and he's run rings around them there, and a good ride by him. He's absolutely, he's absolutely flown here on Ace Sovereign, and the ride has won the race.
Oh, definitely. Once he got to the front, he just dropped his hands and got him to settle. There might have been a few more moves in the race. No one wanted to take the race and put pressure on the leader, and you know, there's how many horses were in the field here? Quite a few jockeys that just sat back and were happy to let their horses fight and pull the whole way, and just made it so much easier for the winner to skip away on the corner. So, I thought the good ride was Bright Future. He actually got out and got going at the right time, and he's run a much improved race. And Gigi Austin was definitely a big eye catcher. He was hitting the line and was just hemmed up in behind horses. But full credit to Tim Fitzsimmons and the stable. They've been patient with him. They've got that first win out the way, and may he go on and continue doing it again in the future.
Numbers are 1, 8, 7 and 9. 1, 8, 7 and 9. They've run 141.97. As we go back and have a look at the Mile Maiden here from the Singapore Turf Club, race number 4. And we're off. Ace Sovereign ridden with vigour by Nunez to go forward with a Nara. They're on the press. City Hall's going forward. He's going to try and hold that inside position, Harry Chasm. As they work off the front, Chipmunks is into 4th, followed by Chi Austin. Golden Tiger was 6th back up on the fence from Flaming Kirin, who's 3 wide on the move. Winning Power next from Bright Future. And Chilin Top Form, he's about 8 to 10 lengths off the leader and currently sitting and racing in isolation at the end. Taking over is Anara and Ace Sovereign. These two go along the back. It's Ace Sovereign from Anara, Flaming Kirin 3rd from Chipmunks and City Hall. Now, Winning Power's going forward for phase with the lightweight. He's about 6th and now about 4 lengths off the leader from Chi Austin, Golden Tiger, Bright Future, and Chilin Top Form seen them the entire way. First 400, 26.24. And as you can see here, Manuel Nunez tries to slacken the field, and the rest of them follow suit here. Oscar Chavez has just parked up, and he's slackened as well wide aboard Flaming Kirin. Chipmunks is the meat in the sandwich there from Anara, who probably hasn't enjoyed the slow up as much as possible here. He's now off the bit, and Louis Bozalon really getting into him to pick it up once again. Chi Austin from Winning Power. City Hall back up on the inside from Golden Tiger, and back at the end was Chilin Top Form. He's out of the race. Ace Sovereign kicks into the straight, and he comes past the 250 out clear by 3 lengths. Making chase was Bright Future. On its inside there was Flaming Kirin and also Chipmunks. It's Ace Sovereign. Could today be the day? Ace Sovereign, $10 favourite. Bright Future coming at it late, but today's the day. Start 17. Ace Sovereign gets home. Nunez gets his first for the day. Wins by a length and a half to Bright Future and Chi Austin. He flew home late into 3rd. They were followed there by Golden Tiger and Chipmunks. City Hall was next from Winning Power. And Nara really didn't like that mid-race tempo drop, and unfortunately couldn't pick the bit up once again for Bozalon, and it finishes at the end with Chilin Top Form. So a good tactical ride there by Manuel Nunes to notch up his first win of the day aboard Ace Sovereign. The son of Darcy Brahma breaking through at start number 17, $11 and $7. Beating home the 8 Bright Future at $8 and the 7 Chiji Austin at $11 the place. 1879, 1879 as we await correct weight from our stewards. Stand by. Correct weight race number 4, paying on numbers 1, 8, 7 and 9. Correct weight 1879. Ace Sovereign, your winner, 11 and 7, beats Bright Future at $8. Chiji Austin at 11. Fourth goes to Flaming Kirin. Forecast 1 and 8, $27. Place forecast 1 and 8, $11. 1 and 7, $6. 7 and 8, $15. TSA 187, $146. Trio 178, $43. Quartet 1879, $565. Margins 1 1/4 lengths by a length by 3/4 of a length, and the time was 1:41.97. Looking at your run-ons here, 5th went to City Hall from Chipmunks, Golden Tiger. Winning power was 8th from Chilin Top Form, and after getting hemmed up on the fence, Anara couldn't find there once they quickened the tempo again. He's finished last. Here's your run-in for 4th as well. You can see Flaming Kirin just edging out City Hall for 4th in race number 4. Let's head to a quick break. On the other side, we head back to the mounting yard ahead of race number 5, a Class 5 over the 1200 metres on the polytrack surface.
And the rest are going to have a bit of ground to just on the inside fence. Retallica under hard riding, giving chase now is Star Empire. He's overtaken, good catch. He's not really making up anything. Huntsman under riding out in the middle of a track for Lerner, looking to get a turnaround result on the previous race. Star Empire drawing away. Huntsman under hard riding, moving into 3rd there is Big Mary, but as they come to the line, it's all Star Empire. And he was good and he got the... Getting a bit of a niggle on from Zaki, and High Voltage is looking to take shortcuts in the orange cap and starting to join on to these couple in front. He just holds a margin lead here is Griffin on the inside fence over Kinabalu Star, just drawing away a little bit now. High Voltage travelling well on the bridle, moving into 3rd. And then we have Idlewild and Super Extreme coming on to the outside. As they come into the last 100 metres, Griffin's going to hang on the inside and draw away to win by about a length over... Some of them, including Ming's Man, Smoke and Mirrors peeling out to the middle of a track, and God's Gift back on the inside rail in the white cap. They swing for home and they've got 300 metres left to go. It's Gigi Austin, but now being tackled here by Awesome Conqueror, who's overtaken him. Out wide, Smoke and Mirrors coming into it. Chavez looking for 3. On the inside, Atlantean plotting on the 1 spot, but Smoke and Mirrors first up gets a little bit of a buffer on him, and he's going to draw away and give Chavez a treble. That's a big win. Beats...
See how quick they fly. And we're off
in the Group 3 Merlion Trophy. A great line, best of the day from Damien Kinnamon. Fame Star to the middle of the lane, pressing on with Webster in the early part. Grand Kunta, Sailor V. This is done, Norman Dunwich. Sailor V, the girl of the field. The mare, she's trying to give him the slip here. Starlight's coming into second from Fame Star. Down the outside, Gold Star, but Sailor V's run away with it. The mare gets it. Louis Beauzelon and Michael Clemens.
现已在星河遥控器上按 Audio 键切换英或华语，按你喜欢的语言追看最新的晨操情报，只在赛马频道。
Racing in the feature and a good level line out as well. It is Hartman who struck the front from Katak in second. So High Class back towards the inside, but it's fourth for Lerner and a QE2 Cup as well. Hard to Think wins it.
Welcome back to Race Day. Race 5 is a 1200 metre Class 5 Division 2 racing for $30,000. Here's your field. The 1 Galaxy Star from 4 for Cality. 2 Huntsman, Mark Lerner in 7. 3 is Gamely, Jake Bayliss in 5. 4 Cena, Chavez in barrier number 6. 5 is High Voltage for TH Co in 9. 6 One World, Mark Yu in 8. 7 Paperback Trooper, Shafrizal Salih from 1. And the 8 is Big Day for Osman Iskander. He draws barrier number 2. Over the page, the 9 is Sportscaster for Amaral. Currently sitting at 542 kilos. He's in barrier number 3.
So a small field of 9 to contest this Class 5 event. We've got majority of the field out and about having a pre-race warm-up. As we look at the claims and overweights, 5 High Voltage, TH Co a -1, 7 Paperback Trooper, Shafrizal -1, and 8 Big Day, Rosman Iskander -2 kilograms. As the jockeys make their way down the walkway, first runner we're going to take a look at is number 1 in Galaxy Star. Matthew Kelledy and Shane Birchiger team up, $25 a win and 9 the place.
Yeah, an interesting horse here, Scott, because of the fact that there's some good form around him. I find him as a horse here that probably looks to be a horse that's going to take much improvement from his previous runs. As you can see, he was 0.8 of a length off Zygarde. That was on the turf. He then stepped over and last start was beaten 4.3 lengths there by Nate's Champion. Now, that form hasn't been franked from Nate's Champion in the previous start, but I do think this horse has got some upside, and I know he's got to lug the 59 here, but gets into a Division 2 company race. That could be enough for him.
Never won on the poly track, a concern for you?
I wouldn't say so, considering the fact that from where this horse positions itself usually in the run, I don't think that the poly track will be too much of a concern. I know he's got the 8 starts to date and he hasn't been able to sort of break through, but he's been racing in stronger races than this. So I'm willing to look at the fact that we've got an honest track today, that he'd be able to potentially have a bit of a forward showing here.
Here is number 3 in Gamely. Jake Bayliss rides for Donna Logan. $27 a win, 10 the place. Back to the poly track, his suited surface.
He's back to the poly track. I didn't see $27 as he's priced, though, Scott. You can probably agree with me here in the fact that he's had the 2 wins, but he's also got 21 minor placings. And the reason that's the case is because he does run a good race all the time, but he needs a lot of things to go right for him to be able to win. He's a very fickle horse, and he's always storming late, but just never gets there. So he's a prolific place getter. I'd be talking people into potentially backing him in the place more so than the win.
He's an older, cool, calm, relaxed customer, is Gamely. Jake Bayliss back in the saddle after placing on him 2 starts ago. Here is number 5, and that is High Voltage. TH Co looking for another winner, and Jason Ong now trains this galloper at $65.20 to place.
Crossover noseband comes off here for High Voltage. Looking into his trials, though, he's been going well at the trials. That's a positive sign. Obviously, a new trainer now, now in the care of Jason Ong. This is a 6-year-old by High Chaparral, but TH Co retains his association with this horse. He's had quite a few runs aboard him. He's had 17 starts on this horse, but at the same time, the trials have been really good. That's a promising sign for those wanting to get involved here. New yard, maybe they can find a few. Maybe these horses can find a few lengths.
As we move on to our next runner, he's found number 4 in Sia for Jason Ong and Oscar Chavez, who had a winner earlier on with Surrey Hill. $47 a win, 15 the place.
I like him here today. He's a horse that has been going very well in his recent starts, and he always seems to attract one of the higher end top end riders here. He's had Danny Beasley, Oscar Chavez, and Manuel Nunez on board his last 5 or 6 runs. I think that he draws well to be able to find a nice position in running. I think he can make an impression here and hopefully continue on Jason Ong's day of success.
So $43 a win for Sia. He was a winner 3 starts ago. Moving down to number 6 in One World. David Koch owns and trains this galloper. Mark Yu takes a ride at $55 a win, and the blinkers on for today as the bell rings for jockeys to head to their rides.
Scotty's a hard one because he's had more runs on the poly track than he has on the turf, but he's got a racing style that very much suits, you'd say, turf racing a little bit more in the fact that he does get right off them. However, there was horses like Eagle Eye that have got back off the speed, off a hot tempo, and been able to run on today. So that gives me a promise that One World might be able to make an impression. I couldn't find him in the numbers because, again, I just think that he's very hard to take in the fact that he does get quite a ways off them and he's always flashing late. So not today for me, but at the same time, he's always a horse that can be flying down the outside late, especially if they go hard enough. So it'll be very tempo-related, his performance today.
Number 7, Paperback Trooper for Shafrizal Salih and Dan Maher at $142 a win, 37 the place, 40 old boy.
He's a 5-time winner here on the poly track, and he ran the 2nd fastest sectional time coming home last time out. So he's obviously been putting in some okay runs of late. He was down the track, beaten 7.3 lengths, but he did close off very well in what was quite a blanket finish. He gets a lightweight once again, 53.5 here with Shafrizal's Claim. Draws much more suitably today as well. So look, he's out in the market because he has been a bit out of form of late, but he's one of those horses that could definitely pop up at a bit of odds, much like his other older companions in Snip and Limbs Knight. They're always thereabouts.
So Shafrizal just gets a leg up aboard that ride. The next runner to have a look at, we're going to go back to the top of the order, and that is number 2 in Huntsman for Mark Lerner and Carsoon. And he's drawn in 7. He's well supported at $17, and rightly so.
Yeah, for sure. He's a horse that has got a good association with his rider in Mark Lerner. They've had 4 runs together, and they've never missed the top 3, a win, 2 seconds, and a 3rd placing. So good to see him on board here for Tan Carsoon. He had a good 2nd placing last time out in behind Star Empire. Star Empire, unfortunately, couldn't go on with it the following start. But you can understand why he's very much in the mix here, because he does put in good runs quite often. And that last start, if that's anything to go off, it shows not only that he's in a good patch of form, but also the fact that he can carry weight as well, because he had 59 last start.
Mark Lerner with a nice record aboard him. Never finished outside of the top 3 in 4 rides. As we move on to number 8, our next runner, and that is Big Day. Jerome Tan already with a winner on the card. Rosman Iskander takes a ride, 2 kilograms off, and he will jump from barrier 2.
$24 for Big Day. As you mentioned, Rosman Iskander jumps on board, and as a result will carry a very light weight of 50 kilos. That run behind Smoke and Mirrors was not too bad. He does drop in distance and gets back onto the polytrack surface. He's won on the polytrack before, but I think he's one that I'm going to be waiting to see if there's a bit more market support. He is short in the market, and rightly so. That run behind Smoke and Mirrors was good. And he hasn't been too far away his last few, but I'll be keeping a close eye on the market here for Big Day.
So he gets a tongue tie on for the first time, well supported at $24. Moving down to number 9, Sportscaster, the 8-year-old son of Fastnet Rock, now races in the Cash Cove colours for Avantan. Amaral takes a ride at $104.
Oh, I don't know what to make of him, Scott. You've known this horse a lot longer than I have. He's been around Singapore for a long time, now in the care of Alwyn Tan, but he has been very much down the track his last few. He's on the minimum mark now of 22. He drops back from 1,700 metres. I can't have him here today, but he's been plodding around the last few weeks in quite a few races.
So he was last victorious just under a year ago to the day where he was a last time winner. Horses heading out the tunnel here for race number 5, and we'll get into some selections as they head out onto the track. And I'll start it off here, Pat, with number 2 Huntsman on top for me for Mark Lerner, who's got a very good record aboard this 6-year-old son of Love Conquers All. He's already a one-time winner at the track and distance where his lone career victory came. And I think he could just get a little bit out of him in that last bit and put his nose down. I don't think it'll be a big margin if he does win. It is a very level Class 5 Division 2 race. In for second, I will go to way of 3 Gamely. Jake Bayless back in the saddle after serving a suspension. He got the best out of him 2 runs ago when beaten half a length to Sun Rectitude. And it was the most improved run we'd seen from him for some time. And you've got to put him into the mix. He should get a nice run from the draw. In for third, I will go number 5, High Voltage. Now in the care of Jason Ong. I reckon just a change of environment. First up for 196 days. And he might just come out here on fresh legs and run a pretty nice race at a price. Currently $20 for the place dividend. And I will put in number 4, Sia, his other stablemate for Oscar Chavez, in for 4th. He was a winner 3 runs ago over the distance, just on turf. He has to improve a little bit on the poly track to get in finish. Numbers 2, 3, 5. Numbers 2, 3, 5. 2, 3, 5. $58 kilos. Numbers 2, 3, 5. 58 kilos. Numbers 2, 3, 5. 58 kilos. Mark I had with Huntsman just was that form behind Star Empire. Star Empire wasn't able to go on and do that, so the form wasn't really franked.
but nevertheless, it was a good performance from him. And as we've seen, Mark Lerner's got a good association with this horse. In for third, I'm going with Big Day. I'm happy to throw him in. That run behind Smoke and Mirrors was good. He gets in very well at the weights here with the 50 kilos, thanks to the claim of Rosman Iskander. And in for fourth, I am throwing in the other Jason Ong runner in High Voltage. There's a couple of question marks around him, but I do agree with you, Scott. I think the change of environment could be a big plus for him. The trials have been solid, and TH Co's been riding very well.
So horses arriving at the start for race number 5. And we have a favourite here in number 2 in Huntsman coming into the last minute or so of betting. And the next best in the order is number 8 in Big Day at $25, joint second favourite with horse number 1 in Galaxy Star. Little bit of support for a runner in number 5, High Voltage, having his first up run for 196 days. And he's a one-time winner over this over the Poly track in his previous career with his last stable. Pat, a pretty level race here to take out the 5th event.
Oh, for sure. Look, it's you could go a number of ways here and make a case for a number of horses. Just one of those Division 2 races where I think there's a few here that have been racing in the same class but up against Division company. Come here and carry some weight, but do get a good opportunity to break through. I'm talking about Sia. I'm talking about Huntsman. Very due for wins. We'll see you won 3 starts ago, but due for another win as well. I think it's a really interesting race. It's going to be a very tactical race as well, Scott. We've got the starters up signal here for the 5th.
Yeah, loading away in pretty good order. A bit of support also coming in for number 4, Sia. The 2 Jason Ong runners been well backed out as the favourite drifts in the last minute of betting. Let's take you back to Pat Comerford for the call of race number 5.
Thank you, Scott Bailey. Here's Galaxy Star coming up in the Barchiga Silks, the Cerise and Red. High Voltage loads away for the Hercules stable. New stable for him. And Gamely loads away to the middle of the line for Jake Bayliss. Class 5, Division 2. Lined and ready. Emma off. Galaxy Star broke well to the middle of the line, going forward with Gamely. Now Huntsman is being sync up intact here. He's settled down midfield, about a furlong in. Big Day up in that clump, and pushing forward is High Voltage as well. So they're chopping and changing here. Gamely takes over for Jake Bayliss to lead from Voltage, who's clapping on the pressure. In between them was Huntsman, who's now found himself into 3rd. 2 lengths back into 4th there was Galaxy Star from One World. He's 3 wide for Mark Yu. Back up on the running was Paperback Trooper, and the outsider Sportscasters relegated to the end. Down the side they travel, 500 left, and out in front now is High Voltage. High Voltage leads Gamely. Quiet here on Gamely, still hasn't asked him for an effort yet and does so now. Huntsman now pulls out but is being vigorously ridden. Galaxy Star is now coming past runners. A Big Day was next from One World. It's High Voltage who takes over. There was some late market support for him, and High Voltage goes past the 150, the leader. He clears out here from Galaxy Star. Look at High Voltage. Draws away. This is an arrogant win. Good late support for him. And TH Co and Jason Ong notched themselves up a double as a team. Beats home into second. Huntsman from Big Day. Following it was next in the field Galaxy Star. A gap back to Gamely. He didn't find anything there in the final furlong and a half. A gap there back to Sia. He was fourth to last from One World. Paperback Trooper second to last. He crossed over with Sportscaster. Good win by High Voltage. Didn't really have too much form heading into this, but he's headed over to a new stable here at Jason Ong. And for TH Co and the Hercules stable, they notch up a really nice win aboard him. Didn't just win as well. Clicked him up at the 200 and he found even more. He's gone on to win by a very comfortable margin. Huntsman's going to take second. And then a very tight for third. It'll probably be about a nose in it between Big Day and Galaxy Star. There wasn't much at all there, as you can see on the screen. Maybe Big Day. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll confirm that one with the judge. Numbers potentially 5, 2, 8 and 1 here in race number 5. Good win by High Voltage there, Scott Bailey. Quite an arrogant performance. New surroundings. He has really taken a liking there, and off those nice trials, he's done very well to score.
Yeah, it was a real turnaround in speed as well. He usually sits back in his races, but from the wide draw, he began well. Gamely was quick out of the machines, and once Jake had a look over his shoulder, TH Co was there in an instant and overtook him. So he really took the race by his own steam here, TH Co, and I think that was a winning move. He actually just didn't give him a chance to try and get up with them, and he had that really good kick at the 200 metre mark where he just put pay to his rivals. Nice win. Isn't Jason Ong flying at the...
Absolutely flying at the moment, and well done to TH Co as well. That's a double for him today. As we mentioned the last few weeks, he's been getting at least 1 or 2 winners. Should be nice, slowly making his way up the premiership as well into a nice position. But he continues on his run of success today. 5, 2, 8 and 1, 3.5 the winning margin as we head back to the replay of the 5th. Emma off. Galaxy Star broke well to the middle of the line, going forward with lead. Huntsman is being vigorously ridden by Lerner to stay up intact here. He's settled down midfield, about a furlong in. Big Day up in that clump, and pushing forward is High Voltage as well. So they're chopping and changing here. Gamely takes over for Jay Bayliss to lead from High Voltage, who's clapping on the pressure. In between them was Huntsman, who's now found himself into third. 2 lengths back into fourth there was Galaxy Star from Mark you. Back up on the running rail was Big Day from Sia. Second to last was Paperback Trooper, and the outsider Sportscasters relegated to the end. Down the side they travel, 500 left, and out in front now is High Voltage. High Voltage leads Gamely. Bayliss sitting quite quiet here on Gamely, still hasn't asked him for an effort yet and does so now. Huntsman now pulls out but is being vigorously ridden. Galaxy Star is now coming past runners. A Big Day was next from One World. It's High Voltage who takes over. There was some late market support for him, and High Voltage goes past the 150, the leader. He clears out here from Galaxy Star. Look at High Voltage. Draws away. This is an arrogant win. Good late support for him, and TH Co and Jason Ong notched themselves up a double as a team. Beats home into second, Huntsman from Big Day. Following it was next in the field Galaxy Star. A gap back to Gamely. He didn't find anything there in the final furlong and a half. A gap there back to Sia. He was fourth to last from One World. Paperback Trooper second to last. He crossed over with Sportscaster.
So race 5 brings up a treble for Jason Ong and a riding double for TH Co on the card. High Voltage returns $35 a win, 9 to place, well supported in betting. And he takes out over number 2, Huntsman for Mark Lerner, and 8 was Big Day in for third. 1:12.49 was the time, and they've run just under the standard time of 1:12.59. As we wait the all clear on race number 5, it's the Jason Ong Show early in the card. So to your clear given on race 5, the second division of the Class 5. High Voltage, a winner, $35 a win, 9 the place. 2 Huntsman was second at 8 the place. And 8 Big Day was third, 19 the place. 1 Galaxy Star ran in for 4th. Forecast 2 and 5, $25. Place forecast 2 and 5, $9. 5 and 8, $9. 2 and 8, $9. TSA 528, $288. Trio 258 returns 54. And the Quartet 528 and 1, $1,065. Margins 3.5 by a head by a short head in 112.49. As we look at the run on, 5th was Gamely after leading early in the stages. Sia down to Paperback Trooper, Sportscaster second last, and One World was the last one to pull up. Photo for second, going the way of Huntsman on the inside fence over Big Day, but a close go for the multiples. Race 6, 21 minutes away, a maiden over to 1,200 metres. We'll be back with the parade ring coverage here on race day.
Was Master Player. Behind them was Sing Our Song. That's your trial. The rest of these very much detached, doing their own thing. Harvest Time and Stenmark. Taking over back up on the inside was Blitz Power to go up and level with Flash Fast. Wider was Master Player. Running on was Sing Our Song. It's Flash Fast from Sing Our Song on the outside. Flash Fast and Sing Our Song. Sing Our Song. Flash Fast. Flash Fast.
Nunez out wide, a big green hat with the boldy face coming into it. Galaxy Star is stablemate. Wednesday peeling out into the clear for Jimmy Wong and starting to come into it as they come into the last 250 metres. Big green hat moves up to Nate's Champion. Coming into it now, Wednesday looking to pick up ground, but he's got to have to get a move on if he's going to get there. Galaxy Star coming on the one spot. Nate's Champion takes the lead. He gets over from Wednesday, who's moving into second, but it's another one for Nunez, and Nate's Champion draws away to win.
With the support of Singapore Pools, we were able to add more than 20 locations in our distribution efforts, making it easier and more convenient for our residents. The volunteers were tirelessly manning the booths while also responding to queries from residents on the mouth gargles use and effectiveness against germs, and guiding them through questions on registration and collection. The time and energy that they gave are certainly for a good cause, and I hope that they do find their experience meaningful.
One of the interesting encounters we faced was actually elderly residents are not very tech savvy.
That's why we are here to help the residents to do their registration via their mobile phone.
This is my first time volunteering for such event, so I think it's a great opportunity for me to actually work together with external organizations like Singapore Pools, so that we can work together and make new friends to do good together.
Giving back to the community has always been part of the Pools DNA. I'm glad to see that many of our colleagues have brought together their family members and friends as well, proving once again that doing good can be a family affair too. Singapore Pools is thankful for the support of our partners and this collective effort to distribute mouth gargles to help the community stay safe and well. A big thank you to the volunteers from MOF HQ, AGD, IRAS, RSVP Singapore, Singapore Customs, SPC and Tote Board who volunteered alongside us.
Here's the one we've been waiting for, the $1 million Kranji Mile. Off and racing, away they go in the Kranji Mile. It's Liv's Lightning, Minister over the top, Liv's Lightning Jones Lightning, who's run a super race.
Welcome back to race day. We're up to race number 6, a maiden over to 1,200 metres on the poly. $20,000 up for grabs to jump at 2:30 p.m. One flash fast for Jake Bayless in 5-2. One Legacy, Manu Nunez in 8-3. Big Green Hat, Oscar Chavez from barrier 9. 4 Mighty Vane, Geraldine Xiao jumps from 2. 5 Fighting Hero, Hakim Kamarudin in 3. 6 Super Incredible, Harry Kazim in 7. 7 Sugar Rush, Jimmy Wong from 1. And 8 Zestful, Mohamed Zaki jumps from 4. Last runner on the page is number 9, Raging Brave for Rosamund Iskander from barrier 6 with the lightweight of 50 kilograms.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Let's get you your claims and overweights here for race number 6. The 4 Mighty Vane, Jilin Xiao -3. 5 Fighting Hero, Hakim Kamrudin -1. Sugar Rush, Jimmy Wong will ride a kilo over. The 8 Zest for Mohamed Zaki to be ridden a half over. The 9 Raging Brave for Osman Iskander -2 kilograms. So your claims and overweights here for the 6th. We'll head to the first horse that we do have a look at here. He steps out here for his Singapore debut, and that is the 1 in Flash Fast.
Yeah, he's got one start to his name overseas where he ran at Pakenham, beaten 11 lengths on that occasion at big odds. Benny Allen rode him then. He was formerly in the care of Nathan Dunn in Australia. He looks well on parade. He's a nice sized horse at 537 kilograms. Not sure if that's sort of his usual weight or he's just waiting to maybe just acclimatise a little bit here. He's just getting a little bit sweaty over the back end, but looks in good order. And we're going to get a good guide on him, how he will race here in Singapore. He was trialled under the name of Pungarehu over a few trials you might have seen.
Yeah, didn't really get tested too much in those trials as well. So I agree with you, Scott. I think today will give us a very good guide on him. Let's have a look at the next horse, and that is the 2 in One Legacy, who steps out here for his 2nd career start here in Singapore. Manuel Nunez on board once again.
There was good betting support at his last run. He was 251 into 85. He just got caught wide throughout in that Blazing Kid race. Not too sure where I stand on him. I've got him on a top 3 line simply because it's a small level maiden. The leading jockey and trainer combined yet again. Just curious to see what he can do here, and his one start was okay for mine, but nothing too flash. I think that's a very reasonable price for him, each way odds.
So that is One Legacy, the 2. Next horse we have a look at is the beautiful face of Big Green Hat, Oscar Chavez for Shane Barchiger, our $9 favourite. He's certainly the proven horse here, Scott Bailey, and he gets a good opportunity today.
Yeah, you won't miss that boldy face in the running, Pat. It really stands out in amongst the field, and he's obviously well supported at $9, and rightly so. Oscar Chavez does the riding. I think he's a big play here, and one you've definitely got to respect. He's the one I think they've got to beat.
So $9 at the moment. A 2nd and 3 third placings to his name there so far. Here's the 4 in Mighty Vane. 5-year-old by Safeguard for Toast Trust and Stephen Crutchley. Jilin Xiao to ride with that 3 kilo claim. He's at the 9 minor placings from 19 starts, Scott, and he's $72.
Yeah, he's a seasoned horse now. He's 19 starts and he just hasn't cracked that first win. I thought there was plenty of races where he's had his chance to do it, but just failed to come to the fore. So can he do it here today? I actually think he's more of a 1,400 metre to 1,600 metre horse, and I'm gonna look elsewhere today. But he's just been a bit costly at times when he has been a short price favourite. He's getting on a bit now. 5 years old. I remember when he had his first start as a 3-year-old.
So he gets in there with the 3 kilo claim. But very much each way odds is Mighty Vane. Here's the 5 in Fighting Hero. Another one here for the Lucky Unicorn stable today. Hakim Kamarudin to ride. Barrier 3, currently $27.
Yeah, he's well supported a couple of runs ago. He was 35 into 19 last start when Danny Beasley rode him. He didn't disgrace, and on that occasion behind the Soro Parada, gets a light draw, gets Hakim Cameroon in the saddle. He'll be looking to come out firing and try and get a winner on his first day back. He's one you got to put in your top three, that's for sure. He's 27 and 8. I think that's good value.
27 and 8. The price there for Fighting Hero. Here's one who's had a few starts, and he's had some good runs. He's also had some bad ones as well, though, Scott, and that is super incredible. Harry Chasm jumps aboard here for Alwyn Tan this time round, $42.
Yeah, I think we might see an improved race. This is one of the easier races he's met for some time. Harry Chasm goes on for his third ride aboard this 3-year-old son of Deepfield. He's done a lot of racing, this bloke, for a horse that's only 3 years old. Do I have him in my selections? No, I don't, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ran an okay race in this sort of field, maybe sneaking into 4th position, but he gets a shadow roll on and the special plates off, so obviously the hoof issues, they seem to have them nice and resolved.
$40 at the moment. Those 2 seconds, they were very good runs, getting well back in the field and storming home late. Bell goes for riders to mount up. Here's one that will be ridden about a kilo over for Jimmy Wong, and that is Sugar Rush. He's had the 10 starts to date. He's $61 for Desmond Coe.
Yeah, he's a nice type of horse, up 9 kilograms from that last start. He's drawn the ace. He's going to get a nice run in transit and use that every opportunity. Can he turn the tables on a couple of these? I honestly don't think so, but if Jimmy Wong rides a smart race from the inside gate, he might just be a little cheeky run at odds. But in the 10 starts I've seen so far, there aren't many runs on those where I've gone, yep, he's a horse I'm going to earmark for next start. So it's a miss for me today.
So currently sitting there at 61 and 22 is Sugar Rush. Here's Mohamed Zaki. He's just jumped up aboard Zestful, who's the next horse we have a look at. A 5-year-old by Highly Recommended. Another one here for Stephen Crutchley. This one for Hong Kai-O. The connections there. And he's coming out of a open maiden over 1100 behind Shang-Chi only last week.
Yeah, he's been beaten pretty decent margins at 2 of his last 3 starts. 84 and 20 is pretty reasonable for a small field. Tongue tie off. He can do a few things wrong. I've watched a few of his replays, and he's just not the most professional type of horse. He was a late starter. He was a 5-year-old. Look, he's only got $900 in prize money in the kitty, and he's going to have to really improve to try and beat a couple of these that have been showing something and hitting the line strongly.
Currently $85. Tongue tie comes off here for today's start. The last horse we have a look at is Raging Brave. He's a European bred, British bred by Bated Breath out of Dead Cool. Sovereign stable already with a winner today with Ace Sovereign. Could they do a double on the program, Scott, with Raging Brave?
I think they can, but with this horse, if he possibly throughout the day he's got a couple of other live chances. Down 4 kilograms, Rosman Iskander 2 kilograms off, so he's going to ride it at a nice light weight. You know, we've seen claiming really come to the fore earlier on in the program. Like I mentioned this runner before, it's not often we see a lot of French bred gallopers here in Singapore, but I haven't got him in my numbers today, Pat.
So Rosman Iskander just jumps aboard now. Raging Brave, who is the last horse to cover here, Scott, and we are currently still racing on a 36-degree surface here today. As we mentioned, the conditions very mild today. It's been great for racing, and at this point in time as well, it seems we got our daily rain this morning, and we look to be A-OK for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's nice cool conditions. I'm sure all the jockeys are nice and happy, but it's not hot and humid and, well, raining definitely. They're not a fan of when that comes, but very, very nice conditions to be working with the horses, and also those are all involved behind the barriers and such.
Scott, your picks here for race number 6.
I'm going the way of number 3, Big Green Hat. Struggled to find a winner today, but a lot of seconds and thirds, but that's the way racing is sometimes, and I'll go Big Green Hat on top to break that maiden status. The son of Odyssey Moon, having his 8th start. He's placed in 4 of them. On paper, he looks to be the best performed horse in this 9-horse field. So Oscar Chavez to get an early double, and I'll put him up there and hope for a positive result. In for 5, Fighting Hero for Jason Ong, who's looking for 4 winners on the card. This horse can definitely deliver that for him. if the favourite happens to go down, this could be the one that that lowers the colours. And he's going to be one that's going to get a nice ride from Hakim Kamarudian from a good draw in 3. He was only 5 lengths away last start and copped a bit of a bump as they turned for home. And you've got to put him into your calculations. In for third, number 2, One Legacy for Tim Fitzsimmons and Manuel Nunez. Comes here second up. I'm sure they've really started to suss him out now. He had form back in New Zealand. Wasn't overly pretty form, but I think if he starts to figure him out and just see where he might just be a horse that's looking for a little bit further, being by Ocean Park. But look for him to be running on into the multiples. And for fourth, I will go number 1, Flash Fast for Donna Logan and Jake Bayliss. Comes here from the Nathan Dunn stable in Australia. His trials have been okay. I liked his trial last start behind Sing Our Song, and they broke just over a minute on that occasion. But he could just be one that comes here with race education and looking to run and get a bit of prize money. 3, 5, 2 and 1. Pat, they're my numbers for race number 6.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Yeah, going with you as well. Big Green Hat for me. I think this is his race to be able to meet some suitable company here, and going off what he's done in his previous starts, he clearly looks the one to beat, and the market is very representative of that as well. Currently sitting at $10 or even money in this race at this stage. So looking for to see him hopefully get the Connections a well-deserved victory here in race number 6. I've got him to beat Flash Fast, who I think we haven't really got an opportunity to see properly yet, but looking forward to getting a guide on him, keeping him safe on a top 2 line. One Legacy gets thrown in at the each way odds, $75. I think he'll be the leader. I think he'll be the one that goes up and contests here. He's 6.4 lengths off Blazing Kid. He's drawn 8 once again. Does have that big weight to contest with, but look for a positive start from him. And Fighting Hero I've thrown in. The blinkers went on for the first time last time out over 1,000 metres. I think 1,200 will be much preferred. So looking to see him go well here, and does get the acclaim of Hakim Kamarudian. Numbers for me here, Scott, 3, 1, 2 and 5. 3, 1, 2 and 5 in race number 6.
We've seen some big racing abroad today, Pat. Very wet conditions over in Sydney. I caught a glimpse of the QE2 Cup and Nasrilla. A lot of people on social media saying possibly the best Group 1 ride they've ever seen.
It was unbelievable. I got to catch a little bit glimpse of it and stuff like that towards the end, Scott. And yeah, it was tactics personified. To be able to find the better ground out wide where they hadn't been running all day. It was a big risk in a Group 1 to be going all the way out to the stand rail, but he's done that and eventually been able to chase down the leader there in Zaki. But yeah, great race. I think it was the first time in the QE2 Cup history, Scott. Well, not history, but in recent years. You got to remember, Dave's won the last 2 and Winks has won the 3 before that. So we've always had a clear standout. It was always the Dave Very Elegant battle in the last 2 years, but we finally had a field where it was just a really level playing field, and there was so much talent and so much blood there, you know, right across the field. So it certainly didn't disappoint the race, and yeah, Nasrilla, that's why he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, good scenes at the start of the meeting where they had a helicopter out to dry the track. Obviously, Sydney and the eastern coast of Australia have been battered by rain in the last couple of months, but yeah, they've brought in the helicopter to just try and dry out that 400-metre section of the track.
I think that I wouldn't need that here because it'll be dry in about 2 minutes, but over there, definitely it would have been a big help, and well done to the Australian. The ARC for being able to go and do that, and it's probably good thinking from them, just taking that surface water off the top of the top of the track, which can always lead to not only what's going to be soft, you're not going to change that, but it just takes away from it being a little bit slippery once that moisture stays off the top of it. So yeah, well done to them, and yeah, it was a bit of a unique sight for sure.
Pat, I want to get your thoughts. $9 about Big Green Hat here in this race. A warranted price, or would you have had him out a little bit longer?
I don't think any maiden should be $9, Scott. It's as simple as that. They're a non-winner for a reason. He's had plenty of opportunities to do so. I can't justify him at $9. He should be favourite, but I just think that this should be a bit more of an open market. I would have definitely expected him to be $13, $14, maybe $15. but I would have been expecting $13, $14 or $15 the field and him being the favourite. So he's getting a little bit short here, but at the same time, he warrants plenty of respect here because he's been doing nothing wrong in his races. He's just been running into one or two better.
Just trying to have a look, see if we've got any market moves. We'll definitely update just before they load. Out on the drift is horse number 7. And I'm a race behind here. Just looking at my racebook. Sugar Rush just out to $73. Also number 8, Zestful, not much support. And number 9 in Raging Brave, just a couple of points into 104. But I think this is going to be a one-way street. As I speak, Big Green Hat ticks over to $8.
It's getting in nice and short, but it's been one of those days, Scott, where we've seen the punters go for a couple in the market, and they've hit the nail on the head. So I think this is one of those races where they're happy to back the form of Big Green Hat behind the likes of Dancing Light, and in that race that Shane had earlier on in the year, towards the end of last year, I should say, 6th of November, when Shane Barchiger had the 3-pronged attack in that maiden field, and it was taken out by Just Because for the Oryx stable. But in saying that, he put in a really nice run behind that, and then obviously behind Dancing Light the following start. These horses have gone on to go okay in Class 4, so the form definitely stacks up around him. He's got stronger form than most of these, considering the fact that Flash Fast is also in this field. He's one of the horses in this field that we don't really know what to make of their performances. Flash Fast in the trials, One Legacy last start. A few question marks surrounding these. He's the one with the exposed form here in the Lion City.
And then we've seen the track race nice and fair today. We've seen leaders win. We've seen horses come from behind. It's going to be a pretty level surface, I would say, going throughout the day. Not real favours anyway.
For sure. It's all you can ask for all-weather racing as well. There's always the slight concern. It's not the fault of the Turf Club or anyone, but all-weather surfaces and poly surfaces can sometimes be very leaderish, depending on the weather and also how the track currently sits. Obviously, rain has a big deal with that as well, Scott, but good to see it's playing very honest today. We've seen horses even Eagle Eye. He was so far off them last couple of races ago, and he's flown home to run into a very close second, beat and a half length. So nice, honest playing surface here. You can do your form as you're playing on an honest track here and punt accordingly.
All right, they're loading away here for race number 6, and your favourite will be Big Green Hat number 3 for Shane Berchiger and Oscar Chavez as we go to Pat Comerford for the call of the 6.
Thank you, Scott. Here's Flash Fast, formerly known as Pungadehu, racing in the care of Nathan Dunn back in Victoria. Well, the line is cleared here for race number 6. Stand by, away to the inside. Fighting Hero was away fast with Sugar Rush on the inside. He wants a piece of it early, going up with Zestful. Now Big Green Hat's wide, just looking to slot in here on the outside of Flash Fast, but he's going to be 3 deep. From next in the field, Super Incredible. Mighty Vane's got room up the inside to improve. From next in the field, Raging Brave and One Legacy. But Manuel Nunez has been relegated to the end as they top the rise at the 700. 23.89 for the first forward, so they're rolling along. And Zaki's set Zestful alight. Goes clear by 3 lengths now on Fighting Hero. Sugar Rush to the inside is also improving into the race from Mighty Vane. Now Flash Fast is just looking to shift off heels here. He just needs a bit of room, Bayless. Big Green Hat's keeping him pocketed for the time being. Behind them was Super Incredible. One Legacy working into the race well. And behind them was Raging Brave. Zestful's running on empty now. Sugar Rush goes up. He's a kilo over. A big run from him. Big Green Hat. Here's Super Incredible. Super Incredible and Big Green Hat. They go down to battle past the 50. Big Green Hat and Super Incredible. Super Incredible. Today's the day. Harry Chasm gets him home by half a length. Beats home. Big Green Hat into second. He'll be relegated into another minor placing. The win will come sooner rather than later. From Sugar Rush, Mighty Vane, Flash Fast. As Zestful's run came to an end. One Legacy never ran into it. From Fighting Hero and Brave. Super Incredible. Just when you stop tipping him, he pulls that out. Harry Chasm working him during the week. And I'll tell you what, he was so due to win and does so today. Harry Chasm on for the first time. Half a length, beating home Big Green Hat. and they flew home into the minor placings. I'll tell you what, a big run from Sugar Rush for Jimmy Wong. He's going to take potentially third placing from Flash Fast, and then One Legacy ran into fifth. But the day has finally come, Scott Bailey. Super Incredible getting home. He's been wanting to do this and promising to do this for quite some time.
Yeah, got in on a lightweight, and you know, like I said before the race, this is a very, very level contest for him to get back and do what we think he can do. He was aided by a nice ride by Harry, just timed it to perfection. The race just changed a little bit in that 200-metre mark where Big Green Hat looked to have the race under his belt, but you can just see horses running out wide. Even One Legacy was building up momentum, but Harry just kept him switched on, kept him balanced, and once he asked from him, he really pricked those ears back and gave a good sight. But as you mentioned in your call, Big Green Hat, he gets another placing next to his name, and I think that win will come soon, but he's just making it difficult.
Oh God, I don't know what to make of the run. It was obviously caught three wide for the first 400 or 500 metres or so, but I don't think they had too many excuses. You'd just probably say, Scott, that again, it's just run into Super Incredible, who's been wanting to do that for a right time. He's just been beaten by another horse who's had a superb steer. Nothing wrong with the steer there from Oscar Chavez. He's done everything he can to get Big Green Hat to win. He'll just have to wait for another week, but that win will definitely come on that performance. 6-3-7-1, 6-3-7-1, 25-7 the winning price. Margins are half by 2, the time 112.68. As we go back and have a look at the replay of race 6. Stand by, away to the inside. Fighting Hero was away fast with Sugar Rush on the inside. He wants a piece of it early, going up with Zestful. Now Big That's wide, just looking to slot in here on the outside of Flash Fast, but he's going to be 3 deep. From next in the field, Super Incredible, Mighty Vein up inside to improve. From next in the field, Raging Brave and One Legacy. Manuel Nunez has been relegated to the end as they top the rise at the 700. 23.89 for the first 400, so they're rolling along, and Zaki set Zestful alight. Goes clear by 3 lengths now on Fighting Hero. Sugar Rush to the inside is also improving into the race from Mighty Vein. Now Flash Fast is just looking to shift off heels here. He just needs a bit of room, Bayless. Big Green Hat's keeping him pocketed for the time being. Behind them was Super Incredible. One Legacy working into the race well, and behind them was Raging Brave. Zestful's running on empty now. Sugar Rush goes up. He's a kilo over. A big run from him. Big Green Hat. Here's Super Incredible. Super Incredible and Big Green Hat. They go down to battle past the 50. Big Green Hat and Super Incredible. Super Incredible. Today's the day. Harry Chasm gets him home by half a length. Beats home Big Green Hat into second. He'll be relegated into another minor placing. The win will come sooner rather than later. From Sugar Rush, Mighty Vein, Flash Fast. As Zestful's run came to an end. One Legacy never ran into it. From Fighting Hero, and last of all was Raging Brave. So Super Incredible, for those who have held strong with him over the recent starts, breaks through today. $25 and $7 the price for him from the 3 Big Green Hat, who closes off at 5.10 the place, and the 7 in Sugar Rush runs into a pretty nice third, eye-catching third from him at 27 the place. Fourth goes to Flash Fast. 6-3-7-1. We await correct weight. Stand by. Correct weight in race number 6, paying on 6, 3, 7 and 1. Super Incredible, your winner, Harry Kazim and Tan, 25 and 7, beats Big Green Hat, 5.10. Sugar Rush, $27. Fourth goes to Flash Fast. Forecast, 3 and 6, $13. Place forecast, 3 and 6, $5. 6 and 7, $24. 3 and 7, $19. TSA, 6, 3 and 7, $334. Trio, 3, 6 and 7, $64. Quartet 6, 3, 7 and 1, $1,315. Margins a half length by 2 lengths by a short head, and the time was 1:12.68. They've run about a quarter of a second outside standard time. Let's get you your run-ons here. One Legacy runs into 5th. He came from well back with Mighty Vein. Zestful fortunately capitulated at the 200. It's run 7th from Raging Brave, and Fighting Hero was the last across. And here's your photo for 3rd, and as you can see there, an advantage to the inside of Sugar Rush, who gets home over Flash Fast by a short margin. That's race 6 wrapped up for you. We head to race 7 on the other side of the program, back to the 1,700 metre mark for a Class 5 racing for $30,000.
Red Riding Hood and Larry and Grandpa Micmac look out of it a long way back. Porashiri set sails for home here in the 8th race. Can he keep going on in front? But he's starting to get the head up and the telescope's out. He's looking at stars. Coming into it is Hossaliel giving chase Satria, but he's throwing it away again, Porashiri. Coming into it, Hossaliel takes over. Satria boxing on. Sir Elton making up ground on the inside. Hossaliel, but Sir Elton gets him on the line. A nice...
Behind them was Angel Halo, Hidden Promise, God's Gift to the inside, and Fate to Win. Silver Joy takes over. Favourite can't find anything. Crown Dancing's going back through the field in reverse as Silver Joy takes over. And Silver Joy leads from Flying Yellow. Running on was Angel Halo. As they come down past the 150, it's Silver Joy out clear. Angel Halo in pursuit, trying to make this interesting at the line. Silver Joy from Angel Halo, who's fighting, trying to make it interesting at the line. Tight, I'd say.
Northern Star to come into it. Quasi getting a bit of a shake-up from Nunez. He's peeling out to clear ground now. Black Taipan, his stablemate, out wider, as well as Geelin top form and Kingpin out in the middle of a track. They reach the 250 metre mark. City Hall takes over. Quasi starting to give chase now for Nunez. He's asking an effort. Out wide, Geelin top form and poking through to middle. Black Taipan. Footsteps on the car in the red caps, gaining up ground on the inside fence too. Footsteps on the car, overtakes him and gets the win.
Back up on the inside was Centurion. Heng Zing under a ride wide from Endless, Ming's Man, and the outsider Sportscaster. Sun Ace takes over. Here's Don Della Vega. He's got a nice tempo today and goes up on the outside of Born to Win. The Fitzsimmons pair go down to battle, but Born to Win up the inside gives a kick here, and this is a very elegant ride. Don Della Vega was coming down last. Manuel Nunez eased down and makes it a half. Welcome back to race day. Race 7 is for $30,000. Gates head back out to the 1,700 metre marker for this Class 5 affair. The 1 is Fort Mustang, Oscar Chavez in 6. 2, Hasaliao, Johnson Dradis from 1. The 3 is Lion Spirit, Shafiq Rizwan in 12. The 4, Porashiri. Manuel Nunez now engaged to ride barrier number 9. 5 is God's Gift for Amaral in 7. 6 for Resto, Ronnie Stewart from barrier number 11. Anyway, a scratching in this race. The 8 is Red Riding Hood. Mark Yu for Saifong Hua Connections in barrier number 8. 9 is Footsteps on the Car, Shafrizal Salih in 5. 10, Endless, Jimmy Wong from 3. 11 is Scooter for Muhammad Zaki in 4. And Kakadu is the 12. Osman Iskander rides barrier number 10. Take out, add Roman Classic into the field. The First Emergency gets a run here for TH Co in barrier number 2.
So horses out and about in the parade ring as we reach the halfway mark on today's card. And the first runner we're going to take a look at is number 1 at the top of the racebook order, and that is Fort Mustang for Oscar Chavez and James Peters. $78 a win, 23 to place.
Got the club colours on this afternoon, does Fort Mustang. I find him a really hard horse to follow, Scott, for the sole purpose that he just hasn't been putting it together his last few starts. But to be perfectly honest with you, what gives me some confidence is the fact that he finally does get back to the polytrack surface. He actually does have quite a decent 1,700 metre record. 6 starts, 2 wins and 2 minor placings on top of that as well. So gets back to suitable conditions here and could very well be a danger here. Oscar Chavez booked to ride.
Number 2, sport in the yellow Gurf set, is Hossaliao. The mailman's gone with him at $37 a win, 11 to place. He's drawn the ace in 1. John Sadradas for KY Young.
$37 for Hossaliao. As we've mentioned, good to see the mailman likes him here, Scott. His best is very good, and it's better than Class 5, to be honest, but he just mixes his runs so much. Haven't seen a good run from him in quite some time. He did put in a good run last time out in behind Sir Elton, but again, he's just one of those horses that does mix his performances. I'd love to see the Hossaliao step out today that we saw on Gold Cup Day last year. He was a very good winner there, and I think he can very much find himself in the finish with the right run.
Here's number 3, Lion Spirit. Shafiq Rizwan and Siti Kwa team up. Special bit off, tongue plate bit off, so back to a regular ring bit for him, and he's $103.
Yeah, last start was interesting in the fact that he just didn't make an impression whatsoever 2 weeks ago. He comes into this field, he is on the polytrack once again. They have been running on today, which is a plus for him because he does get back and he does like a hot tempo. So if he does get enough speed in the race, he could very well be running into this late. The barrier, no concern whatsoever because he does get back. You'll be looking forward to seeing him settling back in the field.
The horse at the moment, number 4, Porashiri for Manu Nunes and Takaoka. $13 a win, 6 to place. A lot of talking points with this galloper.
There is a lot of talking points about him, Scott. The first one is the $13 quote. I don't understand why it's that short, to be honest. I'm hoping today we can see an improved run from Porashiri, but he's got his quirks and it's ultimately brought him undone here. We'll see if Manuel Nunes can iron out those little kinks and he can keep that head from going down up in the air. He looks like he's already doing his warm-ups now to do it, Scott. He's throwing the head about in the yard.
You've only got a click behind him and the head goes up. Here is number 5, God's Gift for Amaral and Donna Logan. $45 a win, 16 the place. Down 4 kilograms from that last run.
He is. I can make a case for this horse because he found some form last time out. He actually put in a really nice run that was quite eye-catching, to be honest, and it sort of was very different to the form that we'd seen from him in the previous starts. He was on the all-weather track there. He stays on the all-weather track here now. I don't have him in the numbers, but I can entertain him if you were looking for one because we did see him potentially turn a corner last time out. Happy to see that, and Amaral stays on board.
Number 6 is Foresto, Ronnie Stewart and Donna Logan. Blinkers off for today, $75 a win, 22 to place from 11.
I think we've made it very abundantly clear this horse probably needs 2 mile and he's never going to get that here in Singapore. He just plods along. So I don't really know what to make of him. 1,700, funnily enough, is very much on the short side for him. He's been down the track his last 3 or 4. I can't have him here today, but look... good luck if you do get involved.
Number 8, Red Riding Wood for KY Young and Mark Yu takes a ride. $94 a win, 28 the place. He hasn't won 175 days. Back in October of last year was his victory.
Yeah, so he seems, as you can see on his form, Scott, he seems to have a run every month or so. They've backed him up a little bit quicker here. He's having 2 weeks between runs now. For this current start, but he just showed signs of a horse who was under pressure and very tight and tiring out, you know, in the crucial part of the race. He was laying in late under pressure and ultimately just was done with there. So I do prefer a lot of other horses here today. I just think he might be a bit outclassed.
Number 9, Footsteps on the Car. Shafrizal Salih and Kayastan combine from barrier number 5, 57 and 16. And was a nice last start win.
Yeah, look, he broke through for his maiden, and it was an eye-catching win as well. He had to do quite a bit of work to get through traffic, but a good performance there by not only Footsteps on the Car, but his rider in Shafrizal Salih, who stays on board here today. He's $57 in the market. I can understand the market's keeping him safe as an each-way prospect here because that win there, if this race was to go to plan and he was to get a pretty conservative run in behind the speed, it's enough to suggest that he could make an impression here, but obviously this is tougher than last start.
Can she go back-to-back? That is the big question. Not out of it, and it was a good win when she drew the ace on that occasion. Bell goes for riders to get mounted as we're up to number 10, Endless, for James Peters and Jimmy Wong. Draws well, 36 and 11, down 10 kilograms from its last run.
Back onto the all-weather surface as well for Endless, and well, it doesn't really matter for looking at the form here. It doesn't really matter what this surface this horse is on. It's got the same form across both, but as you can see there, 5 seconds and 7 third placings to its name. Yet to break through here in Singapore, but was bought as a 2-time winner. So we'll see if it can make an improved performance here today. The market's certainly gravitating towards it after its third placing last time out with a low weight. Jimmy Wong stays on board.
Number 11 is Scooter for Mohamed Zaki. He takes a ride for the Desmond Coe stable. Drawn well in 4, 46 and 11. Can show speed at times.
He can. We saw what Mohamed Zaki did aboard Zestful last time out. See if that we see if a very similar performance here from him, going up and clapping the speed on here with Scooter. I do expect him to be in the first couple, but at the same time, he's a horse out of form, and I don't see him winning this today.
So horses will be heading out of the parade ring very shortly, just doing their last lap or so. We move down the order to number 12, and that is Kakadu for Rosman Iskander and Richard Lim at a huge price at $224.
Yeah, he's down at the minimum mark now, Kakadu. He's been a bit out of form of late, and yeah, just has been struggling to make an impression in his races. I can't have him here today, and I think he's around about his price at $224.
So just one more runner to take a look at, and then that'll go to number 13 just behind Roman Classic. He gains a start for TH Co and Alvin Tan. $246, blinkers off.
Yeah, the blinkers come off here, but again, much like Kakadu, just hasn't been making enough of an impression of late. Had a couple of runs up in Class 5 over the mile towards the middle to late part of last year, August, September. Was 1.6 off Maximilian, and then also ran 5th, beaten 2.9 there by Street Party. But its last 3 runs, it hasn't been anywhere near that. But it is second up here today, so we'll see if we can see an improved run from that run. It has 1 second up before in the past. It's 1 from 7.
So horses sorting their order out, and they will make their way up the tunnel. We'll give you the claims and overweights for race number 7. As we reach past the halfway mark on the card. Oscar Chavez just sorting his gear out, following the ponies out. Singapore Turf Club vets and farriers, keeping a close eye on them as they head out. And we can bring up the claims and overweights for you now. 5 God's Gift Amarul minus 1 kilogram. 8 Red Riding Wood for Mark Yu puts up half a kilogram. 9 Footsteps on the Car Shafrizal minus 1. 11 Scooter Mohamed Zaki plus half. 12 Kakadu Rosman Iskander minus 2. And as we go over to page 13, Roman Classic TH Co, who gains a start, minus 1 kilogram. Well, Pat Comerford, let's change it up a little bit and get your selections first, because it's not doing me any good going first for today.
Don't worry, mate. We're all in the same boat as well here. It's been very difficult to find a winner here today. Hopefully, we've just got to keep a positive mindset. Hopefully this second half of the program is a little bit more favourable. Going with Porashiri here, to many's dismay, I'm sure, just due to the fact that he has basically been costing himself and been leading himself to his own demise his last few starts with his poor race manners. When he gets put under pressure, throwing the head up in the sky. Look, without me having a conversation with Manuel Nunes about this horse and about this runner, one could assume that maybe they will attempt to ride this horse today a little bit different. As we mentioned earlier on, Scott, we're not too sure whether or not the pressure, or I'm not too sure whether or not the pressure derives from the style of the riders that he's had in the past. Maybe he's not gelling too much with them, or whether or not it's the actual riding crop that he's actually got an issue with, because he seems to throw his head up even more when he does get a tap on the bum with the whip. So I'd be interested to see if they take a bit more of a hands and heels approach, using the riding crop as sort of a last resort here, maybe in the final 50 or 100 metres, because he was really working into the race well. He was 3 or 4 lengths clear last time out, and just ultimately got to the 300, and then it was all over Barber's shouting. So I'm taking a chance on him today. We'll see if they just change the game plan up a little bit with Porashiri, because I think that they will need to, or else he's just going to fall back into old habits, and it's just going to lead to him being an upset every single time he steps out on the track. Jose Leal goes in for second for KY Young in the 7-2 stable. He's been going very well of late. That run behind Sir Elton was good. If he brings his form that we saw towards the end of last year, Gold Cup Day, he goes very, very close in this race, if not wins the race. So he needs to be kept safe, and he is in the market at $33. Thought Fort Mustang, I know he's been down the track his last few, but gets back onto the preferred surface. I thought $72 was pretty generous in the market, so maybe that's might be an each-way play here. Fort Mustang, Oscar Chavez jumps on, and I've thrown Footsteps on the car, and she's been very good in her last start to break through and score. Just taking her on chance that... I know she's carrying, she's only got an extra ½ kilo for this performance here, stepping up into Class 5. She should find herself into a nice position here from barrier number 5, and she could be peeking her head through at the right time here if she does get a conservative run. So keeping her safe on a top 4 line, Footsteps on the car. 4, 2, 1 and 9 for me, Scott Bailey here, 4, 2, 1, 9. I'm taking a chance on Porashiri, but a D-Day, believe me.
Thank you, Pat. I'm sticking with number 2, Jose Leal, that horse on screen in the blue and white with the white stars on the sleeves. He's drawn well. He should get a nice tactical run for John Sadrada. So I think he's going to be a little bit more positive from a good draw, maybe not drift back too far coming towards that first corner. He's yet to win at the 1700, but he's only had 4 starts over this journey. It's not a distance we see a lot of, but probably better performed at the 16. And I just think if he gets back to his peak performance where we last saw him win 146 days ago, this is the right sort of race. He can get back in the winner's stall for 7-2 stable and KY Young. I put him on top ahead of number 10, Endless, who gets a lovely draw here for Jimmy Wong and James Peters, who's having a good season so far with these type of horses. He can just settle somewhere maybe midfield or worse thereabouts. And if he gets a nice tractable run, he can run some pretty nice sectionals and finish off strongly. He did run the fastest sectional time last start behind Born to Win, who was a very impressive winner on that occasion. Swaps back to the poly track where he does have a win and 5 placings at 16 starts on this surface. He's an 8-year-old now. He's getting on, but this is the right sort of race for him to run. And I think Porashiri, I've got him in for 3rd. I don't know where I stand with this horse. He's an exciting horse to watch if you're a lover of racing and you're looking for a bit of entertainment, because that's what he's going to give you. He's now out to, he's $12. I think if he was $15, $16, that's a lot more tractable for a horse that is only a one-time winner, but can do a lot of things wrong. All eyes will be on him once Nunes starts to ask him to improve in the last 400 metres, and let's see what he can do. If he's at his best, he can win, but we haven't seen him win for 335 days, and on that occasion, Krishna Tangamani just jumped, let him run, and gave him something to catch, and he went around at a big price too that day, but I just wonder if they might adopt similar sort of tactics and just try and lead all the way. And for fourth, I'll go number 1, Fort Mustang, another James Peters runner to finish in the top 4 and earn a little bit of prize money for the son of Unencumbered. My numbers 4, race 7, 2, 10, 4 and 1, Pat. Do you think he leads, and does he lead all the way?
I think they do. I don't see there being too much speed elsewhere from anything in particular here. Yeah, I'm not too sure what to make of Fort Mustang coming back onto the poly, whether they go up and he tries to kick up underneath Porashiri and try and keep him off the fence. But I totally agree with you, Scott. I think that the plan has to be positive here and hopefully make it a momentum affair. Prime example of that we've seen at this grade and at this distance was a more and more a couple of weeks ago with Mark Lerner just rolling into the race, kept the tempo hot, and yes, obviously Mark went for the riding crop there. We're on board a more and more because you can do that, but I just think that they might take the idea of just trying to, as you mentioned with Krishna Tangamani the last time he won, just roll into the race, hopefully be 3 or 4 lengths clear of anything at the turn, and just go hands and heels and see if he can hold them off there, because the moment the balance starts shifting around on his back and as things start to get busy is when he brings in these old traits. So very interesting, and as you mentioned, I think all of our eyes will be peeled on him at the 300 when he gets to the point where he usually does his bad habits.
So he's $12 now, Porashiri, just in a point from 13. Bit of support for number 1, Fort Mustang, 47 from 51. Let's have a look on the drift. Horse number 11, Scooter, is out to 63. And just having a look at anything at the top of the order. Horse number 3 in Lion Spirit, he's met with a bit, 70 into 62 as the first runner loads away in Horsaliao. And another one out on the drift is horse number 10, and I speak of Endless from the James Peters yard. So they're loading away in pretty quick order. They've got a full 1,700 metre journey of the poly track, a full lap around Kranji's all-weather surface. Let's take you to Pat Comerford. 4 to call. Can Porashiri do it at $10?
Punters certainly think he can. He's into $2. Even money. $10 here on the Singapore tote. We'll see if Manuel Nunez can let old habits die hard. Here's Fort Mustang coming forward. Lion Spirit about to load away here for Shafiq Rizwan. Should be falling out the gates and heading to the back, you'd say. We'll see if he can get a hot enough tempo. Maybe Porashiri and Fort Mustang might be able to provide him that. Here's the mare, footsteps on the car. Maiden winner last start. Loads away for Shafrizal Saleh. So we're set here for the 7th. John Pepe up on the stand. We're set for a start. Gates back, we're off. Porashiri's missed it. Porashiri, the $10 favourite, has missed away by about 3 lengths. He's going to have to use a bit of petrol here to get back up into the mix. Taking over is Foresto. Foresto leads past the post by a good 3 or 4 lengths for Ronnie Stewart and goes off the front, the clear leader from Kakadu and Lion Spirit. They got the job towing the rest of the field up here. Endless was next from Footsteps on the car. Now Porashiri's 3 wide and he's beginning to make his move forward. From Scooter, God's Gift, Hasaliao 4th to last. From next in the field, Roman Classic, Red Riding Wood, and Fort Mustang has been sent back to the end. Foresto running along here, first 500 in 33.33. Now Porashiri's into second. How much petrol has he had to use to get to there? 3 lengths back into third was Kakadu from Lion Spirit, Endless. Next came Scooter from Footsteps on the car, Hasaliao, God's Gift, Roman Classic. Second to last it was Fort Mustang, and at the end now is Red Riding Wood. They topped the rise at the 700 and they've continued on their path here, and these two clear out. Foresto now goes for the doctor here and goes clear by 1 length. Getting a shake up here by Ronnie Stewart. Porashiri in pursuit. About a gap of about 4 or 5 lengths here back to Endless and Kakadu, who tow the rest up from Scooter, Lion Spirit, Footsteps on the car, and Hasaliao. That's your race. Foresto leads them into the turn. Here's Porashiri. Porashiri, there he goes, gets the head back up here as they come past the 250. It's Foresto from Porashiri, who drops the head back down now. He's taken over the lead. It's Porashiri from Foresto. Running on was Endless. Porashiri from Foresto and Endless. Running on late was Lion Spirit. Porashiri trying to fight to the line. Naps him and gets him. Porashiri. Porashiri breaks through for another win. Beats home Endless and Lion Spirit. They made it very interesting. Footsteps on the car took fourth from Foresto, who knocked up. Next came Scooter from Kakadu, God's Gift. Hasaliao, a gap there back to Roman Classic, who was back there with Sound the Siren, Red Riding Hood rather, and last of all was Fort Mustang. Porashiri. Well, he tried to go back to old habit, but eventually he got his head back down for at least 200 metres. And I'll tell you what, he got about 2 metres past the winning post and he threw the head back up again. Lucky his head was down where it counts, because Endless and Footsteps on the car, Endless and Lion Spirit were flying at him late. But Porashiri gets up at the short quote. The punters tucked in and prayed here, Scott Bailey, and they have been rewarded. What a win here by Porashiri. Porashiri goes on to score here. 5-year-old by King Halo out of glorious memory. Make sure we get down and have a chat with Manuel Nunez after that victory there. What a performance here by this horse, who is almost a year between victories. And he has got out, and despite missing away by 2 or 3 lengths at the start, I thought the race was over then and there. And he's improved through the field, got up outside of Foresto, and he's got the win here for Hideyuki Takaoka. They've been very patient with him despite his little traits. Go and have a look at the head-on here for this race, and you could see pressure here for the Endless. Peels off. There he goes. He throws the head up. But as you can see here, despite using the riding crop, he does drop the head back again. And I'll tell you what, he got to the finishing line and he did it all over again, but he held on enough from a fast finishing Lion Spirit, who got enough tempo in the race to be able to run on with Endless on that lightweight. As you can see here, crossing there, he got the head up again, but he gets it home and gets the job done. Scott Bailey, what a fantastic performance from Porashiri. Our thoughts here from Manuel Nunez very, very shortly. But we'll be joined by Manuel here. Numbers across the line: 4, 10, 3 and 6. 4, 10, 3 and 6 in race number 7. So we're just waiting to hear from Scott Bailey here as well. Just getting a microphone out to have a chat with Manuel Nunez, who will return to scale here. As you can see here, the numbers 4, 10, 3 and 6. 4, 10, 3 and 6. The time was 148.23. And the winning price, $11.05. The support continued for him and he gets the job done. Beating home the 10 Endless at $8 the place. The 3 in Lion Spirit runs into third at $15 the place. And fourth goes to Foresto. He's put in a brave run, Foresto, to go on and get the win here in this 7th event. 148.23 was the time here for race number 7. And those numbers 4, 10, 3 and 6. Stand by with us. We're going to be coming out here to have a chat with Manuel Nunez in the concluding stages here of race number 7.
Are you there, Pat?
I am, Scott.
Okay, we're up and sorted. Manuel's just weighed in, and we're just going to have a quick chat with him in regards to Porashiri as he makes his way over here. Well, Manuel, he's a very, very tricky customer to ride, isn't he? He just continues to get that head up high in his races, and he dropped it much quicker for you today than what we've seen in weeks gone by.
Yeah, look, after I missed the kick, I said the race is over, you know, so, but I was able to manage just to take my time and rolling.
Yeah, sorry, just keep going, Manuel.
Now, my only consideration was at the home straight, because, you know, he does that, he put his head up and everything, so I saw Ronnie was lead easy in front, and I took my time when I put beside him. My horse switched lead, and he did once, so I didn't really move him. And I just used the whip a little bit. He put his head down and kept going, but was excited to see him.
Do you feel he's just a free rolling sort of horse? He's just that sort of one-dimensional, just keep him running?
Yeah, look, he looks like he does that thing sometimes, not every time. You know, he has the habit to do that, put his head up. But I think if with time, maybe he should be okay. So.
Well, he's got to win again. That's his second career victory, and you get a double on the card. So more to come throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, all good. Thank you.
Well, Pat, good insight there from Manuel Nunes in regards to a very, very tricky horse to ride.
Good to see him get the result, though. 4, 10, 3 and 6, those numbers, as we go back and have a look at the replay of race number 7. Gates back, we're off. Porashiri's missed it. Porashiri, the $10 favourite, has missed away by about 3 lengths. He's going to have to use a bit of petrol here to get back up into the mix. Taking over is Foresto. Foresto leads past the post by a good 3 or 4 lengths for Ronnie Stewart and goes off the front, the clear leader from Kakadu and Lion Spirit. They got the job towing the rest of the field up here. Endless was next from Footsteps on the Car. Now Porashiri's 3 wide and he's beginning to make his move forward. From Scooter, God's Gift, Hasaliao 4th to last. From next in the field, Roman Classic, Red Riding Hood, and Fort Mustang has been sent back to the end. Foresto running along here, first 500 in 33.33. Now Porashiri's into second. How much petrol has he had to use to get to there? 3 lengths back into third was Kakadu from Lion Spirit, Endless. Next came Scooter from Footsteps on the Car, Hasaliao, God's Gift, Roman Classic. Second to last it was Fort Mustang, and at the end now is Red Riding Hood. They top the rise at the 700, and they've continued on their path here, and these two clear out. Foresto now goes for the doctor here and goes clear by 1 length. Getting a shake up here by Ronnie Stewart. Porashiri in pursuit. About a gap of about 4 or 5 lengths here back to Endless and Kakadu, who tow the rest up from Scooter, Lion Spirit, Footsteps on the Car, and Hasaliao. That's your race. Foresto leads them into the turn. Here's Porashiri. Porashiri, here he goes, gets the head back up here as they come past the 250. It's Foresto from Porashiri, who drops the head back down now. He's taken over the lead. It's Porashiri from Foresto. Running on was Endless. Porashiri from Foresto and Endless. Running on late was Lion Spirit. Porashiri trying to fight to the line, naps him and gets him. Porashiri breaks through for another win. Beats home Endless and Lion Spirit. They made it very interesting. Footsteps on the Car took 4th from Foresto, who knocked up. Next came Scooter from Kakadu, God's Gift, Hasaliao, a gap there back to Roman Classic, who was back there with Sound the Siren, Red Riding Hood rather, and last of all was Fort Mustang.
So race number 7 goes the way of Porashiri at $11 and 5.1. Gets the win over Endless in second, Lion Spirit third, as the full numbers 4, 10, 3 and 6. And they run a time of 1:48.23 as the all clear comes through. Porashiri 11 and 5.1. 10 Endless was second, $8 a place. 3 Lion Spirit, 15 the place, and 6 Foresto after leading throughout runs 4th. Forecast 4 and 10, $17. Place forecast 4 and 10, $8. 3 and 4, $11. 3 and 10, $16. TSA 4, 10, 3, $362. Trio 3, 4, 10, $109. No winner on the quartet 4, 10, 3 and 6. 5,452 will be carried forward. Margins ahead by 2 3/4 in 1:48.23. As we look at the run on, Footsteps on the Car was 5th to Kakadu, Scooter, God's Gift, Hasaliao never in it today. Down to Roman Classic, Fort Mustang, and Red Riding Hood was last, with the scratching of number 7 anyway. We can take a look at the photo. Porashiri hangs on in a head bobber and just beats Endless by that margin. And he'll catch his second career victory of here at Kranji. Take note, we have a jockey change in race 12. Number 7, Beer Garden, will now be ridden by Rosman Iskander. So we move on to race number 8 on the card. Beautiful conditions here at Kranji. a Class 5 over to 1,200 metres worth $30,000 at Division 3 of this race. 1 Limbs Unique, Danny Beasley in barrier 8. 2 Big Fortune, Apprentice K-Phase in 9. 3 Supermax, John Sadratis in barrier 2. 4 East Tiger, Geraldine Siao in gate 6. Number 5, the Wild Prince, TH Co in 1. 6 Allegro, Mark Yu in 7. Number 7, Atlantean, Jimmy Wong draws 11. 8 Wednesday, Ronnie Stewart in barrier number 4. And the last page, 9 and Panman, Rosman Iskander in 3. 10 Auspicious Day, Harry Kazim in 10. And 11 Coming Fast, Simon Koch in barrier number 5.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Let's get claims and overweights here for race number 8. 2 Big Fortune, K-Phase -4. The 4 East Tiger, Geraldine Siao -3. The 5 The Wild Prince for TH Co -1. 9 Anpan Man, Rosman Iskander -2. And the 11 Coming Fast, Simon Koch +1 kilogram. Here is Limbs Unique stepping out here, and he is a very short $8 favourite here, coming into Division 3 company here, Scott. Danny Beasley and Dan Mark combined.
I think rightly so. It's a pretty acceptable quote considering what he's done in this preparation. I'll just have a look now at his previous run where he ran 4th behind Purring Crown at 2 3/4 lengths behind on that occasion. He had a bad run, just trapped wide the whole way. Gets the visor on, the blinkers come off today, so for those unaware, a visor is just a little section of the blinkers, the cups on the eyes that just sort of are taken out, and you can sort of see horses coming to the side, and it doesn't give them that full closed blinker view.
Here is the 2 in Big Fortune. K-Phase rides for CT Qua. 9 start maiden, are yet to run in the top 4, $202.
Yeah, he's a big price, Pat. 4-year-old Irish bred son of Kodiak, 9 starts. He hasn't done anything here since he's arrived. All of his best form has been on the turf. He's got a win and a second to his name from overseas, but we just haven't seen the best of him here in Singapore. So I'm going to give him a miss and just wait for Sunning, but you're not going to find anything easier than Class 5 Division 3.
Here is the 3 in Supermax. Johnson Dradas to ride for Jason Lim. Tongue tie goes on the first time. Blinkers also go on. $131.
Yeah, he's an interesting runner, this guy. I've got him in for 4th just to try and add a little bit of value to your multiples. His best run hasn't been seen since probably November last year, where he was just beaten behind First Chief on that occasion, who eventually went on to win 3 races in a row, if I'm not mistaken. He draws well. He's going to get back, but I just think if they go quick, he might just finish off strongly.
So that is Supermax. As the jockeys make their way out, here's the 4 in East Tiger. Heading around here for the King Power stable. The 7-year-old son of Magic Albert. Geraldine Siao to ride, $175.
Yeah, we haven't seen since the 27th of November when ran behind Beat the Light. First up record, not that strong, Pat. 7 starts for a second to his name. 3-time winner. And his best performances have come on the turf. Only 1 place and in 10 starts on the poly track. Simply for that record, I'm steering away.
So $173 for East Tiger. Next one we have a look at is a 4-year-old son of Rip Van Winkle. These colours have already been successful today with high voltage. TH Co and Jason On combined once again here, this time for the Double Z stable, and it's the Wild Prince.
Yeah, the stable's just absolutely flying, aren't they? If TH Co can get him out and get him running, he can miss a start. He rears into barriers. He doesn't like to just sort of switch on when the gates open. I'm going to be curious to see what he does if he does get out and get running. You got to make use of that inside draw. You don't want to be shuffled up in amongst horses, but the way the stable's going today, these are the sort of horses that usually get up when momentum's absolutely flying.
Here's the 6 in Allegro. We've seen horses run on today, Scott, which is a promising sign for a horse like him. He was a ways off them last time out, but was making up some serious ground late. Could be one to be flashing late into the minors.
Oh, definitely. Mark Hughes ridden in his last 2 starts, 2 seconds to his name. He's yet to win on this galloper, but he has been placed in 3 of 9 when they've teamed up together. David Koch, these are the right sort of races where he places them. 1,200 metres, he is proven, placed 5 out of his 9. Definite top 4 multiples filler. I think $18 a place represents great value.
Next horse we look at is the 7 here in Atlantean. Jimmy Wong jumps back on board this horse, the son of Dick Turpin, who gets the blinkers on for the first time. The visor comes off and has been thereabouts for its last couple of starts. Put in a good run in behind Retallica last time out. Does draw 11 though. Yeah, interesting that he's a 6-year-old and he gets him on for the first time. That's, you know, it's leaving it late in their career to put the headgear on, isn't it? But he's drawn wide. I think it's going to help him. It might just sharpen him up and get him out and get him across. I've gone off him a little bit. I'm probably being a little bit harsh because his last 2 starts, he was only beaten 2 1/4 and 2 3/4, and he's been caught wide on both occasions. I'm simply leaving him out, Pat, because he's drawn wide again, and I think he's going to get a sort of similar run in transit. So next one we have a look at is Wednesday, who is going to be ridden here by Ronnie Stewart for Donna Logan. The winkers come off, $33. You could probably argue, Scott, though, that it did have its chance last week to win and couldn't get the job done there. He was pretty plain, to be honest, when he was asked for an effort. Yeah, I watched the replay of it. Didn't watch it live on that occasion, but yeah, I think being plain is probably a good way to put it. Didn't really sort of stride and flash home to the line. It ran the slowest last 400 of that race. Look, change of rider. Maybe Ronnie Stewart can just try and spark him up a little bit and get something out of him. But he's on the quick backup of 7 days, and he looks to have trained on really well, so I can't fault him in that department. Next runner we have a look at is Anpan Man. Rosman Iskander for Jerome Tarn. $151 is the price. He hasn't won since 301 days ago, so just under a year. Form is fair. He's only sort of beaten on average of about 5 lengths on each occasion. Rosman Iskander, he's only had 1 ride on him before and they didn't do much on that occasion. I don't have him in my numbers, but he looks well, he looks strong, and even though he's down 8 kilograms, he's a pretty decent sized horse at 571. Blinkers on again here for Anpan Man. Following horse we have a look at is Auspicious Day. Harry Kazim already with a winner today. This one for Leslie Koo. 3-time winner here in Singapore. He's $56. Yeah, Harry's already got a win on today's card, and look, he comes in this off a rating of 27. I can see why he's around that price of 56 and 12. That last start he was only beaten 3 lengths behind Alexander, who broke his maiden on that occasion. If he gets a nice run, he's going to have to from barrier 10. Let's just see what Harry does in those first stages of the race. This is the sort of race where he can figure in the top 4. I don't have any doubts about that with him. So $57 here for Auspicious Day. And the last horse we have a look at is Coming Fast for Simon Koch. Does the riding here for Desmond Coe. We'll see these colours a little bit later on as well with Wawasan, the colours of Tan Huat. Yeah, right down the bottom end here on a rating of 22. He's a speed runner. I think he'll go forward from a good draw. He hasn't had a good draw for some time, so they're going to want to make use of that with the lightweight. He's a 1-time winner from 25 starts. Good stats on the poly track too. Two placings. He's not a very well performed individual, but he's going to need a lot of luck in the run, and Simon's going to have to get him out and get him running, but he parades well and looks good. $143 there for Coming Fast. So that's our runners here for the 8th event on the card. Scott Bailey, we'll get your selections here for race number 8. Thank you, Pat. Continuing my string of no wins for the day. So I didn't have Porashiri in the last race. I went against him, but I'm going the way of the favourite. Hopefully the one favourite I do pick can get up, and that is Lim's Unique here for Danny Beasley and Daniel Marr. His last win came back on the 29th of January. He beat Northern Sun. Now, Northern Sun has since come on and won a race since. He's got form behind the likes of Rocket Ryan, Purring Crown. He ran 4th last start, and we saw that one get up earlier on.
a lot to like about him. I think Danny's just going to keep him nice and happy. Even if he's 2 or 3 wide, that won't be a problem for him, because you've got to remember when he can sit wide, he's able to win well, and that was what he did at his last victory back at the end of January. So I'll put him on top. I think $9. He might just get out to a more reasonable quote of maybe 10 or 11 if money comes for a couple of other of these runners. 8 Wednesday in for second. Let's see if Ronnie Stewart can just try and get something back out of Wednesday. He's drawn well. He'll be up there, maybe sitting 3rd or 4th. I can see him as I've got my map in front of me. Last start was a disappointment. He's on the quick backup, but he has done plenty of racing this season, and he hasn't lost any condition from that. In for third, I will go with number 6, Allegro, for David Koch and Mark Yu. Second up today, has won second up in the past. Caught the eye in the race in Retallica won 7 days ago. I can see why they've decided to have a throw at the stumps here. It's a Division 3, a level field. He can be in the finish, but he won't want to get too far back. He's going to have to be in a more striking position, turning for home. And for fourth, I will go number 3, Supermax, just simply looking for a little bit of value. We haven't seen his best for 883 days, but from a nice draw, if John Sidratis can just try and pick and weave a few runs, he might just make up some ground and catch the eye running into the top 4. My numbers 1, 8, 6 and 3. I'm with Lim's Unique. Give him strength, Pat.
Yeah, give him strength. I'm with him too here, Scott. I think that he's strikes himself a really nice race here, to be honest. Rarely do we see these Division 3 events. He obviously does have to carry the weight here, but gets down to some really nice company here. We've seen him run some great races so far this year. So far he's had, a win and a couple of minor placings to his name at this grade. I see him being a major player here, and the market very much gravitating towards him as well. He's currently $9, so nice and short. I've got him on top to beat Atlantean. Blinkers on first time. Going to have to do a bit of work from the outside gate. Thought that was the slight concern. In for third, Wednesday, who disappointed last time out but has been knocking on the door for a win. Comes in here with a lightweight once again, getting down to a mark of 29. So it'll win eventually. But yeah, just was a little bit disappointing last time out, and otherwise I would have had it on top here if it had put in another decent performance, but faded to lose there by 5.9 lengths. And in for fourth, I've gone to Allegro. He'll be a long way off from the son of Delaporte, but he'll be flying home late if he gets enough speed and tempo in the race. 1, 7, 8 and 6 for me, Scott. 1, 7, 8 and 6. We'll take a quick break here as we are 4 minutes away from start time, and we'll be back with a betting update in a couple of minutes' time.
So all riders and jockeys and horses make their way to the start here for race number 8. Number 1 is your favourite and Limbs Unique at $10. Touch of support for horses 6, 7 and 8. And I speak of Allegro, Atlantean and Wednesday all being met with a bit of support. And just as I cast my eye over also horse number 5 just out a few points to $50. And horse number 4, East Tiger on the drift as well. Speed influences in this race, Pat Comerford. Where do you see him coming from?
Interesting race, Scott. I thought Coming Fast has to go forward. It would not surprise me to see it up in the mix. I think Limbs Unique it's going to make its own luck up in front as well. So happy to say that potentially Limbs Unique will be up on in the mix with Coming Fast. Do you see any others there as well?
Yeah, I see probably Coming Fast, possibly East Tigers. Super Max, I don't think he'll be that close. I think he might just be about midfieldish or so. I can see someone like Beasley just being positive out, keeping him wide for that first couple of strides and just seeing where he's going to be able to map it and get him win. But as I mentioned before, when he won that last start going back in January, he was happy to sit wide throughout and just let him travel, and he was able to finish strongly at the end of it.
Very interesting race here, and again, I just think that it's going to set up for something here to be able to take this out, who probably normally would be, you know, in the sort of middle of the field in regards to chances in the Division 2. Very rarely do we get these Division 3 races, but I'm glad we see eye to eye here. I think this is Limbs Unique's opportunity to capitalise once again.
Yeah, good money now coming for Wednesday, $30 into 18 for Ronnie Stewart and Donna Logan. Looks to be one of the best backed runners in this race, and he's on the drift now, Limbs Unique. He's out to $14, so a wave of support here for Wednesday, horse number 8. As they load away, let's take it to Pat Comerford for the call of race 8.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, Wednesday. Been given a few chances. He's had quite a few minor placings of late. It was a bit disappointing last time out. He had his opportunity to have a run up the inside. Jimmy Wong asked for an effort and unfortunately didn't find anything. But Ronnie Stewart looking for that first win here back in Singapore since making his way back. Could this one be his first winner? The market's certainly gravitating towards it here late. $12 in from $14 for the favourite, but good money here for Wednesday. Late in betting. Set at the 1,200 metres, and we're away. Now Super Max, he was a little tardy out, going back with Allegro as expected. Back there as well, Big Fortune. Wednesday takes over the running from the jump today. Wants to be forward. They were followed there by Coming Fast, who's out deeper, Auspicious Day and Limbs Unique. Now Super Max is booting through from Pan Man. They were followed there by East Tiger running alongside Atlantean. Second to last is Allegro. He's on the inside of runners, so he's going to need a bit of there, and being ridden along by Mark Yu in second last. Last of all was Big Fortune. They head down the side. They've got 150 metres left to travel, and it is the Wild Prince and Coming Fast up in front. Day was next from Wednesday. Now Limbs Unique's had to peel around 5 or 6 wide and begins to make its run wide, but has to find here. Pan Man in behind from Allegro, East Tiger, Big Fortune and Atlantean. Up on the fence, it's the Wild Prince and Coming Fast who go down to battle. Favourite can't win. Super Max is on the outside. Here's Wednesday, and also down the outside was East Tiger. It's the Wild Prince and Coming Fast. The leaders draw away. The Wild Prince and Coming Fast. It's the Wild Prince. The Wild Prince by a neck goes on to beat home Coming Fast. That's a treble for TH Co. A gap there back to East Tiger in third from Wednesday, Allegro and Pan Man. They were followed there by Big Fortune, Atlantean. Limbs Unique was a bit disappointing there. Third to last, Super Max was second to last, and last across was Auspicious Day. Riding the absolute house down is TH Co, and isn't Jason Ong absolutely flying as well? The Wild Prince has been mixing his results of late. His trial was good. Lutes here for the Double Z stable. We've seen those colours come to victory twice now today. And what has been a good day for the stable and a good day for TH Co. Beats home Coming Fast, who was very good into second. The 6-year-old there by Bonhoeffer, who's found his way down to a mark of 22. But on that run there, if he finds another race like this, he could be getting himself another victory. Not all hope is lost. We're there. Wednesday runs into third from East Tiger, who flew home as well in race number 8. Interesting race here, Scott Bailey, but good to see the Wild Prince get rewarded here. A good on-speed performance from the Wild Prince, who does mix his jumps, but he jumped today and he was ridden up onto the speed where he likes to be and didn't have to do too much work to find it, and that showed in the end when he had a kick in the locker and notches up TH Co, his third win for the day.
Yeah, it was a very smart ride there. He's had a couple of these here today, and he made use of that inside draw. Once he saw he had a bit of room, he was able to on the rail corner and save ground. He didn't really sprint when he turned for home. It was more of a plug to the line, I felt, watching it. Horses on his outside, such as Coming Fast, Super Max, Wednesday was just sort of going up and down on the one spot. I don't think we're going to read too much into form out of this race, but what a day Jason Ong's having. 4 winners, TH Co 3 winners. It's just a one-act affair this afternoon.
Certainly is. They're going very well, and those colours again come to victory with the high voltage earlier on in the day doing exactly the same thing. Let's get you a result here. The unofficial numbers, and it was the 5 in the Wild Prince victorious. $60 and $24 the place, beating home the 11 Coming Fast at $23 the place, and the 8 in Wednesday at $10 the place. 4th goes to the stablemate of Wednesday in East Tiger. 5, 11, 8 and 4 as we go back and watch the replay of race number 8. 100 metres and we're away. Now Super Max, he was a little party out, going by leg row as expected. Back there as well, Big Fortune. Wednesday takes over the running from the Wild Prince, who's jumped today, wants to be forward. They were followed there by Coming Fast, who's out deeper on the track with Auspicious Day and Limbs Unique. Now Super Max is booting through. Pan were followed there by East Tiger, running alongside Atlantean. Second to last is Allegro. He's on the inside of runners. Need a bit of luck from there, and being ridden along by Mark Yu in second last. Last of all was Big Fortune. They head down the side. They've got 150 metres left to travel, and it is the Wild Prince and Coming Fast up in front. Auspicious Day was next from Wednesday. Now Limbs Unique's had to peel around 5 or 6 wide and begins to make its run wide, but has to find here. Ampan Man in behind from Allegro, East Tiger, Big Fortune and Atlantean. Up on the fence, it's the Wild Prince and Coming Fast who go down to battle. Favourite can't win. Super Max is on the outside. Here's Wednesday, and also down the outside was East Tiger. It's the Wild Prince and Coming Fast. The leaders draw away. The Wild Prince and Coming Fast. It's the Wild Prince. The Wild Prince by a neck goes on to beat home Coming Fast. That's a treble for TH Co. A gap there back to East Tiger in third from Wednesday, Allegro and Pan Man. They were followed there by Big Fortune, Atlantean. Limbs Unique was a bit disappointing there. Third to last, Super Max was second to last, and last across was Auspicious Day. So there you go, the Wild Prince victorious. Great day for Jason Ong, great day for TH Co this afternoon here at the Singapore Turf Club. 5, 11, 8 and 4. The Wild Prince pays $60 and $24. Margins are half by 3, time 112.75. We'll confirm that with correct weight very shortly. Stand by. All clear given for race number 8 at the Singapore Turf Club, paying on numbers 5, 11, 8 and 4. $60 and $24 the price there for the Wild Prince. Beats home Coming Fast at $23 and Wednesday at $10. Forecast 5 and 11, $495. Place forecast 5 and 11, $116. 5 and 8, $21. 8 and 11, $26. 5, 11, 8 TSA, $5,062. Trio 5, 8 and 11, $573. Quartet 5, 11, 8 and 4 pays 21,358, 22,757 jackpots forward into race number 9. Margins a half length by 3 by a head, and the time 112.75. Let's get you your official run-ons here for the 8th event. Allegro finished into 5th placing. Good run home from him, all things considering the position he was in. 4 back the fence. Anpan Man was 6th from Supermax Atlantean. Limbs Unique, very disappointing. Big Fortune was 10th, and last across was Auspicious Day. That's your 11 runners there, and let's have a look at the photo for 3rd. Donna Logan's 2 fighting it out there for the final place in the frame, and Wednesday gets it over a very fast finishing East Tiger in the shadows of the post. That's race 8 wrapped up. Race 9 not too far away here at the Singapore Turf Club. It is a $50,000 Class 4 over the 1,100 metres. We still have 4 more races left on the program this afternoon.
Hugo looking to peel out to the middle of a track, and the rest have to get a wiggle on, headed by High Water. They come into the last 300 metres, and it's Last Samurai in front. He likes to go forward and keep rolling, but can he hang on? Giving chase out wide in the middle of a track is Romantic coming into it. Lady Springbok just boxing up and down to the one spot. Hugo's making up ground on the outside, but it's Romantic who gets to Last Samurai, and Romantic on the outside takes it and wins.
Water Rocket kicks clear from Boysander here as they turn for home. And as they come down past the 275, it is Water Rocket leading Boysander and Minister. Strong and Best hasn't left the paint the entire way. Next was Online, and Hard to Think's in his own trial. But Water Rocket down to the line. Water Rocket, having a quiet time of it up front, is going to score by the best part of a length and 3/4.
Crown Dancing and Foresto swinging for home, and 370 metres are ahead of him. Lucky Imperator pushes a button and gets going. Wind of Dubai looking to chase him out in the middle of a track. Wind of Dubai, Wind of Liberty starting to pick up. The grey Malibu Beach in between the middle of them is giving chase, and the rest of them are struggling to make up the ground. Run Min to Bin the run just behind them. Coming to the line, it's going to be a 3-way go. Inside, outside, outside. Wind of Dubai to grey Malibu.
Back to Ace Sovereign, who's having a quiet time of it out the back with Dragon Tycoon. It's Surrey Hills who leads them into the straight. Past the 250, out clear by 3 or 4 lengths on Wind of Dubai, who now comes into second. They were followed by Spirit of the Wind, Healthy Baby best of the rest. It's Surrey Hills in the final part who's going to go on and take it out from Wind of Dubai, who gets within about...
They turn into the straight, and First Chief setting up a really nice tempo here. 300 metres to go, and on the outside is Winning Spirit making ground with Hot Shot Slam, and Yes One Ball. Mr. Dynamo from the back with Snip. Hot Shot Slam now taking over First Chief. They were followed by Snip and Yes One Ball running on with Mr. Dynamo, but Hot Shot Slam, that's a treble for Chasm. Well done. Great result there for Hot Shot.
晨操揽胜现已提供双语服务，请在星河遥控器上按 Audio 键切换英语或华语，按你喜欢的语言追看最新的晨操情报，只在赛马频道。
Welcome back to race day.
Race number 9 is for $50,000 on the poly track over 1,100 metres, Class 4, Division 2. The one is Mini Force X down to Class 4 for the first time. Danny Beasley in barrier number 9. 2 Resolution, Louis Beauzelon. 3 Kiss Your Song, Julian Xiao in 4. The 5 is Sacred Sweet for Shafiq Rizwan in barrier 6. 5 is Revolution, Saifuddin in 8. 6 Boy Xander for Manuel Nunez in 7. 7 is Wind of Dubai for Harry Kazim in 3. The 8 Snip, Shafrazel Salih from barrier number 2. 9 is Fabu for TH Co from 1, and the 10 is Miracle, Amaral to ride in from barrier number 10.
Thank you, Pat. Everyone's just getting sorted out here ahead of race number 9. We're going to bring up your claims and overweights. 3 Kiss Your Song, Geraldine Siao takes off 3 kilograms. 8 Snip, Shafrazel minus just a half. 9 Fabu, TH Co minus 1. And 10 Miracle, Amaral minus half a kilo. So the first runner we can take a look at is Mini Force X for Dan Beasley and KY Young, a former Group 1 winner as the Group 1 perform runner back as a 2-year-old in New Zealand. $78 a win, 24 to place, looking to get back into form.
Yeah, not too sure what to make of this horse, to be honest, Scott. I'm very much keeping it safe. One, because Danny Beasley has decided to call for this ride and get on board. So he's obviously a horse that does have ability, and we know that from his time as a 2-year-old in New Zealand. But he gets back down to a suitable class here. The only question mark I had was the fact that I thought 1,100 might be a little bit too short for him. Nevertheless, he's up against much more suitable company here, and you need to remember that 4 starts ago, yes, he's been down the track his last couple, but he was beaten less than a length by Lims Kosciuszko.
Here is number 2, Resolution for Louis Beauzelon and Michael Clements. $75 a win, 25 to place, and returned with respiratory distress at his last start.
He was 2 lengths off King Arthur 2 starts ago. Last start, as you mentioned, had the respiratory distress, so it's a complete and utter forgive. Before that, he's had some really nice runs up in Class 3 as well before coming down to Class 4. He's one of those horses I don't think you can ever count him out. He could have a good run in him. I didn't have him in my numbers today just because I think there's a couple others here that I think will be better suited, but especially from a scales perspective. But happy to respect this 5-year-old son of Toronado.
Number 3 is Kiss Your Song. Geraldine Siao teams up with Shane Birchiger, your race favourite at $14, and jumps from barrier number 4.
He has been up for a very long time. He is having his 24th start since having a spell. He's Kiss Your Song, so he's just one of those horses that definitely just continues to tick over. This is his 4th run back in Class 4, and he gets in with 53.5 here. Julian Siao's had some nice runs on him before. To pick one in particular, 2 starts ago was 2 lengths off Dr. Cardo. So you can understand why the market is gravitating towards this horse. He has put in good runs of late, and at the same time as well gets in very well at the weights, and the apprentice on board definitely knows the horse quite well too.
Looking nice and relaxed. Can get a little bit on his toes at times, but looking good today. As we go to number 4, Sacred Sweet, the son of Sacred Falls for Raffles Racing, who had a winner earlier on with the August. $169 a win, 41 to place.
I'm finding it hard to sort of map this horse up here and where he sort of sits in, because look, his trial was behind Time Lord in February was good, but his 2 starts to date, he just hasn't been able to get into the race at all. Whether that's him just getting suited to this new location, or whether or not it's a show of his ability. But I'm pretty sure he's got more ability than what he's shown his last 2 starts. I'll need to see a good run from him before I can entertain him in selections.
Down to number 5, Revolution for Saifuddin and Alvin Tan. $32 a win, $8 a place. He's a horse that can go very well here on this surface.
Yes, he certainly can. He's a 5-time winner on all-weather tracks. He does his best work on this surface, but as you can see there, he's been doing quite a bit of racing on it. He rarely does go across to the turf, but in saying that, he's second up here for this campaign. He's a second up winner in the past. He's also got a minor placing to his name. So you'll be keeping him safe in your numbers here. I've got him on a top 4 line.
As we move on to our next runner, and that is number 6, Boy Xander for Manuel Nunes and Jason Lim. The Brazilian looking for a treble on the card. $20 a win, $9 a place. Shadow roll comes off.
So $20 at the moment. He was just way too short last time out at the races. Scott got into $8 on the SP, which is very short for a horse that we didn't have a lot of information on in regards to getting a guide on how he was going to return. He's an interesting one to line up here because he doesn't really respond to Manuel Nunes' style of riding. He doesn't change his legs. They've obviously had troubles with that with him. But in saying that, you know, that's obviously an advantage that you get with booking Manuel Nunes. He seems to be going well enough to be potentially a threat here. I'm happy to entertain him. I think we'll see an improved run to what we saw back on the 13th of March.
Number 7 is Wind of Dubai, Harry Chasm and James Peters. First up for 140 days, 48 the win, 13 the place, has trialled nicely.
Two-time Class 5 winner before going for a break. He returns here, obviously over a distance probably less than what we would be seeing him do his best work over. But in saying that, his trials have been very good, and he returns here off that break. But I'm interested to see how he goes here with the lightweight. He could entertain and shock here, but yeah, the trials suggest he's going well, and we could see a forward showing.
So riders heading over to their mounts as we go to number 8, Snip for Shafrazel and Dan Marr. 39 the win, $12 a place. The son of Snippertson. He's getting on now at 8 years old, but he is an 8-time winner.
He is an 8-time winner. He has had some really good runs of late as well. I like the fact that he's backing up after a week too. He's right in the market, and because he closed off very well. Shafrazel Salih's been riding him very well, especially the last start in behind Hot Shot Slam. He just continues to keep ticking over at this grade, and if you're looking for one to throw in just to keep safe, it's probably him.
Looking nice and cool and calm and relaxed is the son of Snippertson. And just behind him we have horse number 9, Fabu, for Jason Ong, who's looking for 5 winners on the card. And he's drawn 1 at $79 a win, 15 the place. THCO searching for 4.
$79 for Fabu. And yeah, as you mentioned, got the right man on board in THCO, who's been going very well this afternoon. He has had 4 goes on this horse. He's found himself in the minor placings on 1 occasion aboard Fabu. But again, I just, for me, that the form isn't strong enough here to entertain him here over a few of these.
He's looking well on his toes, just walking by me now in the booth and getting a lather of sweat. So really working himself up here before the race. And we go down to the bottom, number 10, Miracle. Tim Fitzsimmons and Amaral combined for the Buffalo stable. Equilox off hind goes on the special plate.
Yeah, I look at his form. Again, he's coming out of the exact same race as Snip last time out. He's on the quick backup. The barrier's a slight concern, but look, he's got a very light weight, and he's been 2.7 off Renzo, 1.7 off Metal World in that finish, that big blanket finish back on the 13th of March. The form's been okay with Miracle, but at the same time, again, he's in the same case as Fabu, where we just haven't seen enough from him to be able to entertain a selection. But again, it's a very open race, and you know, stranger things have happened.
Oh, that they have. They happen week in, week out here in racing. And they're going to do another lap of here in the parade ring, Pat, and I'll get into my selections first. We're 7 minutes out from the running of race number 9. As I mentioned before, Jason Ong, 4 winners on the card, THCO 3 to his name. And it's been a very well spread out in other races, but all eyes have been on the local trainer, Jason Ong, and his stable and what they've done here today. My numbers for race 9, I'm going with number 7 at a bit of value in Wind of Dubai. It's been a bit of a tough picking day today, so I'll keep with him on top. First up, has trialled well. Does have form to his name on this poly track, is a one-time winner and placed once in 7 starts. He was finishing last season at very, very good style over the 1,400 metres when Zyrul was in the saddle on those occasions. Harry Kazum takes a ride. He has ridden him before, but unsuccessfully in those 4 goes. And I think if he gets a nice run from the draw, he could be returning in very good order. And he looked well as he walked past me before for the James Peters stable, who's having a good season with these sort of horses in this sort of space. Class 4 is a bit of a question mark. He's yet to run in this grade before, but let's see if he's returned on fresh legs. And judging by what we've seen at the trials, he might just surprise. Ahead of number 5, Revolution, who's a very well-performed polytrack galloper. He's getting on now, a 6-year-old son of Unencumbered. But at his best, he does like to get home and absolutely flash. And we have seen horses coming from behind here today. So I think at $9 a place, he's 32 to win. He could just be one to put into the multiples, and he will be catching the eye in that last 200 metres or so. Boy Xander, horse number 6 for Manuel Nunez and Jason Lim. The son of Sham Express, having his 3rd start here in Singapore. Did have a long break of 12 months between runs as opposed to the start before last. Manuel Nunez retains a ride. I think he will show a bit of speed from a wide gate. He was met with betting support into $8 on that occasion. I think that was ridiculous unders on that occasion. But now that he's a little bit fitter, we might just get more of a guide on him. And let's see Nunez get him out and get him running from a wide draw. And there's Sacred Sweet on screen, just really hot and sweaty in regards to that runner. And number 3, Kiss Your Song, I'll put in for 4th. He does have a very good course and distance record. He draws well, but he's just not doing what I have seen him do in the past at his last few runs. But if he's going to step up, this could be the race that he does it in. My numbers for race 9, 7, 5, 6 and 3, and I'm sticking with Wind of Dubai on an each-way quote.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I'm going with Boy Xander here. We're going to see a much improved performance, I'd say, from what we saw the first time around. He obviously was very much in need of the run. In saying that, he's had another tick-over trial, and he seemed to be well there. Gets in here with 53.5 kilos, so happy to entertain him here. And hopefully we see a good performance from him. Going for him on top here to beat the 1 Mini Force X down to Class 4. Looks to be ideal for him in regards to company. Seems to be well. And as you can see there on the screen, Danny Beasley on board here for his first run back in Class 4. This horse was a 0.8 of a length off Lims Kosciuszko 3 starts ago. Albeit over more ground. That was over 1,200 metres, and it was on the turf. But he closed off very well, and we've seen them close off well all day today on the turf. If he's in the right position, I wouldn't count him out to be running a drum in this race. I've gone to 7 in for 3rd in Wind of Dubai. He's shown enough at the trials that he could be performing well here first up with a lightweight up to Class 4. And I've thrown in Revolution in for 4th in this affair because, look, his closing sectional times last time out were very good. He was coming home well in behind Romantic in what was a pretty hot race. And he does come into this race here, I think, with a really nice lead-up performance there first up. His second up stats, he's won before. He's had a win the 3rd, so he's done some good work second up in the past. So he goes in for 4th. My numbers here, Scott, 6, 1, 7, 5, going with Boy Xander for Manuel Nunez, looking for 3 winners.
Looking nice and worked up here is Sacred Sweet, Pat. He was a lather of sweat here in the parade ring, the son of Sacred Falls, just having his 3rd start here in Singapore, but can definitely put you off on a horse when you see him building themselves up like that.
For sure. Look, he's a horse that, again, I just don't know. Look, Raffles Racing know how to buy horses. They've been buying very smart horses for Asia for a very long time. I just think this horse is taking a few starts just to acclimatise to the Singapore conditions. His last 2 runs have been representative of that. He'll turn a corner eventually. It's just him getting used to the hot conditions. This is the kind of day, though, Scott, you'd expect the horse to be okay. It's very mild compared to the recent weeks that we've had, but just obviously still getting quite hot and bothered here in his 3rd run here in Singapore. But yeah, he's an interesting one to keep an eye on. I think, as I said, I think he'll improve going forward. But Yeah, he's definitely showing signs here of a horse that that doesn't want to be here at the moment.
Give me your thoughts on Mini Force X. He makes his Class 4 debut here for KY Young and Hong Kong Bloodstock. Danny Beasley in the saddle. Now, he was really good when running third to Lims Kosciuszko back on the 15th of January, but we thought he might have just found the tweak to him and got into some more better performances, but we haven't seen that at his last few starts.
No, we haven't. But in saying that, he does mix his runs. That run 3 starts ago does have to be respected. I really do like the fact that Danny Beasley, whether he's called for the ride or whether KY Young's asked him to ride this horse, we won't know. But in saying that, it's good to see him gravitate towards a horse like Mini Force X. Again, he's got ability, but he's just sort of struggled to put it together since arriving here in Singapore. But I'm happy to respect him here. I can't believe he's out to 100 on the tote. That's just outrageous for a horse that has got some... I know he's got mixed form, but he's got some form here that stands a lot better than some of these that are a lot shorter than him in the market.
Were you surprised to see Kiss Your Song at $14? We opened up $13 favourite at one point.
I was surprised to see him back at that weight, back at that price. I think that there's other horses in this field that definitely probably deserve favouritism over him, but I can understand why they're going towards Kiss Your Song. Julian Xiao's had some good runs on him, knows the horse well, and has had some proven performances on Kiss Your Song. Gets in very well here at the weights, and that could prove to be a winning factor. We saw earlier on in the day with Mizuki Akmarzani and his win on the August. The weight was a massive factor in getting him into the finish, so hopefully she's in the right position at the right time, and for those favourite backers, they can be rewarded, and Kiss Your Song can come steaming over the top. He's just going to be all about getting him into the right position at the right time.
Money starting to come in now for Boyzander. He's $16 favourite, and he overtakes Kiss Your Song to outright favouritism here for race number 9. We're getting starters up orders, and they're loading the first one away here for race number 9. So he's going to be favourite Boyzander for Manuel Nunez, looking for 3 winners on the card. And that man, TH Co, looking for 4, and trainer Jason Ong searching for his 5th win of the day as they come away here for race 9. Let's take you to Pat Comerford for the call.
Thank you very much there, Scott. The sun has finally started to peek through, and we do have some sun here. Yeah, the first time today. Nevertheless, it's been beautiful conditions for racing. We do have a couple of clouds overhead, so we have some light patches and dark patches across the Singapore Turf Club here at this point in time. Here's Mini Force X coming up for Danny Beasley, formerly known as Your Deal in New Zealand, was a 2-time Group 1 winner as a 2-year-old with Murray Baker and Andrew Forsman. And was sold on here to Asia. Here's Kiss Your Song loading forward. Boyzander to come up. Boyzander, $14 favourite. Kiss Your Song still heavily ordered, but into $19. We're set at the 1100 metres, and we're off. Kiss Your Song got a flyer early from Wind of Dubai. Boyzander wanting a piece of it early. Fabu, THO once again hunting up the rail to keep them all off the fence. From next in the field, Resolution running to the outside of Snip. They were followed by Sacred Sweet, Revolution. Second to last there was Mini Force X, and last of all was Miracle. Boyzander takes over. Fabu can't go with. THO snicks back into the trail. From Kiss Your Song on the outside was Resolution. Working into it was Sacred Sweet from Revolution. On its inside was Snip, followed by Miracle, and last of all was Mini Force X, getting roused along by Beasley to start making up ground. Boyzander leads them past the 275, and it's Boyzander out clear by about 2 lengths from Kiss Your Song, who's in pursuit. From Revolution, Resolution, Wind of Dubai. On the inside there was Fabu and Snip trying to stick into it, but Boyzander's clear, and Boyzander coming down to the shadows of the post gets Nunez a treble, and that's a good win. Boyzander by 3 lengths beats home. Revolution on into third was Wind of Dubai from Kiss Your Song, and it was Snip who took 5th. A gap there back to Miracle. Mini Force X never ran on. Fabu tired late, and they were followed there by Sacred Sweet and last across was Resolution. We saw an improved run there from Boyzander. It goes on to get the win for Manuel Nunez. The 6 comes up in the frame. Was way too short last time out. Needed the run, and he has improved lengths on that last start performance. Gets home here over a very fast finishing Revolution. Good run as well from Wind of Dubai. He's closed off very well to run potentially into the minor placings, and he'll be battling out third with Kiss Your Song. Scott Bailey, Boyzander, the money came for him late. He closed off at $12, and the punters have got it spot on.
He was just the outright leader, wasn't he? Once he got out and got rolling, he was just in a nice rhythm and turning for home. He was just absolutely travelling. I was watching the race here and looking for runs out wide. I thought Wind of Dubai was going to come into it, but he was just full of running. And as you mentioned, second up after a long break. Sometimes they run their belt to clear the lungs out, get the fitness back in their legs, and that's exactly what he's done here today. But Nunez he was absolutely cuddling him when he turned for home. You can just see now he pulls the reins and just gives him a little shake up. 1 tap, 2 tap, and when he really got into him, he just started to career away. So I think he's on a horse on a forward path now.
I totally agree with you. Look, he's been very public about the fact that the first time that he rode him, it just doesn't respond to the way that he rides. Manuel Nunez, very known for his very South American style and getting the horse to be able to change torque, and he refuses to do it in trials and on race day last start. But he's worked him out, and he has got an engine, that's for sure. We'll see if he can progress on with it now, and I'm sure Jason Lim and the Good Men Racing stable will be very, very happy with that result, and so will the punters who tucked in, because he's closed off at $12.
Yeah, it's a big dividend and a good result for all involved. 6, 5, 7 and 3 are your numbers for race 9. Let's go back and look at the win of Boyzander.
And we're off. Kiss Your Song got a flyer early from Wind of Dubai. Boyzander wanting a piece of it early. Fabu, TH Co once again hunting up the rail to keep them all off the fence. From next field, Resolution running outside of Snip. They were followed by Sacred Sweet, Revolution. Second to last there was Mini Force X, and last of all was Miracle. Boyzander takes over. Fabu can't go with them. TH Co snicks back into the trail. From Kiss Your Song on the outside was Resolution. Working into it was Sacred Sweet from Revolution. On its inside was Snip, followed by Miracle, and last of all was Mini Force X, getting roused along by Beasley to start making up ground. Boyzander leads them past the 275, and it's Boyzander out clear by about 2 lengths from Kiss Your Song, who's in pursuit. From Revolution, Resolution, Wind of Dubai. On the inside there was Fabu and Snip trying to stick into it, but Boyzander's clear, and Boyzander coming down to the shadows of the post gets Nunez a treble, and that's a good win. Boyzander by 3 lengths beats home Revolution. On into third was Wind of Dubai from Kiss Your Song, and it was Snip who took 5th. A gap there back to Miracle. Mini Force X never ran on. Fabu tired late, and they were followed there by Sacred Sweet, and last across was Resolution.
Race number 9 goes the way of horse number 6, Boyzander, at $12 and 5.1. Met with plenty of betting support in the last minute, and he's beaten Revolution, an eye catcher, in for second at $20 a place. And Wind of Dubai managed to round out third at 11 the place, first up for James Peters. 6, 5, 7 and 3 are your numbers as we await the all clear on the 9th event. All clear given on race number 9, Class 4 Division 2. Boyzenda, $12 and 5.15. Revolution, $20 to play. 7 Wind of Dubai was third at 11 to place, and 3 Kiss Your Song was fourth. Forecast 5 and 6, $34. Place forecast 5 and 6, $14. 6 and 7, $7. 5 and 7, $15. TSA 6, 5 and 7, $144. Trio 5, 6, 7, $34. Quartet 6, 5, 7 and 3, $889. And the margins were 2 lengths by a neck by a nose in a time of 105.67. As we look at the run on, in 5th was Snip down to Miracle, Fabu, Mini Force X, Resolution second last, and Sacred Sweet was the last to pull up. And have a look at the photo for third between Kiss Your Song and Wind of Dubai, going the way of Horse 7 on the outside. 3 more races still to come here on race day. We are 20 minutes away from the 10th. We'll be back with the Parade Ring coverage, our headline race off the card. Starting to get a bit of a move on now. Pennywise peels out. Tangible doesn't want to be making up too much ground for now. Out wide, So High Class in the middle of a track, and Gold Strike at the rear. Coming into the last 250 metres, a leading Credible gets on turns with Predator. Trumpy comes out in the black and gold, and he's really giving chase. Out wide, Tangible's starting to get a move on with Pennywise as they come into the last 100 metres. Tangible's taken over, and he beats his stablemate. That's a big win.
Savvy Command now gets into some clear running from Tangible, and also next in the strong best cluttered up, but anyways on by. Shams thrown up white flag. Savvy Command still making ground from Strong and Best, who's now running into it. Strong and Best goes over Pennywise with the big weight. Strong and Best down the outside was Tangible, but it's all too late. Johnson Dradis with a double.
Winning Workouts is now available in dual sound. Select English or Mandarin by pressing the audio button on StarHub Remote Control. Catch the track work highlights in your preferred language. Only available on horse racing channels.
Well, the big race is very shortly upon us. The Group 2 Stewards Cup here this afternoon is the feature race of the program. It's worth $150,000. Here he is, Scott, just hacking down. Harry Kassam on board him. They're off. Away and racing in the feature here this afternoon. Stewards Cup and Senior Don was the first one to bounce away in company with Charisma. They've got 700 left to go. 49.96 the 800 metre call. It is Mr. Malik, the outside of Charisma. Senior Don, Big Harding, the Gold Cup winners running on, but it's Mr. Malik Stewards Cup, and Mr. Malik will win it for Steve Burridge and Harry Kassam.
Welcome back. Thank you for tuning in to Race Day from the Singapore Turf Club. We're up to race number 10 at Class 3 over to 1,700 metres on the poly. 1 Trumpy, Oscar Chavez from barrier number 2. 2 Pennywise, Jimmy Wong in 7. 3 Tangible, Manu Nunez from 6. 4 Predator, Matthew Kelledy from the inside draw. Number 5, Leatherhead, Jake Bayless in 3. 6, Limbs Best Breaker, Danny Beasley in barrier 8. 7, Online, Benny Woodworth from 5. And 8, Strong and Best, John Sidritis from barrier number 4 is your $13 favourite.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Get straight into the preview here for race number 10. First horse we have a look at is Trumpy. Oscar Chavez for Michael Clements. Nice second last time out on the turf, in behind Tangible. $88.25 the place.
Yeah, he's a noted runner in this race, Pat. He's only a one-time winner here in Singapore, but he is a 6-time winner on the poly track, so he's obviously done a fair bit of racing in that back over in his native homeland where he came from, the son of Lizard Island. He was runner-up behind Tangible at his previous start. He has run 4th in a Singapore Gold Cup. We know he's got ability there, but he just struggles to cross the line first on a lot of occasions.
Has got 1 win from 18 starts in Singapore. However, has won 6 races on the all-weather before he was purchased, so he's a 6-time winner on all-weather tracks. But yeah, as you mentioned, doesn't do it out of turn here. The poly here in Singapore, a little bit of an unknown.
Would you class that as dirt racing? I guess they put that under statistics.
I guess so, yeah. Any sort of synthetic or dirt surface that they would do. But in saying that as well, we'll be interested to see how he goes here, because he's got a couple with a bit more poly resumes, including this runner here in Pennywise, who is our next one to have a look at. $22, Jimmy Wong for Ricardo Lagrange.
You talk about a poly track CV. If this guy walked into a good business involved with it, he'd be at the top of the list to get the job, because he's an 8-time winner from 24 starts and placed on 7 other occasions. Believe it or not, I made mention of this on Track Talk. He's never raced over 1,700 metres out of 24 starts here in Kranji. I was amazed by that stat. I mean, I know we don't have a lot of them, but for a horse that continually runs in this grade and around these sort of races, I found that an amazing stat.
For sure, for sure. Like as we said, I think you can only bring it down to it's purely that it's a fluke that it's happened.
It just hasn't fallen on the dates that he's running.
Correct. But we do see a lot more 1,700 races probably over Class 4 and Class 5. I don't think we'll ever see Pennywise down at that level, well, not for a good while at least. He's only just come back to Class 3. But I think, yeah, as you said, Scott, 8-time winner. He's got to be respected on this surface no matter what grade. Here's Tangible, who heads across. He's only 1 from 7 on the poly, but I'll tell you what, his win last start was pretty classy. He's $21.
He absolutely flew home to run 22.2 for the final 400. Was really doing his best work late. I think if he just settles back and there's good speed on with the likes of Pennywise, Predator maybe, he could just be in that nice camping position to swing out wide and give Nunez his 4th winner of the day. I really like him. He's parading really well. He's a horse that can get on his toes a little bit. I've seen him do it before in the past, but this is probably the more switched on I've seen him for some time, and that just gives him an even bigger, more tick for me.
$21 at the moment for Tangible. He is the 3. Here's the 4. Horse you've had a bit to do with over the years, Scott, and that's the 9-year-old Predator. Shane Bardshiger trains. Matt Callady to ride, $75.
He's getting on a bit now. He's 9 years old, and I remember when he made his way over here as a 3-year-old. I believe he ran as a 2- and 3-year-old in New Zealand, even ran in a New Zealand Derby, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been around for a while. He's run in pretty much all the big races, a Singapore Derby, a Singapore Gold Cup, a Raffles Cup, and look, he's a Kranji Mile as well. He's been around for some time. 76 and 15. We haven't seen him win for 1,000.
He's had the 5 wins from 53 starts here, along with the 8 minor placings. Next horse we have a look at is the stablemate of Pennywise, another horse who, despite running in lower grade races, and he's making his way up to Class 3 as opposed to Pennywise, who's been coming down to Class 3, he does still have a very good poly-track record. He's won all of his 5 races here in Singapore on the surface.
He's been a good money spinner, you know, $216,000 in prize money here in Singapore alone. He gets the services of Jake Bayless, which is a nice booking. I think he'll suit him. He's going to get a nice run from the draw. This isn't a big field, a field of 8. They're not going to be too spread out here, so you want to be able to draw a nice barrier coming in towards that first turn. And at his best, I can see him being there in the finish.
Bell goes for riders to mount up here for race number 10. We now have a look at the 6, and that is Lim's Best Breaker. Danny Beasley doing the riding for Dan Maher in the Lim stable, $43.
He has to be in your numbers for a race like this. He's got a nice poly-track record, 9 starts for 2 wins and 3 placings so out of 9 starts. So I think that's we're more accustomed to seeing him run on the grass. That's where we've seen him at his last 5 starts from his previous runs. Even though he ran 6 at his last outing, he came from well back and he was only beaten 3.5 lengths behind King's Command. Now, he did run the second fastest sectional of that race, so he might have just flown in under the radar a little bit, this horse. You know, a lot of people are probably looking at Tangible, Strong and Best, possibly Trumpy. Do not be surprised to see him flying home.
Good push there from Scott Bailey for Lim's Best Breaker, maybe one that might be a little bit under the radar. Here is the 7 in online, Benny Woodworth to do the riding here. He's a horse that is quite an interesting contender, Scott, because he does get back in his races. Has been a favourable thing to be this afternoon. They have been running on. Just needs to be getting enough speed up front in order to get the most effective run.
Yeah, his last win came on the poly track, Pat. That was 161 days ago. He gets the services of Benny Woodworth. And as you mentioned, he's going to get back, but he's going to need a good, genuine tempo, something to really just suck him into the race and get onto something's back. Maybe if he tacks on with a horse like Lim's Best Breaker, possibly Leatherhead, he's just going to need someone to bring him into it. And if a tempo's genuine, he could be coming over the top of him because he's not out of it. Look, they've run him in Group 1 races. You don't put him in those sort of races just for any old joy.
So that's online. Still one more to have a look at in this field of 8 runners, and that is Strong and Best, who is currently our $14 favourite. 3-time winner in Singapore. His last 4 starts have been superb. A winner of 2 races, one at Class 4, one at Class 3. He's been beaten 1.8 lengths by Cheval Blanc over 1800 on the poly, and his first run-up in Class 3, he was 0.6 of a length off Circuit Mission. And all those starts, the blinkers have been involved. What a wonderful gear change they have been for this horse.
I'm just catching an eye on him, Pat. He's really sweaty at the moment. Really feeling hot and bothered. That's probably the just trying to think by memory. I think that's the hottest I've seen him for some time, but he's in with a shot. He's racing extremely well. A nice win last start, and I think he's going to be another hard one to beat again.
So there are 8 runners for the Class 3 for $70,000. This one for the rating 57 to 79 gallopers, and as I mentioned, 1,700 metres for this Class 3. So stepping out here, a couple heading to the distance for the first time, including Pennywise, who's been a seasoned campaigner here in Singapore. Interesting race ahead of us here, Scott. I reckon this could go. I wouldn't be shocked to see any of these 8 win. How did you see them?
It's a good race, a nice level contest for Class 3 gallopers. I'm going the way of number 3, Intangible, just to try and turn the table on Strong and Best. I just think he's going to get a nice run. If a tempo is genuine, he could just be that one that comes out late and finishes off strongly, as too can Strong and Best. But the more I look at Strong and Best in the parade ring, the more I'm a little bit more confident on Tangible. He's just getting a bit hot and sweaty, a bit bothered. Tangible was just holding himself together really well in the parade ring, and that just gives him an even bigger push from me. So I'll keep him on top for Manuel Nunez, looking for 4 wins on the card. Confidence and momentum is a beautiful thing in racing, and they're the sort of jockeys you want to be tipping when they're riding extremely well. The second, Strong and Best, obviously, I think it's going to be between these 2 on the finish line. I don't think there'll be much in it. I'm tipping a sort of half-length margin thereabouts, so I think it's going to be a nice battle to the end. But he's racing well. He gets in on a lightweight of 53. He doesn't raise that much, only 1.5 kilos from that last win. In for third, I've found the way of 6, Lim's Best Breaker. He's got a nice poly-track record, and as I mentioned before in the parade ring, He ran behind King's Command, only beaten 3.5 lengths, and ran the second fastest sectional on that occasion. So he's not in a bigger field as what he was on that day, but he's going to be able to get a nice suck into the race, peel out wide, and if he does that nice turn of foot, which we know he has, he could be running into the multiples at a pretty nice price, currently at 39 and 11. So he goes in for third, and I'll put 2 Pennywise in for fourth. He's a proven galloper on the poly track, not so much 1700, his first time at the Journey, but you can't rule him out in these sort of races. He's been a class horse for Bernard Cantor and Ricardo Lagrange. Over $500,000 in prize money. What a money spinner the Argentinian has been. My numbers 3, 8, 6 and 2, Pat. I'm going to take a wander out and watch this from the front.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Yeah, looking forward to hearing from the hopefully the winning trainer and jockey here after the race. This Class 3 affair. As my selections here for this event, I thought it was a very open contest. And just for the price and a bit of value, I took Trumpy as my value play here of the day. He's got 6 wins on all-weather surfaces. Yet to break through for a win on the poly here. He's got 1 turf win to his name. But just happy to take a chance on this horse just because I thought his run last time out behind Tangible was pretty smart. He seems to be a horse that is getting himself towards another win. He's got a bit of a weight swing here between him and Strong and Best, but I think he's a classy horse, and I think he might be an each-way play here, currently sitting at 72 and 17. On top to beat Pennywise, the 8-time Polytrack winner. He's been a classy horse for Ricardo Lagrange and Bernard Cantor, who have raced this horse for quite some time. He does step to the 1700 on the poly for the first time ever, but he's got a very good resume of mile and 1800 metre performances on both, or mile of performances on the poly and 1800 metre and mile performances on the turf. In for third, I've gone the 5 Leatherhead, the stablemate for Paulo de Villa Mendoza. Great polytrack record as well. We've seen what he can do when he's got a lightish weight. We saw that 3 starts ago over the mile when he beat home his stablemate Pennywise in the first meeting of the year. Zyrule on board that day with the lightweight, but I'm keeping him safe on the each-way line, and I'm throwing also there in the mix the 3 Intangible, who was the last start winner, and although his best work has been on the turf track to date, he still has won a poly race before, and as a result he could be very much respected here, and he's got the right man on top in Manuel Nunes, who's already had 3 winners for the afternoon. Numbers for me, 1, 2, 5 and 3. 1, 2, 5 and 3 in race number 10. We'll take a quick break as the runners head to the gate, and we'll be back with a betting update here for race number 10. So welcome back to race day. We are just over a minute away from the official start time, and all bar Strong and Best have made their way down to the gates. Strong and Best just heading down there with the clerk of the course. Scott Bailey, you had a good opportunity to head out the front and get an eye as they come past you on the track. Anything to report?
Yeah, I was just having a good look at Strong and Best. As I mentioned before he left the parade room, was just getting nice and hot and sweaty. He's gone around with the pony and just taken it nice and quiet on the way to the start. Look, he's rock solid at $14. The punters are saying that he's the one that they've got to beat. But I was really impressed with the way that Tangible paraded, and I didn't get a good look at him as he had a canter. I'm sure you got a better guide than what I did, but really happy with the way he's turned out here today. Yeah, having a look at him on behind the gates at the moment as well. He seems to be looking very well. The same can be said for Trumpy. He's on the way out, but look, he's definitely looking well, and they took the hundreds. He's back into $67 at the moment there. $14 though is the price here for Strong and Best, who is looking to get his third win in a quick amount of time. He was last a winner on the 5th of March, and before that got another victory there in October of 2021. But it's been a pretty big last 6 months for this horse, who has since getting the blinkers applied found some pretty impressive form. They seem to be a massive help for him. He's currently $16 from Pennywise at 19. They're keeping the 8-time Polytrack winner safe here. And then also into the market there is Tangible, currently at $20. 15 the field though, Scott Bailey, so a nice open contest here as we get the starters up signal for race number 10. Yeah, keeping safe is Lim's Best Breaker, horse number 6. A very good Polytrack record, and they're not missing him on the betting either. Starters up signal here for race number 10. Let's take you to Pat Comerford for the call of a Class 3 1700. Thank you, Scott. Loading away here. Trumpy and Predator have come forward. Predator, what a marvel he's been, the 9-year-old. Featured in many Group 1s over his years here. Been here in Singapore for around 6 or 7 years now. Leatherhead comes up for Jake Bayliss. So does the second of the Ricardo Lagrange runners in Pennywise. Lim's Best Breaker comes forward. And the last to come up will be Strong and Best for Johnson Dradis. Currently our $15 favourite. Lines cleared at the 1700. Class 3, 70,000. Away to a nice break. Tangible, a couple of hits with the tools of the trade from Nunez early to head back up into the rail, but he was a little tardy out. The 9-year-old Predator leads them past the post by half a length with a lap to travel from Leatherhead. Now Strong and Best, he's pulling, and he's about 3 wide. Johnson Dradis trying to find the back of Leatherhead. Trumpy to his inside from Pennywise, who now goes on the outside and begins to improve. From Tangible, third to last. Second to last was Online. Last of all was Lim's Best Breaker. They're onto the back section. Now Predator's got the head on the chest. He's going along very well and leads by the best part of half a length to Pennywise, who takes the job up as the second place in the race. To his stablemate Leatherhead, Strong and Best has been 3 wide most of the way, but seems to have settled on Johnson Dradis from Trumpy on the fence, followed by Online, Tangible. Last of all was Lim's Best Breaker. The field topped the rise. They've got 750 left to travel. First 700 in 45.11. So they haven't gone too fast, and they've let Predator go along in front. He leads them into the side section of the track from Pennywise, who's trucking up under Jimmy Wong. Strong and Best was next, getting roused along now by Johnson Dradis. The same can be said for Leatherhead, who's on his stable. Does run now. Trumpy's locked away. He needs a pole vault to get over the field from there. Oscar Chavez looking for runs. They were followed by Lim's Best Breaker down the outside, who's letting down with an enormous run. Tangible's got a big job to do, and Online's last. It's the Ricardo Lagrange pair who go to battle up in front with a Polytrack resume. It's Pennywise, and also on the outside, Leatherhead. Pennywise and Leatherhead. Leatherhead's going to get the better of his stablemate. Leatherhead by a short half head to his stablemate Pennywise. A good go there. Well done to Ricardo Lagrange. Gets the Quinella. From next in the field, Tangible, who ran on. Strong and Best playing late from Trumpy. Next in the field there came Lim's Best Breaker. Second to last was Predator, and last across was Online. Fair income, you could hear Ricardo Lagrange
He was screaming his lungs out. What a day for the stable. What a result. Leatherhead, the horse who's made his way up into Class 3, denies Pennywise, who comes down into Class 3. These two working together quite a bit during the week. Jake Bayliss gets the win aboard Leatherhead. His first for the day and his first back from suspension. Well done to him. LaGrange goes 1-2. Third goes to Tangible. Fourth goes to Lim's Best Breaker. And I'll tell you what, at the 200, he looked like he was going to be looming up and going past all of them. Scott Bailey, a very impressive race and performance there by our winner in Leatherhead, and what a day for the LaGrange stable.
Yeah, he's very chuffed down here. He's just waiting to get a snap with his winner. I could hear him shouting down here. I know you could hear him from up on your way. Very happy. He's a good placer of horses, Ricardo. He learnt the tools of the trade from Pat Shaw for many years. And these are the sort of horses that he just does such a terrific job with, doesn't he? He just knows when to place them, when to have them right. And he's come out of here with the stable Quinella. So we'll have a quick chat to him and also a quick yarn to Jake Bayliss when he comes in.
Looking forward to that. Ricardo obviously hopefully can get two in the photo, the winner and the runner-up, because they will be very chuffed with that result. As you can see, the head-on here, they went down to battle. But it was Jake Bayliss and Leatherhead who was victorious there in the $70,000 Class 3. Let's get you some numbers. 5, 2, 3 and 6. Our numbers, 5, 2, 3 and 6. And Leatherhead's closed off at $73 the win and $20 the place here in this Class 3, the highest class race that we have on the card this afternoon. Beating home the 2 in Pennywise at $11, and third goes to the 3 in Tangible, who's closed off at $5.10. So they come back here to scale here, and Ricardo heads out to have a look at his two gallopers here. Good to see Jake Bayliss get a winner on the program. He was out for 2 weeks with suspension, but comes back in and takes out the race that you want to win today on the card. Most prize money, highest class race, and Leatherhead will be a good horse for him to hopefully stick with here in the weeks ahead. With some nice races on the program. He seems to be very well at the moment. That's his second win here for 2022. Taking out that race in the first meeting of the year, beating home his stablemate Pennywise on that occasion as well. So he's got the better of him twice now in these Class 3 affairs. So jockey's coming back to weigh in now, and we'll be joining Scott Bailey downstairs very shortly. There's your margins, a short head by 2 and a time 146.15. They've literally run 1/20th of a second outside of standard time. So right on the money there for the grade. A good performance for Leatherhead, who's made his way up into Class 3 only 3 starts ago. Horse with plenty of upside, and Scott Bailey's joined by Ricardo LaGrange now to talk about this wonderful result for the stable, going 1-2 in the 10th.
Well, Ricardo, a big result. A Quinella for the stable, you must be chuffed with that. And two horses that are so well proven throughout their career in this grade.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Scotty. You know, it's a great feeling to go through the furlong when you've got your two horses fighting it out, and there's a bit of a gap to the third horse. But both horses ran exceptionally well. Obviously, poor Pennywise has got to lump the big weight, and I think that was sort of the telltale at the end of the race. But a great ride from Jake. You know, once he got onto the back of Pennywise, I thought it's going to be hard for him not to run him down because of the light weight, and both presented as super fit horses today.
He's doing a bit of riding for you now. Obviously, could be a nice combination moving forward throughout the season.
Yeah, as long as he keeps on bringing his misses to the races, he can ride for me.
Good on you, Ricardo. Well done. I'll grab Jake Bayliss now. He's just running up to the podium, and he's just catching his breath. He's a young Australian jockey, just getting used to the humidity here. Well done, Jake, and that was a nice win.
Yeah, it was. I watched his replays, and when he's at his best, he could easily put a field like this behind him. So the plan was to be positive. It's been racing like that today on this track, so happy to roll forward. Pennywise made the mid-race move, must have been stuck wide, so happy to come back for the stable, mate. Good back to follow. So once I popped out top of the straight, I thought this horse was a bit of a momentum horse, and I was held up a little bit. So I thought I might have just left my merit too long. But he dug deep, I dug deep, and yeah, credit to the horse and trained to the minute.
Yeah, you're doing plenty of work at the track work during the weeks, and these are the sort of stables you're starting to build an affiliation with.
Yeah, that's right. I haven't missed a beat, so I ride a lot of work for Donna, and 7 o'clock Ricardo. So we've got a bit of routine and all for the right trainers, and the support's great and the results are better.
All right, I'll let you go inside and catch your breath. Well
Thank
done,
you.
and here's to many more winners.
Happy days.
There you go, Pat. Good results all round for Ricardo and Jake Bayless.
Thank you very much, Scott. Let's go back and have a look at how it all unfolded in the mile affair. 1700, I should say. Race 10 here from the Singapore Turf Club. 1,000 away to a nice break. Tangible, a couple of hits with the tools of the trade from Nunes early to head back up into the rail, but he was a little tardy out. The 9-year-old Predator leads past the post by half a length with a lap to travel from Leatherhead. Now Strong and Best, he's pulling and he's about 3 wide. Johnson Dradis trying to find the back of Leatherhead. Trumpy to his inside from Pennywise, who now goes on the outside and begins to improve. From Tangible, third to last. Last of all was, second to last was Online. Last of all was Lim's Best Breaker. They're onto the back section. Now Predator's got the head on the chest. He's going along very well and leads by the best part of half a length to Pennywise, who takes the job up as the second place in the race. To his stablemate Leatherhead, Strong and Best has been 3 wide most of the way, but seems to have settled under Johnson Dradis. From Trumpy on the fence, they were followed by Online, Tangible. Last of all was Lim's Best Breaker. The field topped the rise. They've got 750 left to travel. First 700 in 45.11, so they haven't gone too fast, and they've let Predator go along in front. He leads them into the side section of the track. From Pennywise, who's trucking up under Jimmy Wong. Strong and Best was next, getting roused along now by Johnson Dradis. The same can be said for Leatherhead, who's on his stablemate's back and does get a run now. Trumpy's locked away. He needs a pole vault to get over the field from there. Oscar Chavez looking for runs. They were followed by Lim's Best Breaker down the outside, who's letting down with an enormous run. Tangible's got a big job to do, and Online's last. It's the Ricardo Lagrange pair who go to battle up in front with a polytrack resume. It's Pennywise and also on the outside Leatherhead. Pennywise and Leatherhead. Leatherhead's going to get the better of his stablemate. Leatherhead by a short half head to his stablemate Pennywise. A good go there. Well done to Ricardo Lagrange. Gets the Quinella. From next in the field, Tangible, who ran on. Strong and Best was playing late from Trumpy. Next in the field there came Lim's Best Breaker. Second to last was Predator, and last across was Online. So it was Lagrange 1-2 in race number 10. Leatherhead too good at $73 and $20 the place, beating home the 2 in Pennywise at $11. Tangible runs third, 5.10, and the 6 in Lim's Best Breaker takes fourth. 5-2, 3 and 6. 5-2, 3 and 6. Short head by 2, 146.15. They're 1.05 outside of standard time. We get correct weight for race number 10. 5, 2, 3 and 6 all clear. Forecast 2, 5, $76. Place forecast 2 and 5, $26. 3 and 5, $16. 2 and 3, $8. TSA 5, 2 and 3, $494. Trio 2, 3 and 5, $59. Quartet 5, 2, 3 and 6, $2,835. Margins are short head by 2 by 1 1/4 lengths. And the time was 146.15. Correct weight, Singapore. Let's get to your run-ons here for race 10. Strong and Best ran into 5th. He's missed himself in the top 4, along with Trumpy, Online, and after setting up a nice lead and pretty mild tempo along the back section, Predator has finished last of the 8. Having a look here, it was heads up, heads down, but Leatherhead gets the head down where it counted and gets home to score by a short head over his stablemate Pennywise. Let's head to a quick break. On the other side, race number 11, Class 4, 1,100 metres on the polytrack with a field of 11 runners.
And then you got Hugo looking to peel out to the middle of a track, and the rest have to get a wiggle on, headed by High Water. They come into the last 300 metres, and it's Last Samurai in front. He likes to go forward and keep rolling, but can he hang on? Giving chase out wide in the middle of a track is Romantic coming into it. Lady Springbok just boxing up and down to the one spot. Hugo's making up ground on the outside, but it's Romantic who gets to Last Samurai, and Romantic on the outside takes it and wins. Nunes as they swing for home and 400 to go, and the rest have a bit of ground to make up as is Sacred Sweet peeling out to the middle of a track. They come into the 300 metres. Renzo overtakes. Big Tiger's hard on his chase. Out wide, Siam Royal Orchid giving chase with the August. These 4 horses are going to fight out the finish. Siam Royal Orchid out wide looks to be getting the momentum. Big Tiger on the inside. He's getting something out of him, Jimmy Wong. It's going to be Nunez and Jimmy Wong, but Big Tiger on the inside. Big Tiger gets... Here comes out wide in the yellow, and he's giving chase his grand fighter. Out of wider is Flak Jacket looking to come into it. They're coming a bit up and down on the spot. Happy Moment in the blues looking to creep a run in between them, and they head to the 200 metre mark. Rocket Ship's getting overtaken now by First Choice. Happy Moment's coming to the middle of the track and improving out in the middle of them even wider, but taking over, it's all Happy Moment. The money was landed and he's going to get the job done in good style. Beats
Welcome back to race day. We're 10 down and 2 to go. The 11th is a 1100 metre Class 4 Division 1 race, racing for $50,000. The 1 is Romantic, Johnson Dradas from 2. The 2 Reignite, Manuel Nunez in 7. 3 Renzo, Harry Chasm in 10. 4 is Limbs Knight for Danny Beasley in barrier number 8. 5 is Doc Hudson, who's a scratching. 6 Winning Spirit, K-Phase in 9. 7 Bizarre Wins, Jimmy Wong in 3. And the 8 is Flak Jacket for Mohamed Zaki in 6. 9 is Perfect, Shafrizal Saleh in 5. 10 Captain Singapore for Oscar Chavez in 4. And the 11 is the Brotherhood, Jason Ong and TH Co looking for another winner. They draw the ace.
So we move to the second last race on the card. Been lucky with the weather so far this afternoon. 6 Winning Spirit, K Faiz -4 kilograms. 9 Perfect, Shafrizal -0.5 kilogram. 10 Captain Singapore, Oscar Chavez puts up 1.5. And 11 the Brotherhood, TH Co -1 kilo. Looking nice and relaxed out in the sunlight. Here is horse number 1. And as that is the top of the order, Romantic, a last start winner for John Sadradas and Richard Lim. $57 a win, 18 to place, draws well into.
The sun looks to be in a beautiful spot there at the moment, illuminating the mounting yard, but we have a look at Romantic here, $57. They're keeping him safe. He does have to carry extra weight this time around, but and he probably does arguably strike a stronger race than he did contest last time out, but he still won, and he'll take plenty of confidence from that run as well, despite getting 5 points. And he's got a bit of weight, extra weight to carry. You'd have to consider him as a potential chance here. Also on consistency alone, Scott. He's been wonderful for owners, as we mentioned in the pre-race show. He's got plenty of racing under his belt in the last 12 months, and very rarely does he not bring home a paycheck.
His prize money now ticking over $178,000 for HK Law. Here is number 2, Reignite for Manuel Nunez and Donna Logan. Visor off today and $23 a win, 12 to place. Money coming for the Brazilian rider.
Yeah, he's having his 4th run down in Class 4, and he seems to be a horse that, although not finishing off his races the last few starts, has been going okay. And despite, you know, his last 5 runs, he's finished sort of 5th, 6th on 3 occasions and 8th. He is still a 3-time winner here in Singapore, and you got to remember that first half of that career. The last 5 starts have been fair, but before that, you take those out of consideration. He had 3 wins and 3 seconds in his first 8 starts here in Singapore. He's got ability. We'll see if Manuel Nunez can snag a 4th winner on him this afternoon.
He looks a picture of health walking by in the sunlight. As we go to number 3, and that is Renzo for Ricardo Lagrange, who won the previous. Harry Chasm takes a ride, but they have to consist with a wide barrier.
They do. He's got the speed, though, if he does jump on terms, to get across and be dangerous here. The question mark, as we mentioned on Track Talk, is going to be whether or not we see him jump well enough to be able to get across to the fence and find the rail. He's got the speed to do it. He just needs to jump on terms, and if he does that, he'll definitely be in the mix here, and I'd say he'll be at the finish when the whips are cracking.
There will be plenty of cracking, that's for sure, in the last 400 metres or so. As we go to number 4, and that is Lim's Night for Dan Beasley and Dan Marr. $24 a win, 8th to place. He's in a great patch of form, this old boy.
He certainly is. I don't think I'm being cruel in saying that 1,000 metres is probably his better trip than 1,100. He's in the market because he's been running very well of late since coming up to Class 4. He's had 2 wins up in the grade. He's also had multiple second placings where he's been done by less than a length. So he's racing very well. Danny Beasley jumps on him, which is good. But 1,100 metres for him, it's going to be a little bit more of a tactical affair in being able to conserve him for that run. But you've got to respect his form. He's been going well, and he's very much suited to the poly track.
So we find our next runner of mention, and the cameraman goes to number 6, Winning Spirit for K Faiz, still searching for that first career victory as a jockey, and CT Quiet trains at $198.
Yeah, look, he's on the quick backup. That could be a little bit of a sign that we might see an improved run from him here. He gets right down in the weights, crossover noseband goes on for the first time. But again, he is very much out in the market because he hasn't really been able to find any form whatsoever since October last year. So happy to risk him here. I think he'll need a couple more runs before and a good performance before I can throw him in my numbers.
So the bell rings. Riders heading out for the second last on the card. A few tired faces around the stalls in the background there, and they are very long days, these 12-race cards. As we go to number 9, Perfect for Shafrazel and Dan Marr at $203.46 a place.
This is his 3rd run back on the polytrack surface. It's his 4th run back, since moving up to Class 4. This horse was going very well towards that end of that Class 5 period. I think he's sort of found his mark. He's probably one of those horses that is sort of halfway between Class 4 and Class 5. I would prefer him over a little bit more ground and on the turf. 1,100 metres in poly, I just think it's going to be too sharp for him.
As we move on to the next runner, and that'll be horse number 7, Bizarre Wins for Jimmy Wong and Alvin Tan, who's got a winner on today's card, a 2-time winner. He'll jump from 3 at $58.
Look, it's going to take a good ride from Jimmy Wong to get him in the winner's circle in Class 4. But he's a very tactical horse in the fact that, like Renzo, he just needs to jump on terms. I think he'll be up in the mix, fighting it out there with Renzo early. He'll be up on speed. He's one of those horses we saw with his win at Class 5 level. He needs to be up in the mix, and he needs to be the one that they're chasing. If he's having to do any legwork and chasing after any horses, he's unfortunately just doesn't race as good as if he finds the top. So I reckon they'll ride him with a bit of vigour early and hopefully trying to find him to outmatch Renzo, who's going to have to come across from the wide gate.
Number 8, Flak Jacket for Mohamed Zaki and Shane Birchiger, $61 a win, 15 the place, not too far away from being back into Class 5.
Yeah, this will be the start. If he doesn't win here, he'll be back down to Class 5. I think that's where I can entertain him, Scott. In saying that, his runs at Class 4 have been okay enough. I speak about that performance back on the 2nd of February, where he was 4.3 lengths there off Mortal Engine. But the margin doesn't tell the story. He missed away, and then he found himself back up in behind the speed after doing plenty of work, and then had to sort of sweat on a run for ages, and then the run finally appeared up the inside. He did make some ground, which was good. Mortal Engine just tore away and had too much on them, but he was beating a lot of them home. I'm looking forward to seeing him get back to Class 5, though.
And number 10, Captain Singapore at $81 a win for Oscar Chavez and Jason Lim. He looks well and alert and ready to race.
Look, I thought it was a bit ridiculous me throwing him in the numbers, but I put him in on a top 4 line, and I was pleased to see that the Track Spies actually followed as well and made him one of the Track Spy selections for this week. I just think that his closing sectionals have been very, very good his last few starts. I know he's getting ridden 1.5 kilos over here with Oscar Chavez in the saddle, but I think we can overlook those runs. I think the fact that he gets back onto the polytrack surface is going to be a plus for him as well. So if you were looking for a smoky in the race, I think he's your horse.
So the field making their way out onto the track. That is the field for race number 9. They're just doing some work here on horse number 11 by the looks of it from across the parade ring, and that is the Brotherhood. Just fixing up the saddles. They're making sure everything's right here. Pat, on a big day, 4 winners for the stable and 3 winners for that jockey TH Code. I don't want any bit of gear out of line.
100%. They may as well be double check, triple check, because the luck's on their side this afternoon, that's for sure. $47 here for the Brotherhood. He is probably not a horse that I would be having in my top 4. But again, it's a very hard race, this. You could go a number of ways. I'm certainly not counting him out because he's got 50 kilos and the stable are absolutely flying. TH Co's drawn the inside gate once again. Could very well see him positive early and be up in the mix here as well with the likes of Bizarre Wins and Renzo. I think they're going to run along here. I think there's a fair bit of speed in this race. Wouldn't shock me to see him up in the mix here from that inside draw.
I might ask Jason Ong if he'll come and watch Adelaide Crows with me tomorrow, because he's got plenty of winning luck on his side, and that's exactly what we need.
That's all right, mate. You're playing Essendon Bombers anyway. You'll be winning.
That's true. Hopefully, as they head out for race number 11, selections time, and well, it hasn't been a pretty day, Pat. Not for me anyway. But I'm going the way of number 1 Romantic. That horse there on screen. $45.14 to place. This is a pretty open sort of affair for a Class 4 Division 1. Once he gets rolling and in a nice patch of form, this galloper is very consistent. And I think with a good draw, he might just get the run of the race. He remains in the same grade. He only goes up 1.5 kilos from his last win. Richard Lim's just starting to figure him out now as a trainer in his own right. Let's see if he can go back-to-back wins. So I'll put him on top, ahead of number 2, Reignite, for the Nunez and Logan combination. He's going to get a bit of a run, probably midfield. I can see him being jousted and dug up there from a wide draw. But I think he's going to try and have him up there in a spot and try and just get a bit of cover, or if not, he won't want him too far away. But he's a classy galloper, the son of Sebring, 3 wins and 3 placings from 13 starts, and he seems to do his best racing here on the poly track, so I can see why they've approached Manuel Nunez for this ride. In for third, I'll go number 4, Lim's Knight at $21. The old boy racing extremely well. He's on his way down in ratings. He's still racing pretty good, not beaten too far 2 starts ago behind Metal World in a tight photo. And if they go pretty quick, he might just be poking up in between them. And then for fourth, number 3, Renzo. If he drew probably barrier 2 or 3, I'd be a lot more confident in moving him up in my order of selection. But he's a very, very classy galloper. He's the full relation to Water Rocket, and if he gets every chance to run a race and get up there and have a hassle-free run, he's going to be a big finish at the end. But I just think he needs a lot of luck from a wide draw. Harry Chasm's already got a winner on the card, as too does Ricardo Lagrange. My numbers for race 11: 1, 2, 4, and 3.
1, 2, 4, and 3 for Scott Bailey. Give you some selections here, but I'm just having a look at the market here, Scott, and a good move for Flak Jacket, the old boy, 11-year-old. He's got some support here in the market, so we'll be keeping a close eye on him in this race here, now 61 and 15. As for selections, going with the 3 here in Renzo, I'm taking a chance that he can jump from a wide gate and burn across without doing too much work. Hopefully we can see him do what Surrey Hills did earlier on in the day. But the start is going to be crucial for his success. Harry Chasm's got a 60% top 3 strike rate on him, so that needs to be respected. I've got him on top from Reignite. I think he can turn his form around. He's been in a bit of a dry spell of late, but does get back to a very suitable class here. And look, I think he'll break through in Class 4 sooner rather than later once again. Again, you go back past those 5 starts in his recent form, and he's a 3-time winner and 3-time runner-up as well in those first 8 starts of his career. So we'll see if we can see the Reignite of old once again. Manuel Nunez just taking him out for a little warm-up now. He's coming past the winning post. He looks to be in very good order for the Tiakau team and Donna Logan. Third placing, I'm going with the 8 in Flak Jacket, throwing him in the mix here. I just think that he's very close to a downgrade, but he's got a very nice low weight, and I'm promising to see the support coming for him in the market. keeping a very close eye on him as an each way here. Got him on a top 3 line. And I'm throwing in the Captain Singapore as well, who gets back onto the poly track surface. He's got to carry 1.5 kilos over with Oscar Chavez booked to ride. But in saying that, his runs have been very good when he's been running on the poly track towards the middle and late part of last year. Getting back to that preferred surface. Wouldn't strike me to see a forward performance from him. Scott, I've gone 3, 2, 8 and 10 here, and I've written hard with an exclamation point right next to it. That's exactly what this race is.
Oh, it's been that way all day, Pat. It's like a bit like playing darts and having a blindfold over your eyes. That's where we saw it when the fields came out on Wednesday. It was always going to be a tough challenge, but just running my eyes over our Track Talk tally at the moment. Michael Sparks found 4 winners. Larry Foley's found 4. And then the next best, Suresh 2, Colin 2, Lee Ting 2, and yourself 2. So it's been a pretty quiet but favourable day for some.
Favourable day for the leaders as well. They're probably going to extend their lead here again this afternoon.
They could go a meeting clear.
They could go a meeting clear. I think they're a meeting clear of me already. So I'm definitely out of contention. But Larry Foley, Michael Spark, both very astute form analysts, and they do a very good job. We're very lucky to have them doing the form for us, and good to see them up the top there of the table where they deserve to be. Scott, interesting race here from Market Moving. Just having a look at the market now, $16 here for Renzo. Do you think $16? I understand he's now $14. So they're coming for Renzo. Are you concerned at all about the wide gate?
I am a little bit concerned. As I mentioned when I was running through my selections, if he drew probably 2 or 3, I would have been a lot more confident in regards to him. We know he's a pretty classy individual, especially in this grade, but I just think that there's a bit of bad luck on his side. He could still win without doubt, but he's going to have to do it the hard way.
We'll get the starters up signal here for race number 11. The favourite Renzo now into $14. I'll take it from here, Scott Bailey. We're loading away nice and quickly here for race number 11. Class 4, Division 1. 50,000 up for grabs. The old boy Flak Jacket. He's halved in quote basically here. Been some good support for him. And Renzo comes up. Line's cleared. And we're set for a break. And we're away. Nice even dispatch. Bizarre Winds booting forward. Brotherhood utilising those inside gates. Winning Spirit pressing on. Now Renzo's 5 wide at the moment. He hasn't had the speed to be able to get up in the mix. And Harry Chasm's looking for a way spot in here. So taking up proceedings is Winning Spirit to lead Bizarre Winds Romantic. On the improve here wide was Limbs Knight into 4th from the Brotherhood. Now Renzo's got a back. He's got the back of Limbs Knight, who he probably follow into the race here from Flak Jacket. Next in the field was Perfect. Second to last there was Captain Singapore, and last across was Reignite. He's been pulled up. He's out of the race. Bizarre Winds leads them into the turn from Winning Spirit. Here's Limbs Knight pouncing with a run. Romantic there as well. Flak Jacket looking for inside runs. Now Renzo's down the outside, also making late impressions. It's Renzo and Limbs Knight. Renzo with the momentum on the outside. Renzo goes up to Limbs Knight and Romantic. Renzo goes on by. Renzo from Limbs Knight, who's fighting back, but Renzo's got him. Renzo for Harry Chasm continues on his consistency. Beats home. Into second there was Limbs Knight from Flak Jacket. He had a big run despite being cluttered late. The Brotherhood stuck on well with Bizarre Winds Romantic. Captain Singapore was back in just worse than midfield, and they followed there by Perfect, Winning Spirit, and will Reignite. Not sure what went wrong there. At the turn he was about 10 lengths detached, and he's already turned back and making his way back to the stalls. Renzo didn't panic. Cool as a cucumber. Harry Chasm. 5 wide down the back. The speed. And he was patient. And instead of going back, he decided to just hold his line and let him travel. And then he found the back of the horse that he's eventually beaten on the line, and that is Limbs Knight. Found his back, tracked him everywhere he went. And he's gone on to beat him by a short margin on the line. Another good run by Limbs Knight. Despite heading up to 1100, he was very much in the mix here, and he's done very well. Romantic's taken 3rd, and 4th there goes to Captain Singapore, who's just missed out on the frame, but he's had a good run, and an eye-catching run at that. fifth will go to Flak Jacket. 3, 4, 1 and 10, Scott Bailey. 3, 4, 1 and 10. Great ride by Harry Chasm. Notches himself up a double for the program and well deserved as well.
2 wins from 8 rides aboard this association with him. He had him in a lovely spot. I was watching him from about the 600 metre mark. He was just happy to camp behind Romantic and Lim's Night, and once he got him out into the middle of a straight, he kept him balanced, and then he really asked for him. Look at him here. He just puts those ears back and responds to Harry's riding. I thought it was a great ride. Some people might call it a little bit ugly going that far wide, but he knew exactly what he had underneath him and what he had to give at the finish.
I think it gives us confidence as well with a horse like him. He's a 3-year-old. He's got plenty of racing left in him here in Singapore, and at the same time as well, he's always been a horse that we've seen with early speed, and there's been a couple of times where he's raced and he hasn't found the front, and he hasn't found. Maybe this time around, maybe we're seeing an improved horse, a horse that's a bit more versatile, one that can settle midfield if it doesn't have to lead at all costs. And that shows a good horse in the making. But pretty excited to see Renzo with the rest of this campaign. That's a good start.
Oh, very much so. Open Renzo takes out race number 11. Let's go back and check out the replay of the second last.
And we're set for a break, and we're away. Nice even dispatch. Bizarre Wins booting forward with the Brotherhood, utilising the inside gates. Winning Spirit pressing on. Now Renzo's 5 wide at the moment. He hasn't had the speed to be able to get up in the mix, and Harry Chasm's looking for a way to slot in here. So taking up proceedings is Winning Spirit to lead Bizarre Wins Romantic. On the improve here wide was Lim's Night into 4th from the Brotherhood. Now Renzo's got a back. He's got the back of Lim's Night, who he probably follow into the race here from Flak Jacket. Next in the field was Perfect. Second to last there was Captain Singapore, and last across was Reignite. He's been pulled up. He's out of the race. Bizarre Wins leads them into the turn from Winning Spirit. Here's Lim's Night pouncing with a run. Romantic there as well. Flak Jacket looking for inside runs. Now Renzo's down the outside, also making late impressions. It's Renzo and Lim's Night. Renzo with the momentum on the outside. Renzo goes up to Lim's Night and Romantic. Renzo goes on by. Renzo from Lim's Night, who's fighting back, but Renzo's got him. Renzo for Harry Chasm continues on his consistency. Beats home. Into second there was Lim's Night from Flak Jacket. He had a big run despite being cluttered late. The Brotherhood stuck on well with Bizarre Wins Romantic. Captain Singapore was back in just worse than midfield, and they were followed there by Perfect, Winning Spirit, and will Reignite. Not sure what went wrong there. At the turn he was about 10 lengths detached, and he's already turned back and making his way back to the stalls.
Race number 11 goes the way of Renzo Horse 3 at $17.09 the place. Full numbers 3, 4, 1 and 10. They ran 105.47 with the standard time being 105.15, so just a few ticks outside. Renzo is a 3-year-old Argentinian bred gelding by Orpin out of Waterside for Fred Crabier and Ricardo Lagrange, and that takes his earnings to just over $130,000 for connections as we await the all clear on race 11. All clear signal given on the second last. Renzo is your winner. Harry Chasm and Ricardo Lagrange, $17 a win, 9 to place. 4 Limbs Knight second at 12 to place. 1 Romantic was third, 5.1, and 10 Captain Singapore was fourth. Forecast 3 and 4, $26. Place forecast 3 and 4, $8. 1 and 3, $10. 1 and 4, $9. TSA 341 returns 123. Trio 134, $30. Quartet 341 and 10. 1,714. Margins were a neck by 1 1/4 by a neck in 105.47. As we take a look at the run on, Flak Jacket was 5th to the Brotherhood. Bizarre wins, Reignite, Perfect, and Winning Spirit the last to pull up, and the scratching of number 5, Doc Hudson. Still one race left to go here on race day. We're 21 minutes away from the Class 5 over to 1,000 metres. Stay with us for plenty of action. One more race still to come.
Is using every bit of the track, rolls off the fence and has been wide most of the way. Special King now starts to make some late headway with Conan, who's under a quiet ride from Beauzelon, and on the outside was Conflagrance. He's seen them all the entire way. The Sunops down to the line is going to take out trial number 2, and Sunops eased up on the line is going to win by the best part of 2 lengths. Sunop beat Special. Old boys of the field, 1 and 2. Holy Eleanor in behind. They were followed by Olympia. Ben Wade beginning to run on. Super 6 finds a kick past the 250. Super 6 the leader from Holy Eleanor. Ben Wade. Olympia trying to run on. Awesome Conqueror. Super 6 getting on tired legs. Super 6 on tired legs past the 100. He's still kicking though. Super 6 from Holy Eleanor and Olympia. Super 6. Super 6. Age shall not weary them.
Go Sunstep in front, taking a goal cut in front, taken over from Sunstep. Orion Passion giving chase out wide. Super Posh looking to come into it with Wawasan, and they're starting to break away from the rest of them. Happy Friday not far away from them as they come into the last 200 metres on the inside fence. Sunstep taking over now. Happy Friday on the outside is Wawasan. Super Posh just looks to be boxing on, but it's Happy Friday overtaking them and careering away. Gets the win by about 1.5 lengths. Beat the Light, Royalty and Resurgence still last of all as they turn for home. Gamely starting to get a bit of a niggle on in front. Broadway Success, the stablemate giving chase. Zygarde back to the rail. Limbs Unique looks to be under a really nice hold come into it. As to his Purring Crown starting to creep up through him. Looking to beat the Light, not really making up much ground at the moment. As to his Sia going on the one spot. They come into the last 200 metres. It's Purring Crown taking over, giving chase. Beer Garden out wide and Beat the Light runs onto it as they come into the line. On the inside, Purring Crown gets it.
Racing in the feature and a good level line out as well. It is hard to think who struck the front from Katak in second. Strike off back towards the inside. It's 4 for Lerner and a kick to well. Hard to think with.
Welcome back to race day, into the last race of the afternoon. $30,000 up for grabs. We finish with a Class 5 dash over the 5 furlongs. 1 is Healthy Star, Oscar Chavez from 1, 2 Hyde Park, Danny Beasley in 7, 3 is Conan, Louis Beauzelon from 4, and the 4 is Ben Wade for Julian Siao in barrier number 10. 5 is Wawasan for Manuel Nunez in 9. 6 is Super Posh, Jake Bayliss in 8. 7, Beer Garden, Rosman Iskander from 11. The 8 is Super Generous, TH Co from 5. The 9 is Our Secret Weapon for Jimmy Wong in barrier number 2. The 10, Bright Sun, Krishna Tangamani in 3. Global Spirit gets in here with 50 kilos for Harry Chasm, looking for 3 winners. He draws barrier number 6.
So we're all set and ready to go for the last of 12 here at Kranji. Number 4, Ben Wade, Geraldine Siao -3. 7, Beer Garden, Rosman Iskander -2. And 8, Super Generous, TH Co -1 kilo for the last time today. So majority of the field out and about. And they'll all be keen to get this last race over and done with. As we go to number 5, Wawasan for Manuel Nunez and Desmond Coe. $15 a win, $8 a place. He is your race favourite.
He is the race favourite, but the question is whether he should be, and that remains to be seen. He's had quite a few starts this year already, close to probably 6 or 7. Manuel Nunez jumps on board. I guess that there's probably a bit of support for him. But look, he's a prolific place getter, and he does very well at finding himself in the money. He ran a nice second last time out in behind Happy Friday. But I don't know about you, Scott. I just think he's had plenty of chances to win this year.
Oh, he has definitely. I just think it's a Nunez factor, to be honest, Pat. He's only a one-time winner, and we've seen how many times horses are under the odds and what they should be.
I think we've got an opportunity here as well. Look, if Wawasan wins, it would not shock me at all, but I think there's an opportunity here, if he stays favourite, for someone to find a bit more value for something else.
Here is number 6, Super Posh, Jake Bayless, Donna Logan, Mailman going one at a bit of a price at the end of the day.
I can understand why they've decided to side with Super Posh here, though. Look, he's a 3-time winner here in Singapore. I think he maps to be in the right spot here. The blinkers obviously coming back on have been a plus. He was 1.2 lengths off Mr. Dynamo. I didn't rate that race very highly, but he backed it up with a third placing, not drawn very favourably in behind Happy Friday. So I'm happy to entertain him that he'll be thereabouts. I didn't have him in my numbers, but I can understand why the market is gravitating for him, and I can also understand why the Mailman has selected him as one of his picks of the day.
So looking nice and relaxed is Super Posh ahead of the last time today as we go to number 7. Midway through the order. And that is Beer Garden for Jerome Tan and Akmazani, who has Rosman Iskander, my apologies, replaces Akmazani. And $67 a win, blinkers on.
So he'll get the 2 kilo claim this time around here. He'll get the 54.5 and gets back onto the poly track here for the first time in quite a while. We haven't seen him on the poly track since his run in Class 4 on the 8th of January, the second meeting of the year. He has yet to win on the poly track surface. He's done all of his victories on the turf. He's been running very well, Scott. There's no denying that. He's been going very well, but the question mark with him is that he is obviously with age. He's slowed up in regards to, later on in his career, he's slowed up with his gate speed. And I just think going back to 1,000 metres might be a little bit too sharp for him here. Hopefully he can find a nice position, but look, expect a little bit of a late run on from him, but I just think 1,200 would be much better suited.
Number 1 is Healthy Star for James Peters and Oscar Chavez. $61 a win, 16 to place, draws the ace in 1.
He does. He's got to carry the 59 kilos, so he goes up 9 from his last start. But you look at that run back on the 2nd of February, 3 starts ago, 1,000 metres, Class 5, was a winner. He did beat home My Horse, and they did clear away from the rest of them. It wasn't an overly strong Class 5 race, but he got the job done nevertheless. He's had those 2 runs up in Class 4. He was 6.6 off Rocket Ship, and then he was 3 lengths off Metal World, carrying 50 on both of those occasions. Chavez back on, looks a plus, but again, this does look a tougher Class 5 1,000-metre race than that one that he won back in early February. But James Peters going very good. He's Class 5, had quite a few Class 5 record winners so far this season. Seems to be getting these horses on the bottom end of his training thing going very well.
As we move to our next runner, the cameraman just find him in order, and there he is, the big boy in Conan for Michael Clements and Louis Beauzelon, the son of Nakoni, looking to get that first win here in Singapore at $50 and 16 to place.
I think the drop in distance probably is not ideal. Again, he's much like Healthy Star in the fact that he's much like Super Posh. No, Beer Garden. My apologies, I was thinking the wrong horse. Beer Garden, in the fact that I think I would prefer him over 1,100 or 1,200 metres. He's going well. His work has been good during the week. I think there's a win in him at some point. I just don't know if today's the day, it being 1,000 metres. I think they just, again, might be a little bit too sharp for him here. I think there's a couple with a bit more toe than him.
He's a nice big long type of galloper is Conan. All 560 plus kilos of him. As we go to number 4, Ben Wade for Tim Fitzsimmons and Geraldine Siao. $67 a win, 17 to place. Just a bit of an awkward draw.
Awkward draw, and also he doesn't have 1,000 metre form. He goes good on the polytrack surface, but he does a lot of his best work over 1,100 metres. Again, my question is whether or not it's going to be a bit too quick for him. But Tim Fitzsimmons has opted to have the 3 kilo claimer on. Hopefully to just take a little weight off the back and might be able to find itself into a position. Ben Wade in race number 12. Didn't have him in the numbers, but we'll see if the lack of weight might be able to assist. He's got drawn 10, so hopefully he can jump with them and put himself into a nice spot.
So the bell goes for the last time here at Kranji on a Saturday afternoon. Beautiful conditions to race in. And one horse that's really reveling the weather is number 8, Super Generous for TH Co and Leslie Koo. Barrier number 5 at $154.
I don't want to talk anyone out of Super Generous because TH Co's riding the house down, but the form has not been too flash of late, and as a result, I couldn't find him in my numbers. But you've got to respect the rider in form, and TH Co is certainly that this afternoon. He's had the 1 win from 16 starts. I couldn't have him here today, but again, this it could go any number of ways, this race.
Harry Chasm just walking by me. He's all smiles, Pat. Big day, and 2 winners there for the young gun hoop, and he still might get a chance here in the last. And well on his toes here is number 2, Hyde Park. Danny Beasley and Stephen Gray combined. He's down 3 kilograms from his last start at $39.
I think he's a really nice prospect, especially at $41. You got to remember this horse is 4 from 6 at Class 5. He knows when he's back in this grade, and he runs his best when he's at this grade as well. His 1,000 metre record, he's won 3 from 10 track and distance. And as we said, he has got a great Class 5 record, 4 from 6. So I think he's over the odds at 40. I think if at that price, if he remains around that price, he's the one I'll be steering people into in this race. I'd expect $40 to trim right up for Hyde Park.
So riders just getting legged up aboard here and waiting for his jockey is number 9. And that is our secret weapon, Jimmy Wong and Donna Logan. $33 a win, Shadow Roll on first time.
So he comes out of that Class 5,000 taken out by Thomas DeLargo. He carried 59 on that occasion. He does drop in weight because he does get into a much stronger affair. It does draw well. Wouldn't shock me to see him in the finish. The market very much gravitating towards him. But yeah, just there's a couple in front of him for me. I couldn't talk you out of backing him though. He's a pretty nice horse, and he's shown last start that he could very well be taking out a Class 5 sooner rather than later.
Number 10 is Bright Sun. Krishna Tangamani rides some air for Jason Lim. $82 a win, 20 to place.
Yeah, they had a win before with Boy Xander. So they'll be looking to continue it on, but he's a 30-star maiden here in Singapore, and he's been down the track his last few. Prefer others.
So they'll make their way up the tunnel. We've still got one more to look at, and that'll be number 11 on your race card, Global Spirit for Tim Fitzsimmons and Harry Chasm. Well out of the market at $128.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of his start last time out. It looked his race to win. He was hemmed away about 3 back the fence. He eventually got out and did make some ground up, but the way that he trialled, I was expecting a much bigger performance. Yes, he does get 50 kilos here today, so he drops 3.5 from his last start. The blinkers do stay on, but again, I think he's a horse that isn't going to lead them here, so he's going to need to find a spot in running, and I just don't know if 1,000 might be a bit too sharp for him to be making an impression. If he was in a 1,200 metre affair, I'd definitely be considering him here, but 1,000 metres is going to make it tough.
So they head out for the last race here at Kranji on a beautiful sunny Saturday afternoon. And we've been very lucky with the weather throughout the card. It's time to get into some selections. We're 6 minutes away from start time. And I'm going to go to first with number 6 in Super Posh, now into $24. Did get out to as high as about 31 or 32 at one stage, and looking to be well supported here for Jake Bailiffs, who's looking for a double on the card. And he rides for Donna Logan, shows very nice speed. Should be positive out on the machines, is a 3-time winner. All 3 of those have come over this course and distance. To be honest, most of his best track record here in Singapore has come at this poly-track 1,000-metre mark. So curious to see what sort of position he lobs. There's a bit of speed outside and inside of him with Wasson, Hyde Park and Conan. I think if Jake gets him out and gets him running, that's him on screen there, horse number 6. And he paraded in beautiful order. And he looked to be the one for me, so I'll keep him on top. Ahead of number 1, Healthy Star, who makes a drop back into Class 5. Oscar Chavez, he's going to lump the 59 kilos, but he does have 2 wins to his name over this course and distance, and you've got to respect when a horse gets back into a winning grade. When he won last start back on the 2nd of February, Oscar Chavez carried the same weight and similar conditions, and I think he's just a bit over the odds now at $60.16 the place. In for third, number 2, Hyde Park, was just caught wide on that last start. I think he might sort of get similar sort of run here today when he was behind Happy Friday. He did catch the eye. He was only beaten 2 3/4, but as Pat mentioned before, he's got an amazing record here in Class 5. 6 starts for 4 wins, so you can't rule him out of a top 3 finish. And I'll put 9, Our Secret Weapon, in for 4th from the Donna Logan stable. He's a horse that just promises a little bit, but he just struggles to come through at the end. And I'm going to see what Jimmy Wong can do from a nice draw. He gets his best barrier he's had for some time, and I'm going to keep him safe on a top 4 line. My numbers for the last time today, 6, 1, 2 and 9. I'm with Super Bosch.
Thank you very much there, Scott. Best of luck to you. I'm with Hyde Park here. Class 5 record speaks for itself. Danny Beasley jumps on once again. Was 2.8 lengths there off Happy Friday last time out to the races. But yeah, I just think this horse is very suited to this class of racing. He's 3 from 10 at the distance as well. To be honest, I'd probably prefer him over maybe 1,100 or 1,200 a bit more. But nevertheless, his runs have been good enough to suggest that he could be in the finish here and could get Danny Beasley a winner on the program, our current runner-up here in the Jockey Premiership. So he's on top for me, Hyde Park. Got him on top to beat Beer Garden. I know the 1,000 metres is a slight concern because he could be a bit slow away, but he looks well and he was pretty tough to the finish last time out. As you can see, Rosman Askander now replaces Mizuki Akmarzani, who's been indisposed now for the rest of the day. So 54.5 he carries instead of the 52 with now a 2 kilo claimer engaged. But does seem to be well, as you can see there on screen. Healthy Stars, my 3rd selection. Another one coming down in grade as his first run back in Class 5 since that victory over My Horse back in early February. That's 2 runs with 50 kilos over 1,000 metres. If Healthy Star's got one thing on his side, it's the fact that he is a pretty, how do I put it, pretty consistent runner in the 1,000 metre races. It seems to be his distance, and that's where they target him. So he's got plenty of experience over this. He's not a horse in this field. There are a few here that would probably like that extra 100 or 200 metres. So Healthy Star goes in on a top 3 line. Throwing Wilwarson in for 4th, just keeping him safe. I had him absolutely nowhere near $18 going off his previous form because he mixes his runs so much. But I think the Nunez factor is obviously a big plus. And we might see an improved performance out of him, but he has done a lot more racing and would have a lot more wear in these legs than a lot of these other horses here, having his 7th or 8th start here for 2022 at meeting number 15. Numbers here for me, Scott, in the last race of the day, 2, 7, 1 and 5, going with Hyde Park here, a Class 5 specialist, looking to make it 5 from 7.
So now out to $18 here for your race favourite in Wawasan, just on the drift a little bit, as money comes for number 6 in Super Posh for Jake Bayless and Donna Logan there in the blue and white checkered colours. Should be a fair bit of toe in this race, you would think. Wawasan out wide, Super Posh. Hyde Park will be looking not to get caught in a wide position. That'll inject plenty of speed in this last event.
Certainly the case. I think Super Posh definitely generates quite a bit of speed here. look, Conan's been known to show some speed. I'm just the slight concern, as I mentioned, was him coming back to 1,000 metres. Is he going to have enough toe to be able to get up in the mix with some of these? As we mentioned, he's a very, very big animal. It's 560 kilos. It's a lot of body weight to get going, and he's a very long, limby kind of horse. So, well, the question mark is that 1,000-metre distance. But he is knocking on the door for a win, so it would not shock me whatsoever. But he is a big lump of a thing. And he's got to go home. He's got to go and try and really match motors with a couple of these, Scott, that are going to have plenty of speed, that's for sure. $18 here for the 5 in Wawasan. Do you see the price coming out just a little bit more? I think we're going to see a bit more of an open market. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit more support for the likes of Hyde Park and our secret weapon here. Wawasan, definitely $15 before was a ridiculous price.
Yeah, our secret weapon's been met with very strong support. He's got to make use of this inside barrier. If there's one thing I can say about him, Pat, if he doesn't jump and get running, I just feel he's not really good enough to sort of come from the back from what I've seen in his previous runs. He can miss a start. He's been caught wide at his last 3 runs in regards to over the same course and distance and in this grade. He now gets a good barrier. He has to jump cleanly and put himself in that spot.
Tell you what, the sun is really beaming down now as we get the sun starting to set to the west of the track, but we're getting very much quite a bit of brightness here, as you can probably see on the screen. It's very sunny, so when they do make the turn off the back and down to the side, they're going to be running into a bit of sunshine. Hopefully a few of them have got the darker shades on here for the last.
Yeah, it can get pretty bright out there with that sun beaming in your face, and good money for Hyde Park in number 2. He's now into $28 after opening at $37 for Danny Beasley and Stephen Gray. We get the starters up order for the last time here, and Healthy Star goes up as to Hyde Park. Here comes our secret weapon. He's been held safe at $28, but a very level playing field for the last time at Kranji. As they load away, let's take you for the last time to Pat Comerford for the call.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you for your assistance this afternoon. It's been a tough old day to find a winner, but hopefully we've steered you into a few. Well done to Larry Foley and Michael Spark, our 2 tipping leaders. They're just continuing on their run of success. Going very well. They're certainly showing us how to do it. Couple still to come forward here. Beer Garden. Good second last time out. He was very tough. Super Generous coming up. Only a couple still to load forward. Global Spirit, Harry Casamorty with 2 winners today. He jumps aboard this with the 50 kilos. See if we can see an improved run. His trial before that last start was superb, but didn't find too much there. The last of a dozen from the Singapore Turf Club. We're set at the 1,000 metres for our Class 5. Field of 11. Field stands well. John Pepe sends them on their way. In race number 12, and it's Hyde Park burning up with Super Posh. They go up to lead in the early part. Wawasan looking for spots in for Nunez from our secret weapon. Next in the field there, Bright Sun going along with Kona. Ben Wade was next. He's peeled out and beginning his run from Healthy Star, Global Spirit, Beer Garden. Super Generous has been relegated to the end. 600 to travel. First 400, 24.72. So they're going at a steady pallet pace for the grade, and leading the way is Hyde Park. He says, catch me if you can, as they turn for home. Super Posh on his outside, issuing the... They were followed there by Wawasan, beginning to let down from Ben Wade, our secret weapon. Beer Garden starts to make ground down the outside. Hyde Park's thrown the white flag up. Super Posh goes on by with Wawasan. Ben Wade is... Beer Garden down the outside, going up to the outside of Wawasan. Beer Garden burns past him. Beer Garden gets his well-deserved win. Wins by 1.5 lengths in the last, beats home Wawasan. Another minor placing from him. Ben Wade third from Super Posh, our secret weapon. Hyde Park knocked up something terrible at the 200. Bright Sun was next from Global Spirit. Second to last, Conan. Back there as well was Healthy Star and Generous. Beer Garden. 1,000 metres, too short. You're kidding. Gets the hot tempo and burns clear. Rosman Iskander picks up a nice ride here. Mazuki Akmarzani indisposed for the rest of the day. Rosman Iskander now takes his wins to 5 for the season, with a nice performance there aboard Beer Garden. Wawassan, another minor placing for him. Ben Wade, they've gone down to the line together in a photo, but Scott Bailey, Beer Garden, he was promising to do it, and he has done it here over 5 furlongs in the last race of the day.
Yeah, strong tempo run race, and it really set it up for him to come from the clouds. And what a nice ride by Rosman Iskander, and a good pickup here for the young rider. Jerome Tan gets another win on his card, and as you mentioned, was it 1,000 metres too short? I wouldn't have picked him over 1,000. Well done to Raymond Yong from the Chinese Broad. Put him on top, and he managed to find him going off that last start behind Purring Crown. But 4 starts before today over the course and distance, and he's only got a second to his name, and that was quite a while ago. So it's just been one of those sort of days where it's thrown up a few different results.
I'll tell you what though, credit to the club for providing a very honest track this afternoon. We've had them win from the front, we've had them win from the back. The track, despite it being very difficult to try and find a winner today, Scott, I'll tell you what, it has played very honest, and the best horses won in every race.
Oh, most definitely. It's been a great day's racing, and it's been pinpointed by Jason Ong with 4 winners, TH Co with 3, and Ricardo Lagrange with a double, and what a day it's been for all involved. 7, 5, 4 and 6 are your numbers on the last race here today. Let's take a look at the replay of the last here at Kranji.
John Pepe sends them on their way in race number 12, and it's Hyde Park burning up with Super Posh. They go up to lead in the early part. Wawassan looking for spots in. Next in the field there was Bright Sun, coming along with Ben Wade was next. He's peeled out and beginning his Spirit Beer Garden. Super Generous has been relegated to the end. 600 to travel. First 400, 24.72. So they're going at a steady pallet pace for the grade, and leading the way is Hyde Park. He says, catch me if you can, as they turn for home. Super Posh on his outside, issuing the challenge. They were there by Wawassan, beginning to let down from Ben Wade. Our Secret Weapon. Beer Garden starts to make ground down the outside. Hyde Park's thrown the white flag up. Super Posh goes on by with Wawassan. Ben Wade, here's Beer Garden. Beer Garden down the outside, going up to the outside of Wawassan. Beer Garden burns past him. Beer Garden gets his well-deserved win. Wins by a length and a half in the last, beats home Wawassan. Another minor placing from him. Ben Wade third from Super Posh. Our Secret Weapon. Hyde Park knocked up something terrible at the 200. Bright Sun was next from Global Spirit. Second to last, Conan. Back there as well was Healthy Star and Super Generous.
So the last race goes the way of Beer Garden in number 7. $43 a win, 15 the place. 5 Wawassan in second, and 4 Ben Wade in third, returning a healthy $27 place dividend. 7, 5, 4 and 6 are your numbers. They ran 59.71. And that is just outside of the standard time of 59.66 as we await the all clear on the last race from Kranji. All clear given on race 12. Beer Garden is out to pay at $43 a win and 15 the place. 5 Wawasan at 10 the place. 4 Ben Wade third, 27 the place, and 6 Super Posh in fourth. Forecast 5 and 7, $38. Place forecast 5 and 7, $15. 4 and 7, $37. 4 and 5, $32. TSA 754, 682. Trio 457, 137, and the Quartet 7, 5, 4 and 6 returns 6,192. Margins 1 1/4 by a nose by 3/4 in a time of 59.71. As we look in the run-on, our secret weapon to Hyde Park, Global Spirit, Bright Sun, Healthy Star, Conan second last, and Super Generous was at the tail of the field. Photo for second between Wawasan and Ben Wade, just going the way of Wawasan on the inside.
Well, Scott, what a day it has been. 12 races on the all-weather track. Look, it was one that certainly threw up some interesting results, but overall, hopefully a few people have been able to find a couple of winners.
Yeah, it's been a great day's racing, Pat. For a polytrack only meeting, we've seen a few surprises. All credit to Jason Ong, 4 winners on the card, and he's doing a great job for a stable that's very new to the game.
100%. Looking forward to seeing them continue on the success throughout season 2022. Let's go back and have a look at some of our highlights of the day, and we'll go back to his one of his winners for the day, and that was in race number 2, his second winner of the day, and that was Surrey Hills. And we go back and have a look at the replay, and tell you what, the wide gate was going to be a slight concern. Oscar Chavez in the post-race interview did mention that it was going to be a slight concern. We didn't know that at the point in time, but look how he started. You could definitely say that he didn't have any issues whatsoever. He's got some speed.
Yeah, he's obviously a well put together individual. Back to his trial in New Zealand, he beat Miss Ipanema in that trial, who actually went on to win a listed 2-year-old race. So I believe it was listed at that level. So, he's got a fair bit of ability, and Oscar he says he's a horse that has a bit of upside, and he's going to improve from this run.
As you can see here, he certainly set up a pretty hot tempo early, and the Star was the one that was in there to chase. Kinabalu Prince, he was a nice run, and then obviously Dixa Dominus running into the race, but I think it was Momentum here, Scott, that won the race for him. He was in the right part of the track, and I'll tell you what, he found another gear here as well. I'm really excited to see him step up into Class 4. I think he might be. I definitely think he'll be a horse that'll be nice and competitive up there.
That's where we're going to get a better guide from him, Pat. We're going to see how he steps up against older horses that have been doing it for some time. He may be a horse that could have a world of ability, and we haven't seen the full finished product of him, but I don't like to get too far ahead of myself in regards to horses winning their maidens. I judge them once they get up against the experienced ones.
Well, we know the statistics of what it is for a horse to be able to go on from winning a maiden to a Class 4. It is quite low. So, yeah, I agree with you. I don't think we'll get a full guide on him, but he looks a pretty exciting horse to keep an eye on. That was a really nice debut from him. We head to race number 10 now and have a look at our second race, and what a day for the Lagrange stable. Getting the forecast here in race number 10 with Leatherhead, who's outdone his stablemate Pennywise once again, but as you can see here, going into this, Predator set up a nice tempo early. Leatherhead obviously looking for some early positions here, but as they sorted their order out, they sort of found themselves about 2nd and 5th in running.
He was given a peach of a ride by Jake, wasn't he? He was just happy to sit behind Predator here, coming around that corner, get him balanced, get him settled. He had him on a nice long rein, so he wasn't over racing at all, and the stablemate and Pennywise just whips around now 3 deep and just gets him over racing here. You can just see him throwing his head up. Jake just keeps his hands down, lets him cross the stablemate, and once he got cover, he just put his head back on his chest. So a genuine tempo run race, I felt, and I thought he had him in a great spot.
Oh, they did, look, and I think it was great initiative from Jake to not really pressure. Once Pennywise went across, he was happy to spot him a couple of lengths here, and as you said, I think he found that once he sort of wasn't cluttered up, he did try to settle. He was settled a lot better here through these middle stages. Now, this is, I think, where the best part about the horse was. He knew that he had Strong and Best coming up to his outside, but he knew Pennywise was going to be going well. He was the 8-time winner here, so he just stayed on the stablemate's back, and I'll tell you what, the runs peeled at the right time. He had Trumpy to his inside, who had nowhere to go, and Strong and Best obviously getting tired has rolled out at the turn and just allowed the lane to open back up.
You have a look here. Pennywise was absolutely jog-trotting coming around the corner. Jimmy Wong just saving that last bit, but the momentum was all Leatherhead to the outside. Now, he had a 3 kilogram swing in the weights. I think that's probably the writing on the wall. They're still fighting it out here, and it was always going to be a close battle once they drew away from the rest. But I don't know, do you feel the 3 kilogram weight swing just played in his favour? Well, look, Ricardo certainly thought that was the case. I know he's seen, obviously, Pennywise get beaten by Leatherhead twice now so far this year. Also happened in the Class 3, that first Class 3 for 2022. But look, I think you'd be more disappointed Pennywise, like Pennywise last start, with the fact that, well, Pennywise last start, Leatherhead had 50 kilos. So, you know, you got a featherweight, it's understandable that you get rolled. But he had 55 today. Had to certainly do it with a little bit extra weight. The weight swing wasn't as great as last time out, and he still got the job done. Look, Pennywise, still a great run. He's a really classy horse, and his resume certainly suggests that. But you can't take it away from Leatherhead. It was a tough win, and I'm really excited to see how he progresses through Class 3 now. We'll keep our eyes peeled for some maybe Class 3 miles on the poly track. That's his 6th win on the surface now. He's certainly one that is a great asset to the Paulo de Villa Mendoza connections. Yeah, absolutely. Big Days Racing, Pat, and well, as I mentioned it before, Jason Ong 4 winners, but it was a day for many. Ricardo Lagrange had a double, Harry Chasm had a double, T.H. Coe rode a double. Jerome Tan winning the last gave him a double on the card. So a pretty dominant sort of day from a few stables. Yeah, look, good to see them certainly get a couple of victories on the program. But look, that's great, and hopefully they can continue on their success going forward. Scott, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Meeting number 15. Looking forward to meeting 16 next week as we continue on our season 2022. My pleasure, Pat. Thank you as always, and see you next week. Thank you very much to Scott Bailey. Thanks to our Chinese team, Li Ting and Raymond Yong, joining us from the Singapore Turf Club under beautiful conditions here. It's been hot, it's been wet the last few weeks, but we finally end the day here in Singapore on beautiful conditions. For wherever you are, stay safe, be well, and we'll catch you next week for more racing here from the Singapore Turf Club. Goodbye.